Chapter 2498. While the two great emperors were fighting fiercely over there, Xianxia was gradually entering a good state. Traces of emperor intent spread out from his body. At first, it was not obvious, but as time passed, this emperor intent became clearer and clearer. To advance to the emperor realm, condensing one's own emperor intent was the most basic standard. Only by having one's own emperor intent could one touch the threshold of the emperor realm and open the door to the supreme martial Tao. Rich world energy gathered above Xianxia's head, forming an extremely terrifying world energy manifestation. The dense world energy gathered into a cloud, as if the sky was about to collapse. Thunder and lightning constantly flashed through the cloud of world energy, giving off a deafening rumbling sound. Xianxia sat cross-legged, motionless. In his mind, all the experiences of his life flashed. It was not that he wanted to recall them, but these experiences appeared in his mind involuntarily. He could not control them at all. Joining High Heaven Pavilion, cultivating hard, but not finding the right way. Being bullied by many brothers, but unwilling to give up on pursuing the martial Tao. Occasionally obtaining the wordless black book, peeking into the inheritance of the demon god, soaring to the heavens from then on. Fighting in central capital, walking Tong Xian realm, entering the star field corridor, breaking through Hong Luo star field, entering the star boundary. Passion with Su Yin, tenderness with Xianing Chang, emotional entanglements with Shanxing Luo, friendship without discord with Shuiyu, tirelessly pursuing the peak of the martial Tao, the road to the Tao, accompanied by beauty, although occasionally lonely, there were thoughts in his heart. In this life, no regrets, no resentment. On this road, no hatred, no regrets. No demons in the heart, no external force can invade. At a certain moment, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were clear and bright, shining like stars, and he let out a long roar. The tumbling qi in his body reached its peak in an instant. Kacha, a dense sound suddenly came from all over his body. His bones, meridians, flesh, and blood wriggled to the limit at this moment. His meridians became wider and tougher, and his flesh and bones became more solid. Even his divine sense. It also seemed to have expanded a lot. Rumble. In the sky, a bolt of lightning thicker than a bucket suddenly struck down. It contained the power of the heavens and seemed to be able to destroy everything. With the force of thunder, it blasted towards Xianxia's head. Along with the lightning, there was also an incomparable amount of spiritual qi. It was as if it wanted to drown Xianxia. Crack! As Xianxia's body trembled violently, he could not help but let out a muffled groan. His clothes were torn to shreds, revealing his muscular body. His skin was cracked, and blood was flowing out. The Supreme Martial Emperor, the Heavenly Tao, did not tolerate it. Only by enduring the condemnation of the Heavenly Tao and withstanding the baptism of the energy of heaven and earth. Only then could one truly advance to the Emperor realm. Since ancient times, countless proud sons of heaven and countless elite cultivators had fallen at this stage, their souls scattered. This was also the reason why there were so many Tao Source realm cultivators in the entire star boundary, but so few in the Emperor realm. Those who could truly advance to the Emperor realm were those who were extremely firm in their own path of martial Tao and would not be disturbed by external forces. They were those who could go against the current, firm in their beliefs, and not waver in the slightest. The world force baptism in the Emperor realm was more terrifying than any that Xianxia had encountered before. When the first strike fell, Xianxia was already injured. However, his physical body was extremely strong, and the golden blood in his body had an extremely strong self-healing ability, so his cracked skin quickly began to repair itself. The world energy that poured into his body was also swallowed up by him at once, causing his aura to increase instead of decrease. Before his injuries could recover, the second baptism had already arrived. Compared to the first one, the second one was even more terrifying. As the lightning fell, the aura of extinction spread out, making Xianxia smell the scent of death. He focused his mind and did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. He formed seals with his hands and urged his strength to resist. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk Yang Kai's injuries suddenly worsened. His entire body was dripping with blood, making him look extremely terrifying. The raging world energy invaded his body, rampaging through his flesh and meridians, making him suffer unspeakably. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and endured, absorbing the world energy that poured into his body as much as he could while constantly comprehending the heavenly way, sweeping away the barriers that blinded his eyes and prying into his own path of martial Tao. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk the third wave of baptism came crashing down without stopping. In the distance, the two great emperors, who were doing their best to resist, could not help but be attracted by the commotion and turned their heads to look. After watching for a while, Yukong's eyes suddenly flashed, and he shouted in a low voice, "This little brat is not simple." He was one of the great emperors of heaven-devouring great emperor, the strongest master in the star boundary since ancient times. He did not dare say that there would be no one to surpass him in the future, but there was definitely no one before him. Even though he was also one of the great emperors, he did not put them in his eyes. For him to say that Yang Kai was not simple was already an extremely high compliment. He is indeed a little strange. Duan Hongchen's eyes narrowed slightly as he nodded in agreement. If he was simple, how could he have suppressed the Emperor realm with just a Tao Source realm cultivation? If he was simple, how could his cultivation have increased so quickly in just a few years? Duan Hongchun and Yang Kai had known each other for some time now. Although they did not have a deep relationship, Duan Hongchen's vision was extremely good. Ever since he saw Yang Kai in Maplewood City, he felt that he would become a great man in the future. Although he had tried to overestimate Yang Kai as much as possible, he found that he had still underestimated this boy. Hong Chun, when you and I broke through to the Emperor realm, was there such a phenomenon? Wukong suddenly asked in a deep voice. Duan Hong Chun grinned. If the world energy baptism was as terrifying as this when I advanced to the Emperor realm, there would be no bustling world great emperor in this world. Wukong nodded lightly and said, "This boy has the characteristics of great emperors." Duan Hongchen laughed and said, "I think this boy has more than just the characteristics of great emperors. He will surpass you sooner or later." Surpass this king? Wukong sneered when he heard this. Dream on. No one can surpass this king's ability. Duan Hongchen chuckled and said, "Whatever you say, you won't have the chance to see it anyway." Wukong's voice turned cold. "Are you so confident that you can kill this king?" Duan Hongchen said in a deep voice, "This old master has said it before. Since I have come here, I have no intention of leaving alive. Today, even if my soul is destroyed, I will eliminate you completely." "Good. Since you've said so, this king won't be polite when dealing with you." As he spoke, Wu Kuang's expression suddenly changed as he turned his attention to Yang Kai again. Duan Hong Chen also seemed to have noticed something wrong. When he turned his head, he saw the heavenly vision change again. The world's might gathered above Yang Kai's head turned into an inverted funnel, connecting the sky to the earth. The terrifying world's might made the two great emperors' faces turn solemn. As soon as the funnel appeared, it madly blasted down and directly connected with Yang Kai's body. At the same time, Yang Kai's body seemed to have turned into a bottomless pit, swallowing up the rich and surging world's might. A clear aura of the Emperor realm rippled out, growing stronger and stronger. This, Duan Hongchen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "What's going on? Is this brat courting death?" "Ha ha ha!" Wukong laughed loudly. "He overestimates himself and dares to compete with the heavenly might. Hong Chun, this brat probably won't have the chance to surpass this king. He will definitely die like this." Duan Hong Chun heard this and didn't refute. He just sighed and said, "What a pity, what a pity." Normally, when he saw this scene, he might have helped Yang Kai because of his love for talent. However, at this moment, he was engaged in a fierce battle with Wukong, so he didn't have the spare energy to care about Yang Kai's business. Under this terrifying world's might, how could Yang Kai possibly survive? As he spoke, the commotion on the other side became more and more violent. The entire earth was shaking, and bottomless ravines appeared in this strange world, crisscrossing with each other. A roar suddenly came from the other side. At the same time, accompanied by a resounding dragon roar, a golden dragon phantom suddenly shot out from Yang Kai's body, shaking its head and wagging its tail as it met the world's might head-on. Golden divine dragon source. Wukong cried out in alarm, his voice trembling as if he had been greatly shocked. Impossible. Duan Hong Chen also looked like he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. As soon as the golden dragon phantom appeared, it attracted most of the attention of the two great emperors, causing their focus to shift to Yang Kai, causing their expressions to change greatly. Who the hell is this kid? How can he have the golden divine dragon source? Wukong shouted. For some reason, he suddenly became very agitated. Duan Hongchun was absent-minded for a while before he said, "How would this old man know about this?" The golden divine dragon is the ancestor of the dragon race. Rumor has it that it was the one who gave birth to the entire dragon race. However, after giving birth to the dragon race, it turned into ashes. How can the golden divine dragon source still exist in this world? TSK, TSK. Wuquan's hollow eye sockets twitched like will-o'-the-wisps. He had an extremely greedy look on his face. If those old dragons on Dragon Island knew about this, I'm afraid they would go crazy. What the hell are you planning? Duan Hongchun suddenly became alert and turned his head to glare at Wukong. Wukong coldly snorted. Even if this king has any plans, I'll have to kill you first. While the two were talking, the golden divine dragon roared towards the sky, facing the terrifying world energy head-on. From the dragon's mouth, an unparalleled suction force emerged, sucking in the world energy in large mouthfuls before transmitting it to Yang Kai. The pressure on Yang Kai suddenly lessened a lot. Previously, he had felt that he could not hold on any longer, so he had been forced to use the golden divine dragon source, but he had not expected it to have such a miraculous effect. It could resist the world energy. This golden holy dragon origin source was truly extraordinary. As the dragon's mouth continued to swallow, the aura in Yang Kai's body grew stronger and stronger, and his strength increased exponentially. He could not help but feel a sense of heroism, and his entire spirit seemed to have been refreshed. He did not know what it was like for others to break through to the Emperor realm, but he felt that if the other emperors from the Emperor realm he had encountered before had done the same, they would have all died long ago. He was probably the only one who could cause such a huge commotion when breaking through. Chapter 2499. Time passed slowly as the golden divine dragon continued to devour the power of the heaven-devouring great emperor, while Yang Kai's strength was also growing steadily. As a result, the power of heaven and earth became weaker and weaker. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the heavenly vision above Yang Kai's head was swept away and everything returned to normal. The thunder and lightning no longer existed, and the cloud pressure phenomenon that seemed like the sky was collapsing also disappeared. The surrounding world energy and world energy were all sucked into Yang Kai's body. Although he remained motionless, the bones in his body crackled, transmitting a joyful aura. This time, the promotion seemed to have passed peacefully. Wukong and Duan Hongchun were both dumbfounded and lost in thought for a long time. Yang Kai, however, did not feel the slightest joy. Not only that, but he also felt a faint sense of fear. This feeling was even stronger than when he had just broken through, as if something extremely terrifying was about to happen. He clearly felt that his realm had not truly reached the Emperor realm, but had instead stopped at the threshold of the Emperor realm, only one step away. What's going on? The heavenly vision for my breakthrough has already disappeared, and I've also survived the terrifying world energy baptism. So why haven't I broken through to the Emperor realm? While Yang Kai was puzzled, the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger and stronger. At a certain moment, A magnificent and awe-inspiring aura suddenly emerged from the heavens and earth, turning into a stream of light and falling straight towards Yang Kai's head as fast as lightning. Kai Yang's complexion changed greatly. In front of this magnificent and overwhelming qi, he felt as if he was unable to resist it. It seemed that after the stream of light fell, he would not be able to resist it. It was as if the moment it fell, he would be reduced to ashes. Moreover, the aura that fell gave him a familiar yet strange feeling, as if he had vaguely seen it somewhere before. World energy! Wukong and Duanhong Chun both cried out in surprise. Their eyes widened as they stared in Yang Kai's direction. The two great emperors' emotions instantly became extremely complicated. They didn't know what Yang Kai had done to actually draw upon the power of heaven and earth when he ascended to the emperor realm. The mighty power of heaven and earth was an extremely special and mysterious power. The origin was even more profound and mysterious. The great emperors were proficient in all kinds of law powers, and when they fought, they could use the power of law origin as easily as blowing off dust. However, no one could underestimate the power of heaven and earth. That was the power of heaven and earth. Under the heavens and earth, all living beings were ants. If heaven and earth wanted you to live, you would live. If heaven and earth wanted you to die, you would die. Even characters like the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and the Great Emperors could not completely control the power of heaven and earth. This was also the reason why Duan Hongchun was able to secretly injure him earlier. Duan Hongchun had been constantly severing his cultivation for tens of thousands of years, wandering on the path of martial arts, and struggling in the mortal world. It actually allowed him to comprehend the power of the mortal world. This power of the mortal world was also a kind of power of heaven and earth. Naturally, it could cause harm to the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and the Great Emperors. Even so, Duan Hongchun's power of the mortal world still couldn't compare with the true power of heaven and earth. Once the power of heaven and earth appeared, it was equivalent to the will of heaven and earth. No one could resist it. That boy was dead for sure. The two great emperors thought that they had witnessed the birth of a genius, but they didn't expect it to be such an ending. They couldn't help but sigh. Under such a power of heaven and earth, how could Yang Kai resist? The golden divine dragon, Phantom, roared to the sky. It rose to the sky, wanting to fight against heaven and earth. A stream of light fell. The golden divine dragon Phantom suddenly disintegrated and disappeared, but its momentum didn't diminish as it continued towards Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai looked up, his eyes cold. The vast sea torrent revealed its heroic nature. At such a critical moment, Yang Kai's mind suddenly became incomparably clear, and his whole person was incredibly calm. With a flick of his finger, the mountains and rivers bell was suddenly summoned. The simple mountains and rivers bell expanded in the wind, suddenly becoming the size of a house. The complex patterns on it also seemed to come to life, flowing vividly. A kind of aura that suppressed heaven and earth suddenly filled the air. The mountains and rivers bell. Duan Hongchun's eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed in horror, "The mountains and rivers bell. This is Yuan Ding's mountains and rivers bell." Wukong was also so shocked that the ghost fire in his eyes flickered wildly. He didn't even care about fighting with Duan Hongchun as he stared in the direction of Yang Kai, his eyes filled with shock and excitement. Since Yang Kai had broken through to the Emperor realm, the strength he had shown and the means he had used had shocked the eyes and minds of the two great emperors. In the past, the two of them would never have dared to imagine that a single person could have so many good things on him. The golden divine dragon was the ancestor of the dragon race. It was rumored that it had long been reduced to ashes, but its source strength had appeared in Yang Kai's body. Yuan Ding's mountains and rivers bell was an ancient rare treasure, a treasure that even the great emperors coveted. During the War of Emperors, Yuan Ding had used his last bit of strength to throw it into the void, and since then, it had disappeared. At this moment, it was blooming with a strange brilliance in Yang Kai's hands. Who is this little brat? How can he be so favored by heaven and earth? However, in this way, the two great emperors somewhat understood why his breakthrough to the emperor realm would attract the world force to target him. In the process of his growth, he must have had infinite opportunities and great blessings, but the heavenly way was fair and just. On the path of martial arts, there were gains and losses. The better the opportunities and the better the cultivator's aptitude, the greater the resistance they would encounter during their breakthrough. The two were directly proportional. No one could explain why, but there had never been an exception since ancient times. It would be outrageous if a person who possessed the golden divine dragon source strength and the mountains and rivers bell did not attract the world force to target him. After realizing this, the two great emperors no longer felt the slightest pity for Xianxia, because the tribulation he had experienced was inevitable. Even if it did not appear at this moment, it would come to him in the future. It was only a matter of time, and there was no way to avoid it. The previous baptism of the world force was just an appetizer. This bombardment of the world force was the real ordeal. If Xianxia could survive, he would definitely soar to the sky, but if he could not, he would be reduced to ashes. Wukong, you are experienced and knowledgeable. Do you think he can survive? Duan Hong Chun swallowed his saliva and asked. Wukong's Adam's apple also moved, but as a skeleton, there was no saliva to swallow. So he said lightly, "The mountains and rivers' bell sound can suppress the mountains and rivers, and the emperor's aura can change the world." Among all the emperors back then, this old master admired you the most, but the one I feared the most was Yuan Ding, because he had the mountains and rivers' bell. Is this why you risked your life to be the first to severely injure him? Wukong coldly snorted. This king wanted to kill him, but unfortunately you got in the way and ruined this king's good deed. What happened back then is already in the past. Let's change the subject, Duan Hongchun grinned. Wukong said, if Yuan Ding personally used the mountains and rivers bell, this world force would not be able to do anything. The mountains and rivers bell can suppress the world force, which is the nemesis of the world force. But this kid, how much of the mountains and rivers bell's power can he use? Duan Hongchun said seriously, so you think he will definitely die? Wukong said, it will be very difficult for him to survive. Duan Hongchun rolled his eyes and said, then how about we make a bet? What bet? What bet? Wukong asked in a deep voice. Duan Hongchun pointed his finger. Let's bet whether he can survive or not. What if he lives? What if he dies? If he dies, this old master will kill himself in front of you and detonate my divine soul. If he lives, you have to do the same. As soon as he said this, Wukong's expression changed greatly, and he shouted, Duan Hongchun, you want to kill this king so badly? You don't hesitate to use your own life as a bet? Duan Hongchun said in a deep voice. This old master said that even if my divine soul is destroyed today, I will drag you to the grave with me. I don't care about my life. So what is this old master afraid of? Wukong's eyes kept twitching, obviously very angry. Scared? Duan Hongchun smiled contemptuously and glanced at him. Don't try to provoke this king. Wukong snorted coldly. This king has never been afraid of anything since he was born. So you agree to it? Wukong snorted. This king's life is in my control. Others can't decide for me. Duan Hongchun laughed. Wukong, oh Wukong, I didn't expect you to become so cautious. It seems that you have changed a lot after being asleep for tens of thousands of years. If it were you in the past, you wouldn't say this. What would this king have said in the past? Wukong looked at him coldly. Duan Hongchun said, if it were you in the past, you would definitely have agreed and then secretly killed that little brat. In your eyes, is this king such a despicable person? Wukong snorted coldly. Despicable or not, you don't know in your heart, yet you ask me. While the two great emperors were talking, the stream of light formed by the world force was already very close to Xianxia. But after Xianxia summoned the mountains and rivers bell, the speed of the stream of light was greatly reduced. The mountains and rivers bell suppressive aura seemed to have a great effect on it. However, Xianxia was under a great deal of pressure at this moment. The consumption of using the mountains and rivers bell was enormous, and even though his strength had improved a lot compared to before, Xianxia was still unable to bear it. Moreover, watching an attack that could threaten his life slowly descend would be a great psychological deterrent to anyone. Xianxia knew that if he couldn't stop the world force, he would undoubtedly die. Shrouded in the aura of death, Xianxia had never felt so uncomfortable and difficult as he did at this moment. Quang, quang, quang. The mountains and rivers bell continued to emit sounds, and the suppressive force became more and more violent, but it still couldn't stop the stream of light from falling. Instead, it shook Xianxia, making him bleed from his mouth and nose, looking extremely miserable. Seeing that the stream of light was getting closer and closer to him, and that the mountains and rivers bell could no longer stop it, Xianxia's mood sank to the bottom. At this moment, a light flashed in his mind, and he suddenly understood what this inexplicable force was. This was the world force. This was the will of heaven and earth. No wonder it was somewhat familiar. He had used the world force before. After understanding this, a very bold idea popped up in his mind. The next moment, he stretched out his hand, and the sealed world bead suddenly appeared at his fingertips. Through a mental connection, a strange force suddenly emerged from the sealed world bead and blasted toward the world force. Chapter 2500. The power born from the sealed world bead was very similar to the world force, and the two could almost be said to come from the same source. Another world force? Wukong exclaimed in shock. How can this little brat control the world force? Where did he get it from? Duan Hongchun was also surprised. Not to mention Xianxia, who had yet to break through from the Emperor realm. Even those who had reached the Third Order Emperor realm many years ago could not control this kind of power. Only great emperors could comprehend the world force, and only great emperors were qualified to control a trace of it. The Third Order Emperor realm was the pinnacle of the martial Tao, and the cultivation of the great emperors did not jump out of this category. But the difference between them and ordinary Third Order emperors was their comprehension of the world force. Those who could comprehend the world force were qualified to become great emperors, and they could suppress ordinary Third Order emperors. But now, Xianxia could actually control a trace of the world force. Although this trace of power paled in comparison to the world force, like the difference between a father and son, it was undoubtedly the world force. The two great emperors were deeply shocked, even more so than when they saw the golden divine dragon source and the mountains and rivers bell. Is it because of that bead? Wukong looked at the sealed world bead with burning eyes, a thoughtful look on his face. If not for his scruples about the world force, he would have released his divine sense to investigate it carefully. It was also because of his scruples that he did not know what kind of artifact the sealed world bead was. If Wukong could discover this, so could Duan Hongchun. He stared at the sealed world bead with a frown, comparing it with the many famous artifacts in his memory, but he found that none of them matched. He had never seen this artifact before. This was a very strange thing. Duan Hongchun had lived for tens of thousands of years. It was impossible for him to not know of any famous secret treasures in the star boundary. But now, one of them had appeared before him. However, no matter what the hell this bead was, Xianxia's ability to control the power of heaven and earth was definitely related to it. Could this also be a prehistoric unique treasure? Duan Hongchun was shocked when he thought of this. But he quickly denied this conjecture, because it was very easy to identify a primeval treasure. The aura that came from the primeval couldn't be concealed at all, and this was the case for the mountains and rivers bell. The interior of the sealed world bead was a small world of its own. Since it was a small world, it naturally had the power of heaven and earth. As the master of the sealed world bead, Xianxia's mind was connected to the sealed world bead. Naturally, he could draw out the power of heaven and earth from the sealed world bead to fight against the calamity. However, the sealed world bead was only a small world. Naturally, it couldn't be compared to the real world. The difference between the two world forces was strong and weak. It could be distinguished at a glance. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk the sealed world bead's world force surged forward to meet the world force. Soon, it collided with the true power of heaven and earth. Yangkai watched nervously. If he couldn't resist even this, then he only had one last trump card left, which was to undo the seal on his demonic chi and use his ancient great demon body to resist this calamity. However, after doing this, Yangkai didn't know if he could reseal the demonic chi. It had been several years since the last seal was undone, and the firmament tree planted in the sealed world bead had accumulated a lot of sealing power. Logically speaking, it should be enough. After all, it was in the medicine garden. 1 year of the firmament tree's growth was equivalent to 100 years in the outside world. With hundreds of years of sealing power, how could it not be able to seal the demonic chi? However, there was also a drawback to doing this. Every time the seal was undone, more sealing power will be needed to reseal the demonic chi. Yangkai discovered this drawback last time, so unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't use this trump card. Who knew if there would be a time when the sealing power of the firmament tree was insufficient, resulting in it being unable to seal the ancient demonic chi, causing him to fall and lose his consciousness. Yangkai never dared to underestimate the pure demonic chi of the ancient great demon. The world shook and the universe collapsed. This strange space seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Wukong and Duan Hong Chen both paled. The two world forces collided, sending out shockwaves beyond imagination. It was as if two worlds had collided, and the world had changed in an instant. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the world force produced by the small sealed world gradually melted away. It was obviously no match for the real world force. However, in the process of its melting, Yangkai clearly felt that the pressure on him was greatly reduced. This discovery made Yangkai couldn't help but smile. After the sealed world bead's world force completely disappeared, Yangkai's expression turned solemn. He constantly formed seals with his hands, desperately stirring up his source chi. His knowledge opened wide, and his spiritual energy leaked out like a tide. The mountains and rivers' bell shone brightly, and the suppressive aura became more and more intense. The remaining world force seemed to be struggling, but under Yangkai's desperate struggle, it was directly suppressed by the mountains and rivers' bell. Asterisk home. Asterisk with a loud explosion. The mountains and rivers' bell fell not far in front of Yangkai. The light on its surface gradually faded, and the remaining world force was suppressed and sealed, unable to move. The shock waves gradually subsided, and everything returned to normal. At the same time, the weakened Yangkai felt a different feeling. With a wave of his hand, he threw out countless source crystals, which exploded into powder and turned into pure world energy. Yangkai's body suddenly turned into a bottomless pit, madly devouring the surrounding world energy. His weak aura climbed steadily, and soon reached the peak of the Tao Source realm, but it still didn't stop and continued to rise. At a certain moment, Yangkai suddenly heard a cracking sound coming from his body. Immediately afterward, his whole body became light, and a comfortable feeling spread from his limbs to his bones. The source chi in his body also underwent a magical change at this moment, and even his overused knowledge was filled up in an instant. The whole world seemed to be very different from before. Kaiyang felt as if he had been reborn. From head to toe, every piece of his flesh and blood was pulsing, containing an extremely terrifying power. Emperor intent spread out. It was clear and distinct, as if it was real. The Emperor realm. It had been several decades since he started cultivating at the age of 13, and he had reached the Emperor realm today. He had experienced countless life and death tribulations, and although there was still a long way to go before he reached the true peak, Yangkai truly had the qualifications to reach the peak today. With a surge of emotions, he let out a long roar and soared into the sky. He actually succeeded. Wukong was shocked. At least you have foresight. Otherwise, you would have to commit suicide in front of this old master right now. Duan Hong Chun couldn't help but curl his lips, a look of annoyance on his face. Although he had proposed a bet before, unfortunately, Wukong was cautious and didn't agree. If he had agreed, there would have been a good show to watch. How could he have succeeded? Wukong's face was extremely ugly. As the heaven-devouring great emperor, great emperors, the #1 person in the star boundary since ancient times, he felt that it was impossible for anyone to surpass him, no matter in which aspect. But today, someone had done it, even though it was just the movement of advancing to the Emperor realm. Although there were many difficulties when he was advancing to the Emperor realm, it was far less terrifying than what he had seen today. This boy had encountered such hardships when he was advancing to the Emperor realm, so he could imagine how bright his future would be. Duan Hongchun had said before that he would surpass him in the future. He had thought it was just a joke, but now it seemed that it might really come true. He had so many rare treasures, and his own strength and aptitude were also extremely outstanding. How bad could such a person be in the future? Wukong couldn't help but feel a little absent-minded. For the first time in his life, he felt inferior to others. Suddenly, his face changed dramatically, and he turned to look at Duan Hongchun and shouted, "Old thing, you dare to do such a thing? How shameless!" He didn't know what Duan Hongchun had done to him secretly, but Wukong instantly flew into a rage. Duan Hongchun laughed and said, "It seems that you really care about that boy. You didn't even notice this old master's trick, but it's too late now." Saying so, Duan Hongchun urged his Emperor Qi, and the divine wood white barbarian source that had been enveloping him suddenly turned blood red. The divine wood white barbarian source was a wood attribute source. It was originally a lush green color, but now it had somehow turned blood red, giving off an extremely strange aura. "How dare you devour the vitality I worked so hard to collect?" Wukong shouted, looking at Duan Hongchun in disbelief. "You've used the white barbarian source so fiercely, you'll definitely destroy it. How will you explain it to Iron Blood then?" Duan Hongchun said solemnly. "Iron Blood knows that this old master won't go back, so he'll let this old master do whatever he wants with this divine wood source. Without so much vitality, I'd like to see how you'll reconstruct your body. With your skeleton that has been sleeping for tens of thousands of years, you won't be able to do anything. Impudent! All of you want this king to die, but this king will show you that he's still alive." Wukong roared hysterically. Duan Hongchun sneered, "You're powerless to reverse the situation. Just accept your death obediently. This old master will accompany you on the road to the Yellow Springs. I promise you won't be lonely." As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Hongchun's figure moved and directly rushed towards Wukong. While he was in midair, the Emperor Qi in his body violently surged, giving off an extremely uneasy aura. Self-destruct. Wukong's eyes twitched violently. For the first time in his life, he understood the meaning of fear. Even when he was besieged by great emperors, he did not panic like this. But when he saw Duan Hongchun rushing towards him so resolutely, he could not help but tremble in fear. Although Duan Hongchun was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, he still had the heritage of great emperors. If he self-destructed like this, Wukong would definitely not be able to withstand it. If that happened, he would really have to go to the Yellow Springs with him. "How dare you push this king to this extent? Duan Hongchun, don't think you'll have an easy time." As Wukong shouted, he suddenly formed a series of seals with his hands. The ancient astral wind that filled the space between him and Duan Hongchun suddenly became restless, giving off an extremely dangerous aura. Duan Hongchun's face sank. He understood that Wukong had been forced into a corner and was about to explode the ancient astral wind. The ancient astral wind was a wind attribute source, so if it exploded, its power would be unimaginable. What a pity. I don't know if that little brat named Xianxia can survive the aftermath, but now that the arrow has been knocked, Duan Hongchun can only hope that Xianxia will survive. Chapter 25:01. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a terrifying explosion. The world was filled with white light, and nothing could be seen anymore. Duan Hongchun, who was rushing towards Wukong and preparing to blow himself up, suddenly frowned as an extremely uneasy feeling surged from the depths of his heart. Because Wukong had blown up the primordial astral wind one step ahead of him. What is he doing? Before he could figure it out, the aftermath of the shattering world had already spread in all directions. This was the impact of the primordial astral wind's self-destruction. Wherever the violent astral wind passed, everything turned into nothingness, no longer existing. Even this strange world suddenly collapsed, with cracking sounds coming from every corner. It seemed that it would not be able to hold on for long. Not good. Duan Hongchun seemed to have realized something and hurriedly reached out to madly press a few key acupoints on his body, immediately stopping the self-destruction. Asterisk huff, huff, huff. Asterisk the astral wind blew, blowing him from side to side, like a lone boat in the middle of a stormy sea, in danger of capsizing at any time. Fortunately, the divine wood by Yi's source strength had been guarding him, providing him with a little protection. Even so, his clothes were torn and his flesh was badly mangled. Releasing his divine sense, he clearly noticed that Wukong's skeleton had disintegrated after the primordial astral wind's self-destruction, gradually turning into dust. This skeleton that belonged to the heaven-devouring great emperor, which had been sleeping for tens of thousands of years, was finally completely destroyed today. In other words, the heaven-devouring great emperor Wukong, would never be able to reconstruct his body again. However, Duan Hongchun did not feel happy at all. On the contrary, he felt that the situation had become even more serious. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk the sound of the sky collapsing and the earth cracking could be heard. This strange world finally could not hold on and completely collapsed. A huge black hole formed, and in less than 10 breaths, it swallowed everything here and then disappeared with a slight flicker. In the void corridor connected to the black hole, Xianxia was dizzy and drifted along with the flow, a look of lingering fear on his face. He had just broken through to the Emperor realm. Just as Xianxia was rejoicing in his new strength and the transformation of his Emperor Qi, the aftermath of the battle between the two great emperors actually destroyed this strange world. He didn't even have time to escape before he was sucked into the void corridor by the black hole. Even though he was very far away from the battlefield of the two great emperors, he was still heavily injured at this moment. After being swallowed into this place, it took a long time for him to gradually recover. There was a look of fear on his face. He didn't know what had happened between the two great emperors. Previously, all his attention had been on the breakthrough and promotion. By the time he noticed that something was wrong, everything was already a foregone conclusion. What happened to the great emperors? Was he dead or alive? Duan Hongchun had a deep relationship with the Azure Sun Temple. After all, Temple Master Wen Zishan was brought up by Duan Hongchun, and Xianxia was also a registered disciple of the Azure Sun Temple. Naturally, he would be concerned about his situation. Even without this layer of involvement, the great emperors of the secular world had no regard for life and death. For tens of thousands of years, they had constantly cut off their cultivation and entered the Shattered Star Sea to search for Wukong. Their approach of caring for the common people was enough to make people respect them. The terrifying power just now was very likely to be produced by something exploding. The only thing Xianxia could think of was that the great emperors of the secular world chose to self-destruct in order to perish together with Wukong. Thinking so, Xianxia's expression darkened, feeling that the great emperors of the secular world had really perished. He coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. Taking out some healing pills from the space ring, Xianxia ate them like eating beans, then sat down cross-legged and released his divine sense to check his situation. Looking at himself, Xianxia was suddenly startled, because when he used his divine sense, he noticed that there was a pair of gloomy eyes staring at him, and that gaze was not coming from around, but from inside his body. Xianxia's face changed drastically as he formed a seal with one hand and shouted, "Condense." The next moment, his soul avatar appeared in his knowledge sea. In his knowledge sea, a figure appeared out of nowhere, standing quietly above the tumbling seawater, looking around with great interest, a look of wonder on his face. Xianxia looked at the figure, gritted his teeth with an ugly expression, and shouted, "Wukong!" Hearing the shout, the figure slowly turned around, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. This person's appearance was dignified, as if he had a natural noble majesty, and his eyes were shining brightly. Although Xianxia had never seen this person's face, he still recognized his identity at a glance. The great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, Wukong. Xianxia's heart sank to the bottom. He hadn't even noticed how the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor had broken through the defenses of his knowledge, and broken into this place. If it weren't for the other party having no intention of hiding at all, he likely would have been kept in the dark. Xianxia felt a chill run down his spine, and his soul tremble. Wukong was also a soul avatar at this moment, but his soul avatar was even tougher than Xianxia's, almost corporeal. "Junior, this king's name is not for you to shout." Wukong coldly snorted and suddenly sent an invisible shockwave towards Xianxia. This shockwave was obviously a soul attack, and its power was extremely terrifying. Xianxia's face changed, and he waved his hand, raising the seawater below to form a protective barrier in front of him. With a loud bang, the shockwave slammed into the seawater, stirring up the entire knowledge sea and not calming down for a long time. Xianxia's face paled as he took a few steps back, staring at Wukong vigilantly, and quickly said, "Wukong, get out of here, otherwise don't blame this young master for being impolite." Wukong's soul avatar, suddenly appearing in his knowledge, gave Xianxia a very bad feeling. Naturally, he didn't dare to let him stay here. Letting him spy on some of his secrets was a small matter, but he was afraid this guy had some ulterior motive. "Impolite to me?" Wukong glanced at Xianxia and sneered. "These words sound new. I haven't heard them for a long time, but since this king has come, he naturally won't leave easily. What do you want?" Xianxia looked at him coldly. Wukong chuckled and said, "Why ask when you already know the answer? Junior, you seem to be a smart person. Don't tell me you don't know the purpose of this king's visit?" Listening to him say this, Xianxia's face became extremely ugly. What he feared most really happened. Wukong said, "This king's body has been destroyed by that old fart in Duan Hongchun. Without a body, no matter how strong this king is, he is just a wandering soul. Junior, your body is good. This king likes it very much. Obediently hand it over to this king, and this king will take you to witness what is called the peak of the martial Tao." Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, "You want to possess me?" Wukong coldly snorted and said, "Why make it sound so unpleasant? This king just needs a body. If you cooperate, this king won't devour your soul and let you stay here, but if you don't cooperate, this king doesn't mind letting you know what the gap in strength is." Xianxia sneered, "This is my knowledge, Are you sure it's okay for you to boast so shamelessly?" Wukong looked at him in astonishment, then slowly shook his head and said, "Stubborn." After saying this, he no longer paid attention to Xianxia, but turned his head to look around again. After a moment, he nodded and said, "Junior, the strength of your soul is indeed extraordinary. It's not comparable to the ordinary the Emperor realm, and it's actually a mutated soul fire, which is in line with this king's requirements. It's really surprising that you can cultivate to this level." He acted like he was the host, openly commenting, not caring about how Xianxia felt. Xianxia wanted to sneak attack him, but he didn't dare to act rashly. This kind of old monster who had lived for God knows how many years, his strength, and means couldn't be measured by common sense. If the sneak attack failed, the situation would be even more passive. While looking around, Wukong's eyes suddenly narrowed as he fixed his gaze in a certain direction and whispered, "That island." He stared blankly at the 7-colored island floating in his knowledge sea, revealing a look of suspicion and surprise as he looked at it seriously. After a long time, his body suddenly shook as he exclaimed, "Soul-warming lotus." It's actually the soul-warming lotus. Even though Wukong was experienced and knowledgeable, and was even known as the #1 master in the star boundary, he couldn't help feeling a little emotional at this moment. He stared at the seven-colored soul-warming lotus with a fiery gaze and said with a bitter expression, "Junior actually has the soul-warming lotus." Yang Kai coldly said, "Don't make a fuss." Wukong laughed loudly and said, "I really didn't expect that this king would be able to see the soul-warming lotus here. In the past, in order to find it, this king had walked through countless stars' territory, but to no avail. I didn't expect to see it here today. It's really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort." "Oomph, why are you so happy? It's not yours." Yang Kai looked at him contemptuously. "It'll be this king's in a bit." Wukong seemed to be in a good mood and didn't care about Yang Kai's ridicule. He greedily looked at the soul-warming lotus for a while before nodding. Good. With this soul-warming lotus, this king can perfectly fuse with your body. There's no need to worry about any backlash. In time, it won't be difficult for this king to return to his peak." He seemed to have foreseen the light of the future and was in a good mood. As he spoke, he turned his head and looked around again. When he saw the sky full of stars, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and say in surprise, "Junior, I didn't expect you to have so many good things." Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, and he said, "You know this thing?" He was naturally referring to the star in the sky, full of stars. This star was obtained by Yang Kai a long time ago. Each of the stars here corresponded to the stars in the Hung Luo star field. When Yang Kai was wandering in the Hung Luo star field, he used the star in the sky above his knowledge sea to identify directions and paths. Otherwise, with such a large territory, he would definitely get lost without any guidance. It was just that he never understood what this star was and why it corresponded to the entire territory. At this moment, when he heard Wukong say this, Yang Kai couldn't help but want to inquire. Wukong glanced at him with a smile and said meaningfully, "You should have come to the star boundary from the territory of the lower plains, right?" Yang Kai frowned and said, "That's right." There was no need to deny this, so he readily admitted it. Chapter 25:02. "That's right," Wukong nodded. "This star should be something you obtain from that territory. You can see that?" Yang Kai looked at him in astonishment. Wukong smiled. "It's not that this king has good eyesight, but that such a star can only be born in that territory." "Why is that?" Yang Kai quickly asked. Although he couldn't wait to drive Wukong out of his knowledge sea, it was rare for him to encounter someone who could answer his questions, so he naturally seized the opportunity to ask clearly. It wouldn't be too late to drive him away after he finished asking. Wukong pondered for a moment before opening his mouth. In this world, all things have an origin. Grass and trees have grass and wood origins. Divine spirits have divine spirits origins, and even those bright stars have stars origins. The power of origins is the source of power, infinitely mysterious and infinite. The world force is the power of heaven and earth, a power that has existed since the birth of heaven and earth. If a cultivator like us can learn a thing or two about it, we will benefit immensely. Yang Kai listened attentively with a meticulous expression. Although the heaven-devouring great emperor was a person who was condemned by many, it was undeniable that his strength was obvious to all, so it was an extremely rare opportunity to listen to his lecture. Wukong stretched out his hand and pointed to the sky above his knowledge sea and said lightly, "This star is also an origin." Yang Kai whispered, "This is also an origin." Wukong smiled slightly and said, "Naturally, and it is not an ordinary origin, it is the origin of the territory of this star." "The origin of the territory of this star?" Yang Kai's eyes suddenly widened. Wukong said, "You can think of it as the origin of the entire territory of this star. With your current ability, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to refine it. If you can refine it, you will find that it has infinite uses, but you probably won't have this opportunity." "The origin of the territory of this star." Yang Kai muttered repeatedly, then asked humbly, "What's the use of refining it? Can it be like the origin of the stars of this star, bringing benefits to a cultivator like me in terms of cultivation?" Wukong snorted. "This is only a small part of its use. If a cultivator has a complete origin of the stars of this star, then his cultivation speed will be much faster than other cultivators, because the origin can help a cultivator to comprehend many things. Such a starting point, for example, a cultivator with a complete origin, a cultivator with a complete origin. The origin of the stars of this star is 10 times or even hundreds of times more than a complete origin of the stars of the star. He Wukong's assess he had the complete origin of the stars of this. The benefits were not small, but now Wukong was saying that the origin of the stars of this star's territory was hundreds of times more powerful than the origin of the stars of this star, which naturally shocked him. In addition, if you can refine the origin of this star's territory, it is equivalent to having the entire star's territory recognize your existence, and you can become the master of this star's territory. Everything within this star's territory will be under your control, and you can decide whether to live or die with a single thought. Xianxia said thoughtfully, "Isn't that the same as being a star master?" When he was Shadowed Star's star master, he could control the entirety of Shadowed Star. He could control the situation on Shadowed Star with a single thought and could even travel to any location on Shadowed Star, regardless of the barriers of space. According to Wukong, if he could become the master of this star's territory, he could also have many of these conveniences. Xianxia's mind couldn't help becoming excited. The star in his knowledge, C, was the star of Hung Luo star field. If he could completely refine it, if he could fully refine it, he could become the master of Hung Luo star field and control the entire Hung Luo star field in his hands. You can say that. It's just that the effects are magnified many times over. Wukong nodded before changing the topic. However, it is not so simple to refine the origin of a star's territory. This king destroyed countless stars' territory in the past and found several stars' territory origins, but never succeeded in refining them. Why is that? Xianxia asked in surprise. Wukong grinned and said, "Because the stars' territory origins were unwilling to accept this king. This king swallowed them all in a fit of anger." The corners of Xianxia's mouth twitched. Wukong continued, "If the star's territory origin still exists, no matter how badly damaged the entire star's territory is, there will be a day when it will be restored. However, if the star's territory origin is destroyed, then this star's territory will truly be finished, just like a person's soul. Once the soul is destroyed, it will never be able to reincarnate." Outrageous! Xianxia spat. Wukong coldly snorted. "Those who dare to resist this king, no matter what they are, never have a good ending." While speaking, he coldly looked at Xianxia, containing a great pressure, as if he was warning Xianxia of something. Xianxia pretended not to see and was about to ask some more secrets when his expression suddenly changed. Wukong said lightly, "All right, enough with the small talk. This king is in a good mood, so he casually chatted with you. Now obediently offer up your body, and this king can spare your life." Xianxia laughed and said, "If you want my body, take it yourself." Wukong slowly shook his head and said, "Seeing that you are a promising talent, I wanted to spare your life, but since you are so stubborn, there is no need to keep you alive." Saying so, he waved his hand, and in an instant, an arrow-like attack suddenly took shape and shot towards Xianxia like a bolt of lightning. Xianxia's face changed, and he was alarmed. His entire knowledge, sea tumbled, and the seawater below rose up, forming a strong barrier in front of him. Wukong snorted, "This king is the heaven-devouring great emperor, great emperors. Even if I have been weak for tens of thousands of years, my strength is not something a junior like you can resist. If you don't want to suffer, then don't make such useless efforts." As if to prove what he had said, when the attack came, all the defenses along the way were unable to stop it at all, and were all shattered. Xianxia only felt a tearing pain in his soul and quickly retreated while constantly using his spiritual energy to resist. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk after a while, Xianxia flew around his knowledge, seized several times before the arrow-like attack was resolved. His face was filled with difficulty, and his soul avatar was somewhat dim. Obviously, he had suffered serious injuries. Fighting in this knowledge sea, no matter who won or lost, Xianxia would not have it easy because this was his knowledge sea and everything that was destroyed here was related to him. You can block this king's attack, but can you block this king's second or third attack? Wukong looked at Xianxia disdainfully and raised his hand, preparing to launch another terrifying attack. Xianxia did not show much panic on his face and just looked at Wukong playfully. Compared with an old monster like you who has lived for tens of thousands of years, this young master is indeed a bit tender. But even if this young master is not your opponent, others may not be. Others? Wukong furrowed his brow when he heard this. Just as he was wondering who Xianxia was referring to, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. As soon as the figure appeared, it slammed its palm towards him. Wukong did not expect that someone would launch a sneak attack on him in such a place, and was caught off guard. With a loud bang, Wukong let out a muffled groan, and his soul avatar flashed wildly as he hurriedly fled. After regaining his footing, Wukong looked back with a pained expression, and when he saw the appearance of the person who had launched the sneak attack on him, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Old bastard, didn't you blow yourself up? Why aren't you dead?" The person who had strangely appeared behind Wukong and launched a sneak attack on him was none other than the great emperors of the secular world. Xianxia did not know what kind of communication he had with Xianxia, but Xianxia had quietly let his soul avatar in. In the knowledge sea of a newly promoted cultivator in the Emperor realm, the soul avatars of two great emperors were gathered. This kind of thing was simply unprecedented. Duan Hong Chun coldly snorted and said, "As soon as you stuck out your butt, this old master knew what you were going to do. Before this old master blew himself up, you blew up the astral wind in order to interfere with this old master's vision and perception and use your golden cicada shell shedding technique. Your skeletal body has been destroyed, so if you want to continue living, you can only use possession, and there is only one person here who can allow you to possess. If this old master could not guess that you were here, then this old master would be an idiot." "Bastard!" Wukong shouted with a ferocious expression, no longer as calm as before. With his ability, it would be easy for him to possess Xianxia, but now Duan Hongqin's soul avatar had also come in, so his wishful thinking could not be carried out. If he wanted to possess Xianxia and regain his own body, he would have to first get past Duan Hongqin. This old man looked like he would rather die with Wukong than let Wukong off easily. Wukong was terrified. "Wukong, you will die today, whether you want to or not. It is not up to you." Duan Hongqin coldly looked forward with a resolute expression. Previously, in order to kill Wukong, he was even willing to use self-detonation, so his words now carried a lot of weight. After tens of thousands of years of friendship, you can't even tolerate this king. Wukong roared with a sullen face. Duan Hongqin's eyes did not carry the slightest emotion as he said indifferently, "It is not this old master who cannot tolerate you. It is you who cannot tolerate yourself. Since ancient times, those who commit injustice will bring about their own destruction. If you had wholeheartedly done good in the past, how could today's situation have occurred? Don't preach to this king." Wukong roared and said angrily, "This king sees the world more clearly than you do. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Hongqin, don't make things difficult for this king today. This king will not cause trouble for you in the future. This king will also not touch anything related to Duan Hongqin." Duan Hongqin said indifferently, "Are you begging for mercy?" Wukong's expression turned ruthless as he gritted his teeth and said, "Don't look down on this king. This king is only giving you a chance to choose." Duan Hongqin sighed and said, "It seems that we really have nothing to say. This is really a sad thing." At this point, the two great emperors suddenly fell silent. They just looked at each other, and when their gazes collided, there seemed to be sparks dancing. The seawater below seemed to be disturbed as it kept bubbling. Xianxia said with an ugly expression, "You too. If there is anything you want to say, why don't you go out and talk about it?" This was his knowledge sea, and these two people looked like they were going to fight here. Xianxia felt a little scared. How could his knowledge sea withstand a fight between great emperors? If they really fought here, he would definitely not have a good ending. However, these two people's leg hair was thicker than his thigh. He wanted to chase them away, but he was powerless. Chapter 25:03. Whether it was Duan Hongchun or Wukong, both turned a deaf ear to Yang Kai's words. Hey, I'm talking to you. Yang Kai looked at the two bitterly. Can't you give me some reaction? Wukong said coldly, Tell him to get lost, and I'll leave this place immediately. Duan Hongchun shouted in a low voice. You have the nerve to say such words to fool a child. Wukong. They're getting more and more shameless. He spat at Wukong, then looked straight at Yang Kai and said, Kid, you have to be patient. Today, the two of us are going to fight to the death here. If your soul is destroyed because of this, it can only be said that your luck is not good. If you're lucky enough to survive, you'll benefit immensely. Yang Kai sighed and said, Forget it, Senior Hongchun. You can do whatever you want. This junior will take care of himself. Duan Hongchun laughed and said excitedly, Good. With your words, this old man can do his best. As soon as he finished speaking, he formed a seal with both hands and suddenly pointed at Wukong. Wukong's expression changed greatly, and he shouted, Are you serious? Duan Hongchun's face was cold, and he said coldly, Do I look like I'm playing with you? This is really infuriating. Duan Hongchun, don't think you can leave this place alive today. Even if this king's divine soul is injured, this king will destroy your soul. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered, let alone the famous heaven-devouring great emperors. After being cornered by Duan Hongchun again and again, and even his divine soul was chased into this place, Wukong also had no way out, and when he shouted, he had to give it his all. As they spoke, the two of them were already fighting. In an instant, the sea of knowledge was turbulent, and the sea was set off monstrous waves. The two figures crisscrossed back and forth in the sky above Yang Kai's sea of knowledge, and they were locked in a fierce battle. This was a battle of divine souls. It was more dangerous than an ordinary life and death battle. The moves used by the two of them were all divine sense secret techniques, and as their divine senses collided, rings of light visible to the naked eye burst out one after another. Yang Kai's sea of knowledge was completely unstable. As soon as Duan Hongchun made his first move, Yang Kai's figure had already flickered and directly arrived at the center of the island, transformed by the seven-colored soul-warming lotus, Soul Lotus's power. Seven-colored light shone brightly, enshrouding him within it. Two great emperor-level soul avatars were fighting in his knowledge sea. So no matter how well he hid, it was impossible for him to remain unscathed, because he himself was the battlefield, and the only thing he could rely on was the seven-colored soul-warming lotus. In the past, seven to Hongchun's, to the territory to the other star territory in the past, and Yang Hong was in Hongyang. To the Hong Sea Soul to search in Hong, in the past Hong, and to Hongyang. Was to the Hongyang in his. Under the cover of the seven-colored light, it was like a solid defense. The aftermath of the two great emperors' bombardment only caused ripples to appear on the seven-colored light, unable to hurt Yang Kai at all. Perceiving this, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel relieved. He was really afraid that even the soul-warming lotus wouldn't be of any use. If that were the case, then he really would be doomed this time. However, even with the protection of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai still had a splitting headache. His soul avatar was constantly trembling uneasily, as if his whole body was being torn apart. Every attack by Duan Hongchun and Wukong, it was like a sharp blade cutting into his body, inevitably causing him some wounds. The soul-warming lotus played a wonderful role. When the tearing pain came, a gentle force would spread throughout his body, like an invisible hand, gently soothing Yang Kai's pain. It allowed him to settle down in a very short period of time. Gradually, Yang Kai also got used to this feeling. He no longer felt much pain and began to focus his attention on the two great emperors. He didn't need to observe too much, as every move of the two great emperors was imprinted in his mind, and he could see it clearly. If it were any other place, Yang Kai definitely couldn't do this, but this was his knowledge C, and everything was within his perception. No matter how fast Wukong and Duan Hongchun were, or how fierce their moves were, he could clearly feel them. Yang Kai watched in amazement, unable to take his eyes off of them, because the two great emperors were using all mysterious and unparalleled soul secret techniques, as well as the wonderful use of soul power. No wonder Duan Hongchun had said that if he was lucky enough to survive, he would benefit immensely. So it was like this. In this situation, no matter how the two great emperors used their secret techniques, it would be difficult to escape Yang Kai's observation. Moreover, Yang Kai could completely understand the mystery of their secret techniques, which was much more effective than the careful teaching of a close master and disciple. It was like being enlightened. It was as if the two great emperors were doing their best to teach Yang Kai all kinds of divine technique, without holding anything back, and Yang Kai could learn it as soon as he tried. After watching for a while, Yang Kai was greatly shocked because he found that his understanding and use of soul power was simply not on the same level as the two great emperors. He could use the same amount of soul power to break a boulder, but the two great emperors could split a mountain. This was the difference between them. Yang Kai was excited, knowing that this rare opportunity had given him a very high starting point. Even if he had not broken through to the Emperor realm and was still in the third-order Dao Source realm, the strength he could now display was several times stronger than before. If soul power could be used so wonderfully, then Source Chi was naturally the same. Yang Kai suddenly shouted, "Senior Hong Chun, don't hold back, this junior is fine." After watching for a while, he found that Duan Hongchun was completely at a disadvantage, completely suppressed by Wukong, forcing him to constantly retreat above his knowledge C. It was not that Duan Hongchun's soul power was inferior to Wukong's, but Duan Hongchun was still a little cautious and did not dare to use too much soul power, so he did not want to implicate Yang Kai. Don't be fooled by his bold words just now. Since a person had the heart to care for the common people, he would naturally care about any life. Hearing this, Duan Hongchun took a moment to glance at Yang Kai, and after seeing the seven-colored soul-warming lotus transformed into an island, his eyes lit up and he laughed. Good! Now this old master has no more worries. He obviously saw the soul-warming lotus's true form at a glance, and knew that with the soul-warming lotus protecting Yang Kai, even if he and Wukong fought fiercely, Yang Kai would not be affected too much. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura suddenly soared, turning the situation around in an instant. He fought back and forth with Wukong, enjoying himself very much. More and more violent attacks were launched, causing Yang Kai's knowledge C to become turbulent. But his soul avatar was protected by the soul-warming lotus, so no matter what happened to his knowledge C, he would not suffer too serious injuries. Yang Kai gradually became immersed in the mysterious soul secret technique and the use of soul power, unable to extricate himself. He felt as if a new door was slowly being pushed open in front of him, allowing him to see the dazzling light inside. The two great emperors also became fiercer and fiercer, both of them riddled with wounds. Above their soul avatars, light flashed wildly, both winning and losing. This was a battle of life and death. Without seeing life and death, there would be no stopping. As time passed, the power that the two of them displayed gradually weakened. Clearly, it was because they had exhausted too much of their strength and were heavily injured. The tumbling knowledge C began to gradually calm down, no longer as crazy as before. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai, who was immersed in the mysterious feeling, suddenly heard a low shout in his ear, "Boy!" Yang Kai was startled and immediately pulled himself out of the state of enlightenment. Looking over, Yang Kai couldn't help being stunned, because at some point, the two great emperors who were fighting to the death had stopped. The two soul avatars were intertwined, each of them using some kind of secret technique to seal the other's movements. It was as if two wrestlers had fallen to the ground, their bodies twisted into a twist. The two soul avatars were dim and their auras were weak, as if they could be extinguished at any time. Duan Hongchun's expression was solemn and Wukong's face was gloomy, but neither of them was willing to let go of the other. "What is Senior's command?" Xianxia asked solemnly. "Use your strongest soul secret technique to attack us, preferably one that could destroy our souls." Duan Hongchun gritted his teeth and shouted. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. Wukong's expression also became cold as he glanced at Xianxia and snorted disdainfully. "Duan Hongchun, you're an old fool. What kind of secret technique can a trifling, newly promoted Emperor Realm Master use to hurt us?" Duan Hongchun grinned and said, "This boy is not an ordinary person. Since you dare look down on him, I'll teach you a lesson." Wukong said disdainfully, "Then this king will have to wait and see." Duan Hongchun snorted, "Boy, what are you hesitating for? This old thing wants to see what you're capable of. Why don't you open his eyes?" Xianxia hesitated. "Senior." Duan Hongchun didn't wait for him to finish and shouted, "If Wukong is reborn, the tragedy from tens of thousands of years ago will happen again. This old master has waited for tens of thousands of years for today's opportunity and has long been prepared to perish together with him. If we miss today, we won't have such a good opportunity again. Boy, don't let this old master down." Duan Hongchun used some kind of secret technique when he shouted, but his resolute voice was like the morning bell and evening drum, reverberating in Xianxia's ears and stirring his emotions. As their eyes met, Xianxia could clearly feel the pleading look in Duan Hongchun's eyes and the determination in his heart. Xianxia was filled with awe and respect as he slowly stood up from the soul-warming lotus and walked towards the two. When he was above the two, Xianxia quickly said, "Senior, do you have any words for Temple Master One?" Duan Hongchun grinned and said in a carefree manner, "No need. He knows what this old master has been doing all these years." Xianxia nodded, bowed, and said in a deep voice, "Then, Senior, have a safe journey." Duan Hongchun smiled and closed his eyes. Wukong didn't say a word and just stared coldly at Xianxia with a disdainful expression. Obviously, he didn't think he could really kill him. "Saber, come!" Xianxia suddenly shouted, his eyes shining brightly as he stretched out his hand, and a long saber suddenly appeared in his palm. The blade seemed to be able to sense his inner turmoil and buzzed incessantly, making a strange sound. Chapter 2504. A Soul-Type Emperor Artifact. Wukong's eyes narrowed as he stared blankly at the long saber in Xianxia's hand and could not help exclaiming. Emperor artifacts were rare, let alone soul-type Emperor artifacts. Among 1,000 Emperor artifacts, there might not even be one that could be used by one's soul, which showed how precious they were. Wukong also did not expect that Xianxia would have a soul-type Emperor artifact. He did not know where this boy had hidden this long saber in his knowledge sea before, but he did not notice it. This was a little troublesome. A soul-type Emperor artifact specialized in damaging one's soul, and with the help of Xianxia's rich and pure spiritual energy, it might really be able to cause some damage to him. Although he was a little afraid in his heart, Wukong still showed a disdainful expression and sneered, "A good treasure, but it's still not enough to kill this king." Xianxia's expression was solemn as he wiped the soul-splitting saber with his finger, causing it to stop buzzing. He pointed the soul-splitting saber at Wukong and shouted coldly, "This treasure is called the soul-splitting saber. To be able to die under this saber, Wukong, you can consider yourself lucky." "Ha ha!" Wukong could not help but laugh. He was amused by Xianxia's shameless boasting and clicked his tongue. This king does not deny that this Emperor artifact may pose a threat to this king. But if you want to kill this king, boy, you'll have to cultivate for another 10,000 years. Xianxia joked, "In that case, please wait and see, heaven-devouring great Emperor Master." As soon as he finished speaking, he urged his spiritual energy, causing the calm sea water below to roar and tumble again, pouring into the saber. In an instant, the soul-splitting saber released a dazzling brilliance. But this was not the end. Xianxia formed a series of hand seals. He kept slapping the soul-splitting saber. Might and murderous intent filled the air together, so thick that it was almost tangible. Wukong's expression slowly turned solemn as he secretly urged his spiritual energy, as if he wanted to make some kind of protection. Clang! A clear and strange sound was heard. The soul cutter's saber momentum seemed to have been pushed to the limit. It kept jumping in front of Yang Kai, trying to escape from Yang Kai's control. He slashed at the enemy. At this moment, Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he muttered, "Heaven-breaking strike." A mysterious power emerged and enveloped the soul-severing blade, covering the dazzling soul-severing blade with a layer of light golden film. The soul-slicing saber's aura suddenly increased by several times. What kind of secret technique is this? Wukong turned pale with fright and couldn't help exclaiming. As one of the great emperors, he was naturally able to sense the changes in the soul cutter. He had no idea what Yang Kai had done to increase its power by several times. If the power of the soul-slashing saber had surprised him before, he was now truly terrified, because he clearly felt it. The power of that soul-type emperor artifact was enough to threaten his soul avatar. Yang Kai's expression was cold as he shouted, "Heaven-devouring great emperor. The name of the person who will kill you is Yang Kai." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the soul-severing saber suddenly turned into a streak of light, shooting towards the two great emperors like an arrow released from a bow. It was as if a round sun was falling, carrying with it the power to destroy the heavens and earth. The heaven-breaking strike was a secret technique that Yang Kai learned from Tian Yin in the Divine Ascension Mirror in the Azure Sun Temple. Tian Yin was only a soul avatar. He didn't have a physical body, but his cultivation was at the level of the great emperors. Because he didn't have a physical body, he spent his entire life studying the power of the soul, so his soul secret techniques were more powerful than those of Wukong and Duan Hong Chun. The heaven-breaking strike was especially terrifying. Normally, Yang Kai would use his soul to nourish the soul-severing saber, accumulating its power and unleash it when needed. The lethality of this secret technique was simply unimaginable. Although he had to start accumulating power again every time he used it, this secret technique could often play a decisive role in a crucial moment. The soul-severing saber was a soul-type emperor artifact, so it was most compatible with the heaven-breaking strike. The two could almost be said to complement each other. "A mere ant wants to kill this king." Wukong roared hysterically, no longer showing any of his previous disdain and contempt. Yang Kai's attack was enough to make him take him seriously. As he spoke, he desperately circulated his power, trying to break free from Duan Hong Chun's grip. However, how could Duan Hong Chun let him do as he wished? He laughed maniacally as he said, "Wukong, stop struggling. Isn't it great that the two of us can go to the Yellow Springs together? We can be companions on the road to the Yellow Springs." "Scram!" Wukong shouted, his strength becoming extremely unstable. Duan Hong Chun's expression changed slightly. Although he did not know what Yang Kai was going to do, he knew that this was the best opportunity to kill him, so he could only do his best to restrain his figure and prepare for the terrifying attack. A sun-like light descended and directly enveloped the two great emperors' soul avatars. Wukong's screams immediately rang out, mixed with Duan Hong Chun's muffled groans. It seemed that neither of them had a good time under this attack. After Yang Kai displayed this move, he immediately turned around and fled to the island formed by the soul-warming lotus, once again urging the seven-colored light to envelop him. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk a huge shockwave erupted, causing his entire knowledge sea to boil. Monstrous waves continued to spread in all directions, and at the center of the attack, a huge crater was formed. Yang Kai felt a splitting headache. Using his own secret technique and artifact to attack his own knowledge sea was something Yang Kai had never even considered before, but today he had no choice but to do so. The damage caused by this attack was even more intense than the previous battle between the two great emperors. Yang Kai suddenly felt himself being overwhelmed by pain and felt dizzy, almost fainting on the spot. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk the shockwaves continued to spread, seemingly continuing until the end of time. After an indeterminate amount of time, the terrifying movement gradually subsided, and the dazzling light gradually dissipated. Xianxia grimaced in pain, and his first reaction was to investigate the situation of Wukong and Duan Hongchun. But after sweeping them with his divine sense, Xianxia's face couldn't help changing. Inside his knowledge sea, only Duan Hongchun's soul avatar was floating awkwardly. At this moment, a huge gash had appeared on his soul avatar from his shoulder blade to his lower abdomen, almost splitting it in two. Traces of pure spiritual energy were escaping from the wound, causing his aura to weaken. Looking around, Xianxia asked with difficulty, "Where's Wukong? Has his soul been scattered?" Xianxia replied with an ugly expression. He escaped. When he was investigating earlier, he clearly felt that someone had torn through his spiritual energy defenses and escaped. Since Duan Hongchun was still here, it could only be Wukong who escaped. Hearing this, Duan Hongchun's face changed, and he struggled to stand up, shouting in a low voice, "Boy, send me away." Xianxia didn't say a word and simply waved his hand, sending him out of his knowledge sea. After doing this, Xianxia's figure swayed, and he almost fell down. Although he also wanted to investigate whether Wukong and Duan Hongchun would fight again, his current situation forced him to give up on this idea. No matter what happened to others, if he didn't adjust his breathing, he really wouldn't be able to hold on. This time, the battle between the two great emperors in his knowledge sea had benefited him greatly, but it had also left him with many scars. The seven-colored soul-warming lotus bloomed with a gentle light, and under his urging, it constantly radiated around his knowledge sea, repairing his damaged knowledge sea and damaged soul avatar. After half a day, Xianxia felt that his situation had stabilized slightly. Only now did he have the ability to continue moving. Xianxia immediately sent his soul avatar out of his knowledge sea and back into his body. After opening his eyes, Xianxia found that he was still in the void corridor, drifting along with the flow, not knowing where he was going. Not far in front of him, Duan Hongchun was sitting cross-legged. Xianxia swallowed a mouthful of saliva and carefully probed his condition, discovering that Duan Hongchun was still breathing, but it was extremely weak, and even the fluctuations of Emperor Qi in his body were almost imperceptible. It's good that he's not dead. Xianxia couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Although he didn't hold back when he used the soul-splitting saber earlier, he was really afraid that he would kill Duan Hongchun while killing Wukong. Although this was the request of the great emperors of the secular world, how could Xianxia bear to kill a respected great emperor? He and Duan Hongchun were both here, so where was Wukong? Wukong's physical body was definitely destroyed, and his soul avatar was definitely severely injured. So where could he go in this void corridor? If he ran around in this place, he would sooner or later be swallowed up by the void. Even if he was once the strongest master in the star boundary, there was no way he could continue to survive with such a broken body. From the looks of it, the odds were against Wukong. Thinking so, Xianxia was overjoyed. After carefully examining Duan Hongchun's condition, Xianxia couldn't help worrying. Duan Hongchun's aura was so weak at the moment, it seemed that he would die at any moment. If he didn't think of a way, he might not be able to escape this disaster. Xianxia quickly took out a variety of healing pills from his space ring, apologized, and opened Duan Hongchun's mouth, stuffed these pills into his mouth, and then circulated his strength to help him refine them. As soon as he circulated his strength, Xianxia immediately found that something was wrong, because the strength in his body was actually extremely pure Emperor Qi. There was no trace of impurities. What's going on? Xianxia was both surprised and overjoyed. Any cultivator would have to spend a lot of time transforming their source Qi into Emperor Qi after breaking through to the Emperor realm. No one could avoid this process. It could take as little as a few years, or as long as a few hundred years, just like how a new Dao Source Realm cultivator would need to transform their Source Qi. But he had clearly just broken through to the Emperor Realm, so why had all the Source Qi in his body been transformed into Emperor Qi? Xianxia recalled carefully. When he had just broken through, his Source Qi was indeed rapidly transforming into Emperor Qi, but before he could feel it, he was swept into the void corridor, and then Wukong invaded his knowledge sea. By the time he came out, his strength had been completely transformed. He didn't know which part of the process had gone wrong, but this was a great thing for anyone. Perhaps it had something to do with the tribulations during his breakthrough, or perhaps it had something to do with the insights he had gained from the battle between the two great emperors in his knowledge sea. But overall, this had saved Xianxia at least several years. Chapter 2505. Withdrawing his thoughts, Xianxia calmed his emotions and focused his attention on Duan Hongchun again. Duan Hongchun's situation was not optimistic. Even after taking so many healing pills, he still could not stop his aura and vitality from weakening. Xianxia understood that it was not that the pills he refined were ineffective, but rather that Duan Hongchun's injuries were too serious. Not to mention the injuries caused by his heaven-breaking slash. Even his previous battle with Wukong was not light. This was definitely not something that could be healed by his spirit pills. This is bad. Xianxia's mood was heavy, seeing that the bustling world Great Emperor's aura was getting weaker and weaker, to the point where even his light of life was about to be extinguished. Xianxia could no longer care about anything else. He reached out and grabbed the void, and when he opened his hand again, there was a green leaf in his palm. This green leaf had clear veins and was verdant, just like a piece of top-grade jade, and contained an unimaginable vitality. When Xianxia grabbed it, it was as if he was grabbing a living creature of flesh and blood. The strength of its vitality was shocking. A leaf from the immortal tree. Xianxia was forced into a corner and could only take a leaf from the immortal tree as a last resort. The immortal tree was the same as the soul-warming lotus, a precious treasure that had existed since the beginning of the world, and there was only one in this world, not a second. Immortal Source Liquid was born from the immortal tree and was known as one of the three great divine waters. It had the bizarre effect of regenerating flesh and bones and reviving the dead. It was a sacred healing treasure that no pill could compare to. Unfortunately, although Xianxia had the immortal tree, he did not have Immortal Source Liquid. The Immortal Source Liquid he collected when he obtained the immortal tree had long since been used up. Since Immortal Source Liquid had such a miraculous effect, how could the immortal tree's leaf not? Xianxia didn't know if the leaf could save Duan Hongchun's life, but seeing the great emperors of the human world dying, Xianxia had no choice but to make this choice. After plucking the green leaf, Xianxia immediately threw it into Duan Hongchun's mouth, at the same time circulating his emperor qi to help him refine it. Suddenly, a green light bloomed from the dantian in Duan Hongchun. Then, the green light shone brightly and completely enveloped Duan Hongchun. Xianxia was taken aback by this sight, but he could clearly feel that this green light contained an astonishing life aura. Under the cover of this green light, all of Duan Hongchun's wounds, big and small, were healing at an extremely fast speed. The originally extremely weak aura also began to slowly increase. This discovery made Xianxia feel relieved, knowing that he had done the right thing. The immortal tree's leaf did indeed have the effect of bringing the dead back to life, and this effect seemed to be even stronger than the immortal source liquid. Xianxia didn't need to help Duan Hongchun anymore. All he needed to do was stand guard for him. The green light bloomed with a different kind of brilliance in this dim void corridor as Duan Hongchun's aura gradually stabilized and his blood began to flow through his body. Gradually, a clear and distinct heartbeat could be heard from his chest. After the time it would take to burn a stick of incense, the green light gradually dissipated. Duan Hongchun was no longer in any serious condition, but for some reason, he still hadn't woken up. Xianxia let out a sigh of relief as he felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. From a moment he broke through to the Emperor realm until now, he had hardly had a moment to catch his breath. During his breakthrough, the World Energy Baptism and the World Force had formed an inexplicable black hole that swallowed him whole, followed by the Wukong sneaking into his knowledge sea in an attempt to possess him. Duan Hongchun had followed suit and fought with it. From beginning to end, Xianxia's nerves were extremely tense. It was only now that the dust had settled that he truly relaxed. Staring at Duan Hong Chun in front of him a daze, Yangkai suddenly felt that everything was unreal. The names of the great emperors shook the star boundary and had always been legendary figures. They were elusive, and ordinary people would never be able to see them even once in their lifetime. Since Yangkai came to the star boundary, he had constantly heard people mention the 10 great emperors. Everyone who mentioned them had a look of reverence and worship on their faces, as if the great emperors were the heavens and the earth. Yangkai also didn't expect that he would meet the great emperors in the Shattered Star Sea, and 2 of them at once. What was even more bizarre was that these 2 great emperors were extremely ancient existences, yet they were still fighting a life and death battle in front of him. One of them was even known as the most vicious man in the star boundary since ancient times. Yangkai didn't know whether this was his fortune or misfortune. Suddenly, the eyelids of Duan Hong Chun, who was sitting in front of him, moved, and he slowly opened his eyes. Yangkai was overjoyed and called out in a low voice, "Senior Duan." Duan Hong Chun looked at him with a complicated look and asked with a heavy expression, "What did you give this old master to take? How could it pull this old master back from the gates of hell?" Yangkai chuckled and casually said, "It's nothing. I obtained a spirit pill a few years ago when I was cultivating. I don't know what kind of spirit pill it is, but I thought it was pretty good, so I gave it to Senior." It wasn't that he didn't trust Duan Hong Chun, but the immortal tree was too shocking, so it was best not to reveal it. He believed that with Duan Hong Chun's previous state, there was no way he could discover what he had given him. "Boy, you're a fool." Duan Hong Chun suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped Yangkai fiercely. Yangkai didn't dare dodge and took the hit head-on, grimacing in pain as he said with an innocent expression, "Senior, why did you hit me? If it weren't for the great emperors in front of him, and if it weren't for him disregarding life and death and dragging Wukong down with him, Yangkai would have already violently resisted." But being hit for no reason, Kai Yang's heart was filled with grievances. In order to save Duan Hong Chun, he had even plucked a leaf from the immortal tree. One had to know that there weren't many leaves in total. He didn't know if plucking a leaf from the immortal tree would cause any damage. If the immortal tree was damaged because of this, Yangkai wouldn't even have a place to cry. I. Duan Hong Chun put on a pained expression as he raised his hand and pretended to slap himself. But in the end, he slapped himself and sighed heavily. Yangkai looked at him in amazement, and a bad feeling suddenly welled up in the depths of his heart. So he tentatively asked, "Senior, you don't have a problem here, right?" As he spoke, he pointed at the melon seed on his head. "If you want to say that this old master is crazy, then just say it. This old master won't hit you." Duan Hong Chun coldly snorted. Yangkai thought to himself, "I wonder who hit me when I opened my eyes," but he only thought about it and didn't dare say it out loud. "You shouldn't have saved me. You made a mistake." Duan Hong Chun sighed heavily, looking as if he had lost his entire life. Yangkai quickly said, "Senior, I don't like what you're saying. Senior is willing to sacrifice his own life for the sake of the world. So what does it matter if Junior saves your life?" Duan Hong Chun was extremely angry and was about to say something when suddenly a look of great pain appeared on his face, followed by a twisted expression. Yangkai was shocked and exclaimed, "Senior, what happened to you?" Duan Hong Chun did not answer, but his entire body was trembling and cold sweat was pouring down his forehead. After a while, he gradually calmed down. Yangkai quietly released his divine sense to investigate and found that there was nothing wrong with him. But he suddenly felt very strange, wondering what was wrong with the great emperors of the secular world. "Ha ha!" Suddenly, Duan Hong Chun laughed loudly, and there was a sense of pride in his laughter that was completely different from before. He looked at Yangkai with shining eyes and praised, "Not bad, not bad. Junior, this king must thank you." This king was almost turned into ashes. Sure enough, the heavens didn't forsake me. As soon as these words came out, Yangkai suddenly jumped back, creating a distance between him and Duan Hong Chun. He looked at Duan Hong Chan seriously for a moment before a terrifying thought appeared in his mind, causing him to grit his teeth and shout, Wukong. Oh! Duan Hong Chun looked at Yang Kai with a smile, the corners of his mouth curling into a sneer as he said lightly, You saw through this king's identity with just a few words? Junior, you have good eyes. Is it really you? Yang Kai's clothes were instantly drenched in cold sweat. He looked in front of him in disbelief and said in a trembling voice, You actually possessed Senior Duan? Not really. Wukong shook his head. Then what is the meaning of this situation? Yang Kai asked fiercely. He was sure that the one talking to him at this moment was undoubtedly the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, but heaven-devouring Great Emperor was using Duan Hongchen's body. If this wasn't possession, then what was? What made Yang Kai feel the most inconceivable was that he had actually succeeded in possessing Duan Hongchen's body. How could he have succeeded? Duan Hongchen was one of the great emperors, and the strength he had shown before was not inferior to his. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Wukong to possess Duan Hongchen's body. Before Wukong had time to answer, Duan Hongchen's face suddenly showed an extremely ferocious and twisted expression, and his body trembled violently. After a while, he calmed down. The aggressive gaze from before disappeared and was replaced by a peaceful look. Yang Kai's mind was in a mess, but he still asked tentatively, Senior Duan? Duan Hong Chun gently nodded while gasping for breath. It's me. What the hell is going on? Yang Kai opened his mouth wide and asked blankly. Duan Hong Chun sighed and said, After that old thing escaped from your knowledge, see, he sneaked into this old man's body and wanted to possess it. How could this old man do as he wished? Naturally, a fight was inevitable, but both of us were exhausted and scarred. Neither of us could do anything to the other. If this had continued, this old man could have fought to the death with him, but what? Duan Hong Chun glared at him and said, But I don't know what you gave this old man, but the two of us regained our strength. Not only that old thing Wukong also used a secret technique to coexist with this old man's soul, forcibly occupying half of this old man's body. This, Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and swallowed his saliva. Is this really possible? Chapter 2506. Duan Hong Chun snorted. Do you think the title of heaven-devouring Great Emperor and Great Emperors is just for show? If you miss this opportunity, I'm afraid you won't have another chance to kill him in the future. After saying this, he laughed again. No one in this world can kill this king. 2 sentences, 2 different tones. It was as if Duan Hong Chun had schizophrenia. Yang Kai snorted, Shut up. Duan Hong Chun turned his head and looked coldly at Yang Kai, saying in a deep voice, Boy, if you have the guts, I dare you to say that again. Do you believe? Yang Kai waved his hand and interrupted him. Okay, don't say anything fierce. This young master has just advanced to the Emperor realm and can already make you suffer. When this young master becomes one of the great emperors one day, destroying you will be as easy as spitting. Quickly, let Senior Duan come out and talk. Wukong only spat out one word before Duan Hong Chun seemed to have taken over his body again, helplessly saying, Boy, you saw it too. Now, this old master's body not only contains my own soul, but also Wukong's soul. This old master can't even self-destruct now, and I can't drive him away. From now on, this old master will be neither human nor ghost. So what's the point of living? Yang Kai listened with cold sweat, hurriedly comforting him. Senior, don't be so discouraged. Everything has its pros and cons. Since the heavens arranged it this way, there must be a reason. What reason? Tell this old master. If it's really reasonable, this old master won't blame you for saving my life. Yang Kai was bitter. How could he have known that saving Duan Hong Chun would lead to trouble? Moreover, he was just comforting him, so how could he say anything reasonable? However, he only pondered for a moment before saying, Senior Duan, think about it. Wukong's soul is now in your body, although it will cause you a lot of inconvenience. In other words, you can monitor him anytime and anywhere in the future. With you watching over him, Wukong won't be able to cause any trouble, and he won't be able to cause any harm to the star boundary in the future. Duan Hongqin's eyes lit up when he heard this. He smiled and nodded. Yes, that's what I meant. Yang Kai said with a smile. Since the two seniors are going to share the same body in the future, I'm sure you'll be happy. Come, let's hold hands and be good friends in the future. Duan Hongqin snorted and said, I'm afraid we can't be friends anymore. If this old man gets the chance, I'll still self-destruct. Wukong, you have to be careful. Don't let your guard down. Yang Kai's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He did not know what Wukong, who was hiding in Duan Hongqin's body, was thinking. It wasn't easy for him to possess half a body and allow his soul to survive, but he had to constantly be on guard against the self-destruction of the owner of this body. It was tiring just thinking about it. Okay, now that we're done here, let's go back to the Shattered Star Sea. Yang Kai stood up and said. Duan Hong, Chan shook his head and said, I'm afraid we can't go back to the Shattered Star Sea. Why? Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. Duan Hong Chan said, the place where Wukong was previously hiding was the center of the Shattered Star Sea. When I fought with him, that place was destroyed. The Shattered Star Sea also collapsed at that time. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. He whispered, the Shattered Star Sea collapsed? What about the people in it? Although Lu Yin, Zhang Ruo Shi, and Mo Shaoqi were all taken into the small sealed world, Yang Kai was still in the Shattered Star Sea. But Hua Qingxi was still in the Shattered Star Sea, and there were still Xia Sheng, Murong Xiao Xiao, and Xiao Bai Yi, as well as thousands of elite disciples from the 4 territories of the Star Boundary. If these people died because of the collapse of the Shattered Star Sea, the Yuan Qi of the Star Boundary would be greatly damaged, and it would take 100 years to recover. Duan Hongchan said, you don't have to worry about that. When the Shattered Star Sea collapsed, they were already expelled, so there won't be any danger to their lives. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief and said, that's good, but from now on, there will be no Shattered Star Sea, and the cultivator in this world will have one less place to gain experience. Duan Hong Chun said with some regret. Although Wukong, an extremely dangerous character, had always been hidden in the Shattered Star Sea, and no one knew when he would suddenly appear and bring danger to the Star Boundary, it was undeniable that the existence of the Shattered Star Sea had created a lot of the Emperor realm for the Star Boundary. Just by looking at the situation of the Shattered Star Sea this time, it could be seen that some cultivator with enough heritage and good aptitude had already been promoted to the Emperor realm. Even if some cultivators did not promote in the Shattered Star Sea, they might still have a chance after returning to their respective sects and entering seclusion for a while. It was conceivable that in the next 10, 50, or even 100 years, the Emperor realm would continue to spring up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. In fact, every 100 years after the opening of the Shattered Star Sea, such a situation would occur, and new cultivators of the Emperor realm would be born constantly. There's nothing we can do about it. Yang Kai smiled slightly. There are gains and losses in everything. If we can solve the hidden danger of Wukong, it's worth it even if the Shattered Star Sea collapses. Duan Hongqin looked at him and said, you're right. While speaking, he slowly got up and said, all right, let's leave here first. Let this old master take a look. This is a void corridor. If we want to leave this place, we must first find a weak space barrier. He suddenly stopped talking and looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. He saw Yang Kai's body rippling with strange energy fluctuations as he waved his hand in front of him, causing a crack to suddenly appear. You're proficient in the Tao of space. Duan Hongqin's mouth was wide open and his eyes shone. He was extremely shocked. Yang Kai's previous performance was already shocking enough, but he never expected that he was also proficient in the divine technique of the Tao of space. If he was not proficient in the Tao of space, how could he break open this void corridor so easily? Even with his current strength, if he wanted to leave this place, he had to first find a weak point in the space barrier and then blast it open with brute force. Only then would he have a chance to escape. Moreover, he had to be very careful when blasting the void corridor, lest he collapse it and be trapped in the void. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Just some insignificant skill." I made a fool of myself in front of Senior. The corners of Duan Hongchen's mouth twitched slightly as he said, "Amazing, amazing. Young people these days are really amazing." As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted angrily, "Duan Hongchen, if it weren't for your interference, this king would have seized this boy's body. I'm afraid this king will never find such an excellent body again." Yang Kai's face darkened. Although he knew that the one who spoke was Wukong, he was still not used to people changing faces faster than flipping the pages of a book. He gestured with his hand and said, "Senior Duan, please go first." Duan Hongchen nodded lightly and took the lead to walk out of the void corridor, soon disappearing from sight. After he left, Yang Kai followed unhurriedly. Stepping out of the void corridor, a bleak scene came into view. Looking around, this place was like a desert. Yellow sand was rolling on the ground, and no end could be seen at a glance. Strong winds were blowing and clouds were flying, making it almost impossible to see anything more than 10 meters away. Duan Hongchen, who came out before Yang Kai, also turned his head and looked around. Yang Kai stood beside him, shaded his eyes with his hand, and looked around for a while before asking, "Senior Duan, what is this place?" He was sure that this was the star boundary. In other words, after coming out of the void corridor, he had already returned to the star boundary. However, this place was definitely not the Northern Territory where he entered the Shattered Star Sea, because the Northern Territory was freezing cold, so it was impossible to have such a scene. Duan Hongchen pondered for a while and said, "This should be the Purple Mountain Desert in the Eastern Territory." Eastern Territory? Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. He had planned to go to the Eastern Territory to find Xiao Zhao's whereabouts after he understood the situation in the Shattered Star Sea. After all, he had already inquired about Xiao from Yin Lisheng. It was just that the Eastern Territory was a long way away, and there were many dangers along the way. He wanted to find some big cities or big sects and borrow their territory crossing space arrays, but he didn't expect that he would come directly to the Eastern Territory. This was really a pleasant surprise. "Did you have something to do in the Eastern Territory?" Duan Hongchen looked at Yang Kai curiously. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "Just a little personal matter." Duan Hongchen didn't continue to ask and nodded. "In that case, this old master will part with you here. In the future, when you travel the star boundary, remember to be upright and have a clear conscience." Yang Kai said solemnly, "This junior will remember Senior's instructions." After that, he asked, "Senior won't go back to Azure Sun Temple?" Duan Hongchen shook his head and said, "This old master's current state is not suitable for going to crowded places, so I won't go. If you see Wen Zishan in the future, you don't have to tell him about this old master, lest he worries." Yang Kai said, "This junior will remember." Duan Hongchen nodded before his figure flickered and soon disappeared into the yellow sand, disappearing without a trace. Looking in the direction he left, Yang Kai sighed slightly. Duan Hongchen was obviously very worried about Wukong's soul in his body, so he couldn't wait to separate from him and didn't dare to go to crowded places. Yang Kai didn't know what he planned to do in the future. Now that he and Wukong were sharing a body, there would definitely be a lot of trouble, but fortunately, he couldn't even self-destruct now. If there was a chance in the future, he could find a way to expel Wukong's soul from his body. However, this required an extremely powerful strength to accomplish. After a while, Yang Kai also summoned his own wooden boat and left like lightning. Half a day later, Yang Kai left the area covered in yellow sand and saw a flash of green light in front of him. When he flew closer, Yang Kai realized that this was a very small oasis. In the desert, oases were extremely rare. Such a small place could often bring vitality and hope to people who were lost in the desert. There were some traces of human activity in the oasis, but at the moment, there was not a single person. It seemed that no one had been here for a long time. Yang Kai flew down and found a slightly cleaner place to sit down. Then his figure flickered and he entered the small sealed world. Previously, when he was advancing to the Emperor Realm, In order to resist the world force that fell from the sky, he had to draw a trace of world force from the sealed world bead. He didn't know if this would cause any damage to the small sealed world. After his advancement, he didn't have time to investigate at all. It was only now that he found the time. Chapter 25:07. As soon as he entered the small sealed world bead, Xianxia's face changed drastically. He looked around in horror and exclaimed, How? How did this place become like this? Although Xianxia was mentally prepared that the trace of world force he extracted would have a certain impact on the small sealed world bead, he didn't expect it to be so huge. At this moment, the small sealed world bead was in a complete mess. Ravines crisscrossed the ground, as if the great battle between Duan Hongchun and Wukong had taken place here. The flowers, grass, and lush trees that could be seen everywhere in the past had disappeared in large swaths. Even the rich world energy had dimmed a little. The entire small sealed world bead looked lifeless, as if the end of the world had come. Xianxia's heart bled when he saw this. Ever since he obtained the sealed world bead on Shadowed Star, this base artifact had provided him with many conveniences and saved him from danger many times. But he didn't expect it to become like this at this moment. The embodiment stood beside Xianxia with a distressed expression and said, Wukong said that the world force is the world's source strength. You extracted a trace of this world's source strength, so naturally, there won't be any good results. What about Lu Yin and the others? Are they all right? Xianxia asked in surprise while releasing his divine sense to check the situation of Lu Yin and the others. The embodiment said, They are fine, but Ruo Shi and Xiao Qi are still asleep. I don't know when they will wake up. Xianxia nodded and his figure flickered, arriving at the place where Lu Yin and the others were. He found that, as the embodiment said, Zhang Ruo Shi and Mo Xiao Qi were still asleep. Previously, Mo Xiao Qi's emotional outburst triggered the divine soul seal. Later, Duan Hongchun took a drop of Zhang Ruo Shi's blood essence and sealed it, causing her to pass out directly. The two girls were probably like this because they had overexerted themselves. At this moment, their breathing was stable. Although they were asleep, they were fine. After investigating for a while, Xianxia was relieved. He then shifted his divine sense to the medicine garden and found that the immortal tree, firmament tree, and the exotic flowers and grasses he planted in the medicine garden were not affected. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. If the immortal tree and firmament tree were affected, Xianxia had no place to cry. Fortunately, although the small sealed world bead, it was still a blessing. How can I repair this small sealed bead? Xianxia felt a headache coming on. Although he was also proficient in the Tao of space, this small sealed world was not something he could refine. Even if he wanted to repair it, he didn't know where to start. In the Source Sea, the sealed world bead had absorbed a lot of source strength, which filled the world at this moment. But because of the damage, the world energy and source strength stored in the small sealed world bead were constantly flowing out. One could imagine what would happen if he didn't think of a way. Sooner or later, the world energy and source strength would all flow out. At that time, the small sealed world wouldn't be able to provide Lu Yin and the others with a good place to cultivate. As he thought about it, Xianxia's eyes suddenly lit up. The reason why the small sealed world bead became like this was because he had extracted the world energy from this world. In the final analysis, it was because he had lost a trace of its world energy. If he could make up for this lost trace of world energy, the small sealed world bead should be able to recover. World energy filled the entire world, but those who weren't great emperors couldn't comprehend it. Xianxia couldn't comprehend it either, but he had ready-made world energy. It was suppressed under the mountains and rivers bell. If he flooded the small sealed world with the world energy under the mountains and rivers bell, would there be any miraculous effects? The suppressed world energy was much larger than the one he had extracted. If he used it well, not only could he repair the small sealed world bead, but he might also be able to make the small sealed world bead even better than before, perfecting the world principles here. Thinking of this, Xianxia couldn't help but get excited and couldn't wait to give it a try. Anyway, If he didn't work hard, this small sealed world would become a broken world sooner or later. But if he succeeded, the benefits were self-evident. After making up his mind, Yang Kai's figure flickered and reappeared in the oasis. Then he waved his hand and released the embodiment, Lu Yin, and the unconscious Zhang Ruo Shi and Mo Shao Qi. What orders does Master have? Lu Yin looked at Yang Kai curiously and asked. Under normal circumstances, Yang Kai wouldn't release all of them from the small sealed world. Once he did, it must be something important. Yang Kai said solemnly, I want to repair the small sealed world bead. It's not necessarily safe for you to stay inside. Repair the small sealed world bead? A trace of doubt flashed in the embodiment's eyes, but he soon reacted and whispered, Are you going to use the suppressed world energy? Yang Kai nodded and said in a deep voice, This is the only possibility. I have to give it a try. The embodiment pondered for a while and said, It's an opportunity. But before that, Lu Yin, I want to give you something. Yang Kai looked at Lu Yin with burning eyes. What about the Phoenix True Fire? Lu Yin's breathing paused slightly. So you felt it? Yang Kai grinned. After collecting the Phoenix True Fire in the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai threw it into the small sealed world bead. Lu Yin could naturally feel it after entering the small sealed world bead. The Phoenix True Fire was a remnant of the martial flame Great Emperors and was the source of the Fire Phoenix. Lu Yin's body was a fire attribute artifact spirit, so there was naturally a subtle connection between the two. What's more, Lu Yin had refined a Luan Phoenix feather. Whether it was the Fire Phoenix or the Luan Phoenix, they were all branches of the Phoenix clan and came from the same source. Lu Yin could refine the Luan Phoenix feather and had a trace of the Luan Phoenix's divine technique, so there was no reason why he couldn't refine the Phoenix True Fire. However, it must be accompanied by great danger, and his soul could be destroyed at any time. Yang Kai said solemnly, Lu Yin, the Phoenix True Fire is the source of the Fire Phoenix. If you succeed in refining it, you can inherit the inheritance and memories of the Fire Phoenix bloodline and truly be reborn. In time, it is not impossible for you to become a true Fire Phoenix, but you must know the dangers involved. If there is even the slightest mistake, you will definitely be burned to death. Before Yang Kai could finish, Lu Yin said, Master, I am ready. Yang Kai was slightly stunned and looked at her seriously for a while before nodding. You can choose your own path. Since you are mentally prepared, I won't say anything more. Just be careful. Lu Yin pursed her red lips and said softly, If Lu Yin fails to refine the Phoenix True Fire, please don't be sad for me, Master. Lu Yin is just an artifact spirit incarnation who gave birth to sentience by chance. I have been able to follow Master for so many years and have been taken care of in every possible way. I have long been satisfied. This servant has lived a life like a human, and that is enough. When it came to emotional parts, her eyes turned slightly red. However, because she was a soul puppet, she couldn't shed a single tear. Yang Kai said softly, It is my honor to be able to know you and accompany you all the way. Don't think too much, you will succeed. Lu Yin nodded firmly and said, I will definitely not disappoint Master. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn, and he suddenly urged the golden divine dragon source in his body. A huge golden dragon head suddenly appeared behind him and bared its fangs and claws. Yang Kai reached into the sealed world bead and grasped fiercely, directly pulling out the Phoenix True Fire. Above the dragon claw, the Phoenix True Fire was like a living little phoenix, fluttering its wings as if it wanted to fly away, but it was firmly bound by the golden divine dragon source. Catch! Yang Kai shouted and slowly pressed the Phoenix True Fire towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin took a deep breath, and her expression instantly became tranquil as she opened her mouth and swallowed the Phoenix True Fire. Immediately afterwards, her figure flickered and she flew towards the depths of the desert like a bolt of lightning, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Soon, an extremely scorching fluctuation of power came from the other side, and a ball of fire burned fiercely. From the yellow sand, a clear and loud phoenix cry rang out, echoing through the 9 heavens. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he released his divine sense and carefully observed the situation. If he had any other choice, he would not have let Lu Yin refine the Phoenix's true fire at this time. He originally planned to wait until Lu Yin was a little stronger before giving the Phoenix true fire to her. But now that the sealed world bead was seriously damaged and would collapse sooner or later, it was no longer suitable to store the Phoenix true fire in it. As for the Phoenix true fire, it could only be stored in the sealed world bead. A space ring could not contain it all. Once the sealed world bead collapsed, this precious Phoenix true fire was very likely to be swallowed into a void crack, never to be found again. With no other choice, Yang Kai could only choose to let Lu Yin refine the Phoenix true fire at this time. However, Yang Kai was also fully prepared. It would be best if Lu Yin could successfully refine the Phoenix true fire, but if the refining process was not ideal, he would directly intervene and use his golden divine dragon source and the mountains and rivers bell to suppress it. Presumably, Lu Yin's life would not be in danger. He did not tell Lu Yin about these plans because he did not want Lu Yin to have a fluke mentality, thinking that even if the refining failed, it would not matter. Only in this way could Lu Yin's potential be forced out. Under the investigation of his divine sense, Yang Kai's expression became dignified because Lu Yin, who was refining the Phoenix true fire, was burning up. The phantom of the fire Phoenix appeared behind her small body and stared at her coldly with its majestic Phoenix eyes. Obviously, it was unwilling to be refined like this. Fortunately, Lu Yin was a soul puppet and a fire attribute artifact spirit. She had even swallowed the sun's true fire over the years, so she had a strong resistance and adaptability to this scorching power. She constantly urged her own strength to resist the terrifying power of the Phoenix true fire. She was not in a hurry to refine and swallow it, instead releasing her divine sense to constantly communicate with the Phoenix true fire. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he saw this, realizing that he seemed to be worrying too much. Lu Yin was not a child and had her own thoughts and ideas. If she communicated with the Phoenix true fire like this, it was very likely that the Phoenix true fire would recognize her as its master and allow her to refine it without any danger. The most important thing now was how to make the Phoenix true fire recognize her. Yang Kai stared at her intently, not daring to miss a single detail. Chapter 25:08. Amidst the raging flames, the earth was scorched, and the flowing yellow sand melted before it even touched the flames. Where Lu Yin stood, the desert within 1,000 feet radius had turned into a magma-like zone, scorching hot and terrifying. A huge fire phoenix phantom stood behind Lu Yin, its majestic phoenix eyes looking down at her with disdain and ridicule. Wrapped in the phantom, Lu Yin didn't use any strength to resist, allowing the flames that could burn all things to burn her, a look of pain on her small face. Two divine senses were communicating in the void. One was as weak as an ant, while the other was as strong as heaven and earth. The contrast was extremely obvious. It was unknown what kind of communication was going on between the two, but the powerful divine sense belonging to the fire phoenix suddenly became violent, and with a cry, the flames burned even more fiercely. Yang Kai's eyelids twitched violently, and he almost couldn't help but take action. Although Lu Yin was a spirit puppet, which was different from ordinary people, it was unknown how long she could last under the burning of the Phoenix true fire. If she couldn't hold on, she would inevitably be burned to ashes. But just before Yang Kai took action, he glanced at Lu Yin as if he had sensed something and stopped abruptly. He found that although Lu Yin's expression was painful, there was peace between her eyebrows. Two contradictory emotions appeared on the same face, which was very strange. Suddenly, a cry rang out. Although it wasn't as loud and clear as the phoenix cry, it was still crisp and pleasant. Immediately afterward, a strange bird with a red body and an extremely long tail suddenly flew out of Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin's true body. Yang Kai watched with a dignified expression. Although the yellow sand in the sky blocked his vision, He could see everything clearly with his divine sense. Lu Yin hadn't shown her true body for a long time. Xianxia still remembered that when he first met Lu Yin, she had met him in this appearance. At that time, Xianxia thought this was a fire spirit, but later he learned that she was just a tool spirit of a crafting furnace. Unless she was forced to, Lu Yin would never show her true body. As soon as the strange bird appeared, it swayed upward, riding the clouds and the wind, and instantly came to the head of the fire phoenix. It kept flying around it. The flame phoenix cried out incessantly as its flaming feathers unfurled. A monstrous wave of heat swept out in all directions. Lu Yin's body was like a small boat in the middle of a storm, each wave crashing down on her, threatening to drown her at any moment. The fluctuations of divine sense communication had never stopped since the beginning as Lu Yin kept trying. Xianxia didn't know what Lu Yin was doing during this period of time. He only saw her flying around the fire phoenix. Strange divine soul ripples spread out. Slowly, the irritable phantom of the fire phoenix calmed down, and its flaming feathers also folded, but its disdainful eyes were still full of disdain, as if the whole world was nothing in its eyes. Seeing this situation, Lu Yin moved a little closer to the fire phoenix, as if trying to let it accept her. Although the process was slow, there were not many changes. After a long time, Lu Yin finally landed on the head of the fire phoenix and gently combed its feathers. At the same time, the fire phoenix also slowly closed its majestic phoenix eyes. Was this a success? Kai Yang's brow furrowed slightly. He wasn't sure what kind of situation this was. However, it was reasonable to say that Lu Yin had an extremely high success rate in refining the fire phoenix's origin source. Her success rate was much higher than anyone else's because Lu Yin was a fire attribute artifact spirit and could be considered to have the same origin as the phoenix true fire. The monstrous pressure slowly withdrew. The huge phantom of the fire phoenix also slowly retracted into Lu Yin's body. The scorching power suddenly lost its source and dissipated, leaving only the red magma and half-solidified yellow sand on the ground. Lu Yin's body also returned to her body with the phantom of the fire phoenix. Xianxia probed with his divine sense and saw Lu Yin's current situation. His heart couldn't help but skip a beat, because at this moment, Lu Yin seemed to have been burned for countless years. Her whole body was charred, and the outline of a human being couldn't be seen at all. Her hair had also disappeared. All that could be seen was a human-shaped object that looked like black charcoal. Even the body of a spiritual puppet was burned like this. Any other cultivator would have turned into ashes long ago. Xianxia's heart was bleeding. He resisted the urge to help, but was ready to take a leaf of the immortal tree at any time. Lu Yin's weak divine sense fluctuations came from the charred human-shaped object. Traces of crimson energy suddenly diffused from her body. The crimson energy was like a burning flame, dazzling everyone's eyes. It had both a terrifying aura that could burn all things and an incredible vitality. True Phoenix Fire. It was said that the true Phoenix Fire was immortal. Every death was just a nirvana in the cycle of reincarnation. It was this magical, true Phoenix Fire that allowed them to create such a legend. Therefore, in the true Phoenix Fire, there was both endless destruction and abundant vitality. Destruction was for the enemy, and vitality was for oneself. Soon, Lu Yin was wrapped up by the crimson energy, and the crimson energy gradually solidified into a rock-like existence. Looking at it, Lu Yin seemed to have transformed into an egg half the height of a person at this moment. On the surface of the eggshell, there were countless extremely complex patterns, as if they contained a great secret. Xianxia was curious and took a few more glances, only to feel a pair of extremely majestic eyes suddenly appear in his knowledge sea, coldly glaring at him, causing his knowledge sea to tumble and tremble. He was so scared that he quickly looked away. That pair of majestic eyes were the eyes of the fire phoenix. Xianxia didn't know why it appeared in his knowledge sea, but he knew that if he continued to look at it like this, he would be attacked by an invisible secret technique. This should be the inheritance of the Phoenix clan, and those patterns should be the secrets of the Phoenix clan. Anyone who tried to pry into it would not have a good end. But like this, Kai Yang's mood relaxed a lot. Because since the egg wrapped in Liu Yin had something of the Phoenix clan, it meant that Liu Yin had successfully made the true Phoenix Fire accept her. With the protection of the true Phoenix Fire, even if Liu Yin was seriously injured, it was impossible for her to die. All he needed to do now was wait. Wait for the moment when Liu Yin was reborn and witness the magical scene. Yang Kai also didn't expect that Liu Yin would refine the true Phoenix Fire so quickly. Although it seemed very anxious, it was still a daunting experience. He secretly sent a message to the embodiment, asking him to pay more attention to the situation of Liu Yin and to contact him immediately if anything went wrong. The embodiment naturally agreed. Yang Kai then entered the small sealed world again. The problem of the true Phoenix Fire was solved, so the next thing to solve was the small sealed world. Radiating his divine sense in all directions, Yang Kai quickly understood the situation of the small sealed world. This time, after extracting a trace of world force, the damage caused to the small sealed world was not small. 1/3 of the entire small sealed world was a mess. Many places were no longer separated from the heavens and earth, as if they were still in a state of chaos. These places were constantly collapsing and spreading in all directions. Looking at this situation, if left alone, the small sealed world would collapse completely in less than a month. At that time, the immortal tree, firmament tree, and so on would all be finished. Although Yang Kai could move them away in advance, Yang Kai couldn't be at ease with these kinds of treasures, especially the immortal tree. Once others learned about it, he was afraid that the entire star boundary would be plunged into a bloodbath. So, in any case, Yang Kai wanted to stabilize the small sealed world as soon as possible, not for anything else, but for the immortal tree and firmament tree to continue to be safely hidden inside in the future. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai stretched out his hand, and a big bell suddenly appeared in front of him. Ancient exotic artifact, Mountains and Rivers Bell. Perhaps because it was suppressing a trace of world force, this Mountains and Rivers Bell had not shrunk, and the mysterious pattern on the bell was constantly flashing as a primordial force swept in all directions. When Yang Kai summoned the Mountains and Rivers Bell, he could clearly feel that the suppressed world force was constantly colliding with the Mountains and Rivers Bell, as if it was trying to break free from the shackles of the Mountains and Rivers Bell. After staring at the Mountains and Rivers Bell for a long time, Yang Kai formed a few seals with a serious expression. The Mountains and Rivers Bell suddenly buzzed, and the primordial force that was enough to suppress the world force also revealed crack. The mighty force of heaven and earth that had been suppressed was like a cat that had smelled fish. It turned into a stream of light and broke free from the crack at an extremely fast speed. *1. An unimaginable pressure descended from the sky, and there seemed to be an extremely strong will growing above Yang Kai's head, exuding a destructive aura. Yang Kai's body was pressed down. When he was breaking through before, Yang Kai was bombarded by the world force, and he was unable to resist it at all. But now, he was different from yesterday. Now, he was the real deal of the Emperor realm. His Emperor Qi was vigorous and pure, and his strength had increased by more than 10 times. What's more, this was the small sealed world where he dominated everything. Even if it was a little damaged, it could not change this fact. He looked up coldly, staring at the stream of world force that had turned into a stream of light, and with a single thought, the power of the entire small sealed world was mobilized. It was as if countless invisible hands were attacking from all directions, firmly grasping the stream of world force. The stream of light buzzed and struggled, but it could not move at all. This stream of world force was indeed the source of the outside world, but after all, it was only a trace, so how could it compete with the power of the entire small sealed world? This was like a cheetah and a cat. The cheetah was fierce, but how could a single hair of the cheetah be more powerful than a cat? After imprisoning the world force, Xianxia suddenly sat down cross-legged and radiated his spiritual energy around, instantly enveloping the entire small sealed world. Soon, Xianxia felt a strange sensation. He felt that he had become the embodiment of the small sealed world. He was the small sealed world, and the small sealed world was him. Chapter 2509. After connecting with the entire small sealed world, Yonkai immediately understood that his previous idea was correct, because the small sealed world was transmitting a very eager message to the imprisoned world force, eager to use it to repair its broken place. This was the world will of this small sealed world. It was like the instinctive reaction of an injured person seeing a healing pill. Yonkai rejoiced in his heart, but on the surface he remained calm. His eyes were closed tightly, but his hands were constantly casting mysterious seals. He didn't know what these seals were, and he didn't even know what he was doing, but he was just responding to the world will of the small sealed world. His body responded involuntarily. He slapped out a series of seals and blasted them on the imprisoned mighty force of heaven and earth in midair. Soon, the mighty force of heaven and earth that was like a stream of light was densely packed with seals. At the same time, the world force that was struggling to break free stopped struggling. At a certain moment, Yonkai suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Release!" As soon as his words fell, the imprisoned world force suddenly burst open, turning into smaller streams of light, like fireworks exploding in the sky, blooming with extremely dazzling beauty. They broke down into countless streams and radiated to every corner of the small sealed world. The streams of light dispersed and hid in the small sealed world, disappearing one by one. The broken small sealed world seemed to have received a great deal of nourishment, and the whole world hummed with excitement. The broken place stopped collapsing, and the world was separated again. Everything was clear, and the chaos was no longer there. As time passed, the ravines in the earth were smoothed out again, and the devastated small sealed world began to change its appearance. The lifeless small sealed world. Inexplicably, there was a trace of invigorating vitality. The large amount of broken source strength that had been swallowed in the source sea before seemed to have undergone some wonderful changes at this time, quickly integrating into the small sealed world, turning into traces of clear world principles, strengthening the foundation of the small sealed world. The wind rose, the clouds surged, and thunder rumbled. Lightning flashed, rain fell, and sprouts sprouted. The entire mysterious small world seemed to have received a new lease of life and was brimming with vitality. Even the exotic flowers and grasses planted in the medicine garden began to sway gently. The entire process lasted for an unknown amount of time. When all the dust settled, Yonkai suddenly felt that his mind had been severed from the small sealed world bead, awakening from that wonderful feeling. Looking around, the mysterious small world was still the same mysterious small world, but the bleak scene was no longer there. Compared to before, he was even more outstanding. Yonkai could clearly feel that the world principles in this small sealed world had become more complete. Although it was still not comparable to a real great world, it was much better than before. The world force can actually make a small sealed world evolve. Seeing this, Kai Yang's eyebrows rose up in joy. His small sealed world had never been perfect, something Yonkai also knew, but he didn't know how to make the small sealed world the same as the great world. However, after a series of attempts, Yonkai seemed to have found some useful information. Just a single strand of world force was enough to cause such a huge change in the small sealed world. The world principles were also much more complete, so if more world force was brought in, wouldn't the small sealed world be completely perfect? At that time, this place would become a cultivation holy land. When one reached the limit of their cultivation, they could also receive a baptism of world energy here and break through. However, world force was something that could only be encountered by chance. It was impossible to comprehend it unless one reached the level of great emperors. With Yonkai's current first-order emperor realm cultivation, he could only sigh and lament. However, Yonkai finally had a direction, so he was still very excited. After thoroughly inspecting the small sealed world again, he found that there were indeed no more hidden dangers in this small sealed world. In fact, it was even better than before. Xianxia was really relieved. I wonder how Lu Yin is doing outside. With a thought, he flew out of the small sealed world and returned to the outside world. Big Brother Yang. As soon as he appeared, Imo Xiaoqi's call reached his ears. Xianxia looked in the direction of the voice and found that Imo Xiaoqi and Zhang Ruo, she had both woken up. Their complexions were quite good, and there were no hidden dangers. With a slight smile, Xianxia said, "You're awake." Imo Xiaoqi asked, "Big Brother Yang, why did you come to the Purple Mountain Desert? Is a shattered star sea closed? What happened after that? Who helped me to seal my divine soul? I didn't hurt you, did I?" She asked a lot of questions in rapid succession, with a nervous and uneasy look on her face. It seemed that she knew that the reason she lost consciousness was related to the divine soul seal being unsealed, but she had no memory of what happened after that. Xianxia glanced at the embodiment, standing not far away in amazement, and asked, "You didn't explain to her?" The embodiment shrugged and said, "They just woke up, so I didn't have time." Xianxia nodded and gave a brief account of what happened after she went berserk. Of course, he didn't dare to mention the battle between Duan Hongchun and Wukong, as it would be too shocking. As for the Shattered Star Sea's closure, he only said that he didn't know. After hearing this, Imo Xiaoqi patted her chest in fear and sighed. "It's good that I didn't hurt you. If I did, Xiaoqi would never have the face to see you again." Xianxia said solemnly, "Don't undo the seal casually in the future. The power of the divine soul is too terrifying. With your current strength, you won't be able to control it." Imo Xiaoqi stuck out her tongue and said, "I know." Zhang Ruo, she didn't have a chance to interject until now. She glanced worriedly not far away and asked, "Sir, what's wrong with Sister Lu Yin now? Why do I feel that her aura is so weak?" Xianxia released his divine sense to investigate and found that the phoenix egg was still the same as when he left. There wasn't much change, so he said in a deep voice, "This is her opportunity, don't worry." While speaking, he glanced at Zhang Ruo, she intentionally or unintentionally. To be honest, there were too many things that shocked him on this trip to the Shattered Star Sea. Whether it was the mountains and rivers bell, the phoenix true fire, the resurrection of the heaven-devouring great emperor, or the great emperors of the secular world who cut off their cultivation for tens of thousands of years, they were all rare occurrences. But what puzzled them the most was Zhang Ruo. Duan Hongchun took a drop of Zhang Ruo's blood essence and resealed Imo Xiaoqi's divine soul seal. Moreover, Duan Hongchun's interest in Zhang Ruo, she also made him very concerned. The great emperors of the secular world asked Xianxia to lead Zhang Ruo to do good, saying that when she cultivated to the peak, she could summon even more terrifying power than Wukong. Once she did evil, it would be a disaster for the star boundary. If he didn't know Duan Hongchun's true identity, Xianxia might have thought that he was exaggerating, but after knowing that Duan Hongchun was one of the great emperors of the secular world, Xianxia didn't dare to think so. There was no reason for a person who could disregard his own life for the world to scare him. What kind of bloodline does this little girl of the Zhang family have to make Duan Hongchun treat her so seriously? Moreover, in the Flowing Time Temple, the divine spirit Xianxia gave Zhang Ruo a pink cloud's phoenix robe. How could an ordinary person have such a privilege? Encountering a fierce beast like Xianxia, it would be a miracle if one didn't get swallowed whole. How could one obtain a defensive emperor artifact from it? There's also that strange space spirit jade, which can only be activated by Zhang Ruo's bloodline. Thinking of the space spirit jade, Xianxia suddenly felt that it was time to give it to Zhang Ruo. After all, this was a treasure passed down by the Zhang family's ancestors. In the past, Zhang Ruo wasn't strong enough to unlock the secrets of the space spirit jade. But now that Zhang Ruo was in the third order Dao source realm, she should be able to make progress. Xianxia didn't really care about the secrets hidden in the space spirit jade, but it might be able to unlock the mysteries of Zhang Ruo's bloodline. Thinking about it this way, Xianxia couldn't help but be a little tempted. Curiosity killed the cat. The more Duan Hongchun tried to hide it, the more he wanted to know about Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline. Sir, why are you looking at me like that? Zhang Ruo, she found that Yang Kai had been staring at her with burning eyes, as if he wanted to eat her alive. She couldn't help but lower her head and blush slightly. Yang Kai grinned and said, Ruo, she has become a big girl. Compared to when he first met Zhang Ruoxi, she had indeed grown a lot. Moreover, the best years of her teenage years were by Yang Kai's side. It could be said that Yang Kai watched her grow up. This reminded him of Lin Yun. This little girl went to the star boundary with yang inflammation. When she left, her body hadn't grown up yet. Calculating the time, she should be about the same age as Zhang Ruoxi. At that time, yang inflammation said that Lin Yun was very suitable to inherit the mantle of a friend of hers. Yang Kai wondered how the little girl was doing after so many years. There was also yang inflammation. Yang Kai had been in the star boundary for so long, but he hadn't heard any news about yang inflammation, so he couldn't help but feel a little strange. Logically speaking, yang inflammation should be a master of a generation, so there was no reason for him to be so obscure. Zhang Ruoxi's face turned even redder, and there seemed to be a different kind of brilliance in her shyness. Mo Xiaoqi joined in the fun and said, What about me? I'm not a little girl anymore. Yes, Yang Kai nodded quickly, turning his mind back from his memories. Big brother Yang, where are you going next? Can you take me with you? Mo Xiaoqi looked at Yang Kai with shining eyes, a look of excitement on her face. Yang Kai smiled and said, Of course I can take you with me, but aren't you afraid that Onifeng will come and take you back? Onifeng doesn't seem to like you running around outside. Mo Xiaoqi wrinkled her nose and said, Humph. After she took me back last time, I was locked up on the island to cultivate. It was so boring. Now that I'm finally out, I won't go back so soon. Moreover, we just came out of the Shattered Star Sea, so Onifeng definitely doesn't know that I'm here. When I have enough fun, I will naturally go back. Does the Beast Warrior Master know that you are so capricious? Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Mo Xiaoqi stuck out her tongue and said, Big brother Yang, you guessed it? Yang Kai laughed. You have such a strong cultivation at such a young age, so you must have an extraordinary background. You are also proficient in enslaving monster beasts. You claim to be from the Eastern Territory and mention the word island from time to time. If I didn't know that you were from Spirit Beast Island, wouldn't I be an idiot? Chapter 25:10. Mo Xiaoqi shyly said, Big brother Yang, Xiaoqi didn't mean to hide it from you. It's just that my father... Yang Kai raised his hand and said, You don't need to explain, I understand. Mo Xiaoqi was obviously afraid that her father's name was too scary, so she had never mentioned her identity to Yang Kai. Now that Yang Kai had pointed it out, she was somewhat uneasy. Yang Kai smiled and said, The Beast Martial Master is the master of beast martial arts, and you are you. The one I know is the mischievous Mo Xiaoqi, not the daughter of a martial beast. Mo Xiaoqi heard this and thought seriously for a while, then suddenly showed a relieved smile. The corners of her eyes curved into crescents, making her look very beautiful. At this moment, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became serious, and he looked up into the sky. At the same time, Zhang Ruoxi also called out in a low voice, Sir. While speaking, she urged her source chi uneasily and looked up into the sky vigilantly. Ruoxi can sense it. Kai Yang glanced at her in amazement, discovering that her pair of beautiful eyes were emitting an extremely cold aura, completely different from her usual gentle and weak self. Yang Kai was secretly shocked and felt that Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline was a bit strange. Suddenly, a faint ripple appeared in the calm sky, as if a stone had been thrown into a lake. Then, the ripple spread out rapidly and became more and more obvious. Soon, the space in a certain part of the sky distorted, and a clear and strange energy fluctuation came from there. Space Force. Yang Kai's eyes shrank, and he was shocked. He didn't expect to encounter such clear space force in this place. It was clear that someone had torn space and crossed over from a very distant place. Moreover, judging from the fluctuations of Space Force, this person's use and research of Space Force was no worse than his, perhaps even better than his. Yankai's expression was extremely solemn. Although he didn't know who was coming, if someone could tear space and cross over, their strength was definitely extraordinary. Who is it? Why did they come here? Yankai didn't dare to take them lightly. While quickly putting away his embodiment, Yankai secretly urged his Emperor Qi to be on guard. If he was alone, he could just leave here and hide quietly to observe, but now he had Zhongrua, Shimo, Xiao Qi, and Lu Yin who was inside the Phoenix Egg, so he couldn't leave. Imo Xiao Qi also noticed the anomaly in the sky, and after letting out a scream, her beautiful face turned pale as she dodged. She hid behind Yankai's back like a mouse meeting a cat. Her delicate body trembled as she whispered, "Big brother Yang, let's run quickly. If we don't run now, it will be too late." Yankai's face darkened. "It's too late to run now." Asterisk crash. Asterisk the sky was torn apart like an invisible beast. It opened its beastly mouth, wanting to devour someone. Under the close attention of Yankai, a foot suddenly stepped out of the dark crevice. Dong! Although the foot was stepping on the void, Yankai felt as if it was stepping on his heart. His face paled slightly, and his aura instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. So strong. Yankai's eyes were filled with shock, even though he already knew that the person who came would not be weak. But it wasn't until now that Yankai realized that he had underestimated the strength of this person. This guy is definitely a third-order Emperor Realm Master, and not just any ordinary third-order Emperor Realm Master. After that foot, a figure slowly walked out of the crack, as if he was leaving his home for a walk, his face calm and relaxed, leisurely and carefree. Only then did Yankai see the appearance of the person who came. It was a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar. He had an extraordinary temperament and a smile on his face, looking harmless to humans and animals. After this person appeared, he only glanced around slightly before fixing his gaze on Yankai with a strange smile. Asterisk Gudong. Asterisk, although Yankai knew that he could not be at a disadvantage in terms of aura, he could not help but gulp. Being stared at by this person, Yankai felt like a lamb being stared at by a hungry wolf. Every part of his body involuntarily trembled. This was not the end of it. After this middle-aged scholar appeared, another figure walked out of the void crack. Unlike the middle-aged scholar's leisurely stroll, the second person who appeared was like a burning flame. As soon as she appeared, the surrounding temperature suddenly rose. This was a beautiful woman with a graceful figure. Her chest was full, her waist was graceful, her red lips were as bright as gems, suffused with a peculiar luster. Her skin was as white as porcelain, so delicate that it could be broken with a single blow. Her beautiful eyes were watery, and any man who saw her would involuntarily have endless fantasies. Especially that head of fiery red hair. It gave people a strong visual impact, making people unable to move their eyes away. Fuck, why is it her? Yankai almost bit his tongue and could not help but curse in his heart, because he actually knew this beautiful woman. She was the Anifeng that Mo Xiao Qi often mentioned. Yankai did not know this Anifeng's name before, but when Mo Xiao Qi and Lan Sun quarreled in the Shattered Star Sea, Lan Sun mentioned her name. Spirit Beast Island's Jiufeng. Although she was not one of the 10 great emperors, the name Jiufeng still shook the star boundary. Few cultivators with higher cultivation did not know her name. If this beautiful woman was Jiufeng, then the identity of the other middle-aged scholar was also obvious. Li Wuyi. Yankai's eyes suddenly burst with light as he looked at Li Wuyi without any hesitation. Although this was the first time he had met Li Wuyi, Yankai had long heard his name because Li Wuyi was the most proficient master in the Tao of Space in the entire star boundary. He was also a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Mo Xiao Qi had also said before that she would introduce Yankai to Li Wuyi and let him worship Li Wuyi as his master to learn the mysteries of the Tao of Space. After realizing that these two were masters from Spirit Beast Island, Yankai quickly understood why they were here. They were clearly here for Xiaoqi. But how did they know that Xiaoqi was here? Moreover, they directly tore space and arrived here precisely. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and realized that they must have done something to Xiaoqi that allowed the people from Spirit Beast Island to sense her location. That was why Li Wu, Yi, and Jiufeng came here together not long after they left the Shattered Star Sea. No wonder Xiaoqi hid behind me as soon as she saw the vision in the sky and urged me to run away. It turns out that she saw someone coming to catch her a glance. Li Wu, you bastard. How dare you leave this old lady in a void crack? Do you know that this old lady was almost swallowed by the void undercurrent? As soon as Jiufeng appeared, she grabbed Li Wu Yi's clothes, lifted him up, and shouted angrily. Li Wu Yi was a top third-order Emperor Realm Master, but at this moment, he was like a powerless chicken, letting Jiufeng carry him without even having the guts to resist. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead as he said with an embarrassed expression, "There are juniors watching from below. If you do this, I will lose face." Face? Jiufeng glared at him and shouted tenderly. Face is something you earn yourself, not given by others. If you want face, you have to treat this old lady better, understand? Yes, yes, yes. Li Wui nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice and begged. Can you put me down first? This is a disgrace to a gentleman. Gentleman? Jiufeng sneered and said furiously, What is that? Can it be eaten? Li Wu immediately put on a long face and looked pitifully in Yang Kai's direction. Xiaoqi, save me. You can't see me. You can't see me. You can't see me. Xiaoqi hid behind Yang Kai and kept muttering to herself. Next time you dare to leave this old lady in a void crack, this old lady will break your third leg. Jiufeng gritted her teeth with a fierce look on her face. Li Wu involuntarily clamped his legs together and hurriedly said, I won't do it again. Please spare me, great aunt. Umph. Only then did Jiufeng throw Li Wu away as if he was a piece of trash. Her tone changed and her demeanor changed greatly. She said shyly, Really? Don't you know that I'm afraid of the dark? After saying this, she turned her beautiful eyes and glanced down before fixing them on Yang Kai and greeted him enthusiastically. Oh, little brother, we meet again. It seems we are fated to meet. Yang Kai swallowed hard, his expression extremely stiff. For a long time, the great impression Ani Feng had of the great emperors in his mind was collapsing inch by inch as cracking sounds kept coming from the depths of his heart. He cupped his fist with a black face and said, Junior Yang Kai greets Senior Li and Senior Jiufeng. Li Wu Yi smiled, a subtle cold light flashing in his eyes as he asked, Just now, did you see anything? Yang Kai said solemnly, Just now, Space Force surged and distorted the void. Although this junior tried his best to see, his strength was too low and he couldn't see anything. I'm ashamed. Hearing this, Li Wu raised his brow and the cold light in his eyes dissipated. He nodded and said, You are worth teaching. This king often heard Xiaoqi mention you on the island. I heard that you are also proficient in the Tao of space. Yang Kai hurriedly said, Senior is too kind. This junior has only studied a little about the Tao of space. Naturally, this junior wouldn't dare to show off in front of an expert like Senior Li. If there's an opportunity, this junior would like to ask Senior for advice. Li Wu Yi was delighted and beamed with joy. Good, very good. If you go to Spirit Beast Island in the future, this king will teach you a unique divine technique. Yang Kai was overjoyed and took advantage of this opportunity, saying, How about today? Li Wu Yi was still smiling and said lightly, Boy, you are too shameless. This king's divine technique is not something you can learn just because you want to. Yang Kai said with a dark face, Senior is so stingy and doesn't have the slightest intention to help this junior. This junior is very unhappy. Whether you are happy or not is none of my business. Li Wui laughed. This king is happy. Chapter 2511. Yang Kai snorted. This brat likes to talk nonsense when he's unhappy. Perhaps today's events will be compiled into 12 Chapter S and 36 Chapter S and passed on to the storytellers of the major restaurants and tea houses in the Eastern Territory so that they can spread Senior Lee's peerless prestige. I've even thought of the title, The Daily Life of Spirit Beast Island's 9 Phoenix and Her Servant. What do you think, Senior Lee? Li Wui was furious. Didn't you just say that you didn't see anything? How can a junior's words be so untrustworthy? Yang Kai said leisurely, I suddenly saw something. You're so despicable. Li Wui was shocked. Yang Kai said lazily, people are all forced. 9 Phoenix giggled on the side, seemingly extremely happy. Good. Li Wui spoke incoherently, gritting his teeth as he glared at Yang Kai. You forced me to do this, so this king will have to teach you a lesson. Brat, take this. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand, and a stream of light flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, but instead of dodging, he stretched out his hand to grab the stream of light. When the stream of light entered his hand, he paused slightly, rolled his eyes, and quietly put away the object in his hand. Now you know how powerful this king is? Let's see if you still dare to talk nonsense and ruin this king's reputation. Li Wui snorted coldly. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. Senior Lee's cultivation is profound. This brat is inferior to you. I hope Senior Lee can forgive me for offending you earlier. Li Wui said casually, this king is magnanimous. Why would I lower myself to your level? 9 Phoenix looked at the two coldly. She curled her lips and said, you two are having fun. Li Wui laughed. I just taught a junior who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth a lesson. This Lee is all ears to avoid young people being too arrogant. This Lee is all ears. 9 Phoenix snorted coldly and stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. After a while, she showed a hint of admiration. The last time we met, you were just in the first order Dao Source realm. I didn't expect that in just a few years, you've already advanced to the Emperor realm. This queen has misjudged you. No matter who it was, to be able to advance from the first order Dao Source realm to the first order Emperor realm in such a short time with a solid foundation, without the slightest sign of instability, and pure and rich in pure energy, could be called a genius. Senior's praise is unwarranted. Junior being able to reach this step was also a coincidence, Yang Kai said modestly. Jiufeng said, but the First Order Emperor realm is only the beginning of the peak of the martial Dao. If I want to pry into the pinnacle of martial arts, I will have to work even harder. I cannot be arrogant and impatient. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he quickly said, Junior will remember Senior's advice. Although Jiufeng had only said a few words that didn't hurt her, her strength had already reached her level. If she didn't really think highly of Yang Kai, she wouldn't even bother to talk to him. He was afraid that she wouldn't even bother to say a word to him. Her encouraging and warning Kai Yang like this was already giving him a lot of face. 9 Phoenix nodded gently, obviously very satisfied with his attitude. Then, she narrowed her phoenix eyes and emitted a dangerous aura. Her sharp gaze seemed to be able to penetrate Yang Kai's body and stare at Xianxia, who was hiding behind him. She said coldly, Are you still not coming out? Xianxia pouted when she heard this. She walked out from behind Yang Kai unwillingly. Her eyes drifted as she looked left and right, as if looking for an escape route. 9 Phoenix was both angry and amused. Do you think Uncle Lee and Ani Feng can't find you just by hiding like this? Do you think you're blind? Or do you think we're blind? Xianxia said angrily, You're so strong. Isn't it the same no matter where I hide? You still dare to talk back? 9 Phoenix raised her eyebrows and shouted, If you don't teach me a lesson in 3 days, I think you're itching for a beating, little girl. Xianxia pursed her lips and looked at Li Wui pitifully. She said with a tearful voice, Uncle Lee, Ani Feng wants to hit me. You have to uphold justice for me. She dares. Li Wui was furious. His aura suddenly surged. His previous submissive expression was swept away and became as dazzling as the sun. Yang Kai was secretly shocked. He was slightly aware of the huge gap between him and these veteran top masters of the Emperor realm. Nine Phoenix snorted and glanced sideways at Li Wu Yi. Li Wu Yi snorted, Xiao, don't be afraid. If she really dares to hit you, you'll what? Nine Phoenix looked at him coldly. Li Wu Yi immediately grinned. I'll catch Xiao and let you beat her to your heart's content. Asterisk creak creak. Asterisk Mo Xiao, who was standing next to Xianxia, ground her teeth so hard that they almost broke. At this moment, Li Wu Yi's expression suddenly turned solemn as he looked at Mo Xiao with a solemn expression. Then, his face changed drastically as he whispered, Xiao, did you break the seal? What? Nine Phoenix was also shocked. She flashed to Mo Xiao's side, grabbed her, and observed her carefully. After observing for a while, Nine Phoenix found that Mo Xiao had indeed broken the Divine Soul Seal. Her beautiful face turned pale as she asked, How did you break the seal? Did you encounter some kind of life-threatening danger? Which bastard dared to do this to you? Her aura, which belonged to the peak of the Emperor realm, suddenly spread out. Her tender body exuded an extremely violent aura, as if she would kill at any moment. Xianxia was careless and was directly knocked back several meters. He felt the blood and qi in his chest roil, and he almost couldn't breathe. Zhang Ruo, she exclaimed and retreated even further than Xianxia. Who was it? Tell Auntie Phone. Auntie Phone will go and destroy his entire family now. Nine Phoenix's murderous intent was so condensed that it was almost tangible. Li Wu Yi also walked down from the sky. His face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped off it. Although he didn't say a word, his murderous intent was even more obvious than Nine Phoenix's. Mo Xiao's Divine Soul Seal was her last trump card. It was absolutely impossible to break it unless she encountered some life-threatening danger. Now that there were signs of it being broken, in other words, she must have been in life-threatening danger in the Shattered Star Sea. These two masters had watched Mo Xiao grow up, so how could they tolerate anyone try to harm her? So when they noticed that Mo Xiao had broken the Divine Soul Seal, both of them were filled with murderous intent. Mo Xiao naturally didn't dare to tell the truth when she saw their terrifying expressions. She could only stick out her tongue and say, No one wants to harm me. I accidentally broke it. Impossible. Nine Phoenix coldly snorted. Master personally sealed the heavenly illusion butterfly soul with the Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal. There's only one condition to break it, and that is that your life is in danger. Li Wu Yi also said, Xiao, be a good girl and tell Uncle Li and Auntie Phone what happened. It's really nothing. I accidentally broke it. Mo Xiao waved her hand repeatedly. Nine Phoenix coldly snorted. She knew that Mo Xiao must have a reason for being so insistent. She couldn't find out the truth from Mo Xiao, so she could only turn to Xianxia and say coldly, Boy, since you appeared here with Xiao, it means that you were traveling together in the Shattered Star Sea. Tell this queen what happened. Xianxia sighed and said, Seniors, please understand. The reason why little sister Xiao broke the seal was because of me. Because of you? Li Wu Yi frowned and asked suspiciously, Did you try to kill Xiao? But this is impossible. Although Xiao is simple and naive, she is not a fool. If Xianxia really tried to kill her, why would she still be with him? She would have run as far away as possible. Nine Phoenix said with a cold face, Speak clearly. Xianxia nodded, sorted out his thoughts a little, and explained why Mo Xiao had mistakenly thought that his life was in danger. So she suddenly became emotional and unsealed her divine soul. After listening, Nine Phoenix and Li Wu Yi couldn't help but look at each other. They never knew that Mo Xiao could unseal her divine soul because someone else's life was in danger. But now that they thought about it carefully, the master only said that Xiao would unlock the seal once she felt that her life was in danger, but he didn't say that it was Xiao's own life. It seemed that Xiao attached great importance to this little brat in front of her, almost raising him to the same level in her heart. So when he was in danger, the seal was unsealed. As their eyes met, Nine Phoenix and Li Wu Yi both understood each other's thoughts and a strange feeling welled up in their hearts. They turned their heads and glared fiercely at Xianxia at the same time. Xianxia's hair stood on end, but he didn't dare to say anything. Then how is the divine soul resealed? This seal was not left by the master, but seems to be an extremely clever method. Could it be you were the one who sealed it? Nine Phoenix asked in disbelief. Xianxia smiled awkwardly and said, Junior doesn't have such ability. It was someone else who sealed the divine soul. Oh, Li Wu Yi suddenly became interested. There is someone among the younger generation who can seal the divine soul? Let's hear it. Who is this little brat with such ability? That person is not a junior. That person is... The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched, and after hesitating for a while, his lips wriggled, and he softly spat out 3 words. Li Wu Yi and Nine Phoenix were both taken aback, their expressions shocked as they looked at Xianxia in a daze. Xianxia said faintly, There is no need to doubt. This person is the master you are thinking of. Impossible! Nine Phoenix screamed. The Shattered Star Sea cannot be entered from the Emperor realm. No matter how strong that master is, it is impossible for him to break this restriction. Li Wu Yi also said with a solemn expression, Yes, and that master is elusive. Why would he go to a place like the Shattered Star Sea? Although source strength is good, that master might not even care about it. Xianxia said, If others ask, this junior will not tell them in detail. After all, this matter is of great importance. But since the 2 seniors are from Spirit Beast Island, this junior will not hide it. I hope that after the 2 seniors return to Spirit Beast Island, you can tell what happened in the Shattered Star Sea to the master of Martial Beast Island, so that he can think of a way. Think of a way? What way? Nine Phoenix looked at Xianxia suspiciously, a puzzled look on her face. Boy, what are you trying to say? Li Wu Yi also looked at him strangely. The true Phoenix fire does come from the Shattered Star Sea. It is also a remnant left by the great Emperor's Yin Wu. Although she had guessed it, Jiufeng could not help but gasp when Xianxia admitted it. She looked at the Phoenix egg with some envy and jealousy. This queen also went to the Shattered Star Sea in the past, trying to find the true Phoenix fire, but in the end, she found nothing. I didn't expect to see it today. After a pause, she frowned and said, Since it has become a Phoenix egg, it means that someone has refined the true Phoenix fire? This person can make the true Phoenix fire recognize his existence. Who is he? Before Xianxia could speak, Imo Xiaoqi answered, It's elder sister Lu Yin. Oh, Jiufeng's beautiful eyes lit up as she whispered, That artifact spirit. Judging from her expression and tone, she seemed to have heard Imo Xiaoqi mention Lu Yin before, and knew that Lu Yin was an artifact spirit. She couldn't help but exclaim, A trivial artifact spirit can be recognized by the true Phoenix fire. It seems that this is really destiny. Once she is reborn, she can inherit the Phoenix clan's inheritance and really have a chance to become a member of the Phoenix clan. Xianxia's heart moved as he said, Senior Jiufeng seems to know the Phoenix clan very well. No. Jiufeng glanced at Xianxia with a strange expression. Xianxia said embarrassedly, Did I say something wrong? Imo Xiaoqi smiled and said, Big brother Yang, Onifeng has an extremely pure Phoenix clan bloodline. In this world, except for the real Phoenix clan members, no one knows the Phoenix clan better than her. What? Xianxia was shocked. Senior Jiufeng has the Phoenix clan bloodline. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing, but after thinking about it carefully, Jiufeng's name had the word Phoenix in it, and her scorching power was very consistent with the Fire Phoenix, and she came from a place like Spirit Beast Island. Xianxia was overjoyed and hurriedly said, Senior, since you have the Phoenix clan bloodline, may I ask when my friend will be able to break out of her egg and be reborn? Jiufeng frowned and said, It's hard to say, but I want to know. If this queen didn't come here, what would you do? What would I do? Xianxia was stunned and immediately said, Wait. Wait? Jiufeng looked at Xianxia with a strange expression. Wait here for 1.5 years. 1.5 years? Why is it taking so long? Kaiyang was shocked. Is it long? It may be a year and a half, or it may be 10 years, Jiufeng sneered. Do you think it's easy to refine the Phoenix True Fire? Although your friend seems to have been recognized by the Phoenix True Fire at this moment, and has turned into a phoenix egg. But this is just the beginning. If you want to really refine it and completely possess the Phoenix True Fire, there's still a great test. If your friend can't hold on, she will only be burned to death. Even if she can hold on, she won't succeed in a short time. Even if she succeeds, how will she control the Phoenix True Fire? How will she learn the Phoenix clan's inherited secret skills? Xianxia listened with a solemn expression. He realized that he had thought too simply of the matter. He fully thought that it would not be long before Lu Yin reappeared in front of him. But after hearing Jiufeng's words, he realized that he had underestimated the danger. Since Jiufeng had the Phoenix clan bloodline, she must know the Phoenix clan very well. She must be right. Xianxia broke out in a cold sweat and said, "Senior, please give me some pointers." Jiufeng said, "Even with my guidance, you can't do anything. You don't understand the Phoenix clan's inheritance. If you don't understand the mystery of the Phoenix True Fire, you can't even protect her." Xianxia said, "Senior, please explain clearly. I should understand." Jiufeng glanced at him and snorted coldly. "If I give you so many ingredients, can you cook a table full of delicious food?" Xianxia wiped the sweat on his head and said guiltily, "It's not a problem to roast them." Xianxia walked up. She shook Jiufeng's arm. She said, "Auntie Feng, Sister Lu Yin is a very good person. If you can help her, please help her." Jiufeng glared fiercely at her and said, "Don't give me that. I haven't settled the score with you yet. All you think about is going out to play all day long, but you don't care about your cultivation at all. If you're Uncle Li and I didn't come to look for you this time, would you have run away again?" Xianxia pursed her lips and said, at worst, you can help Sister Lu Yin this time. I'll go back to the island with you to cultivate and won't come out until I reach the Emperor realm. Okay?" "Oh." Jiufeng's beautiful eyes lit up as she stared at Xianxia and said, "You said it yourself." Xianxia closed her eyes and said with a look of desperation, "Yes, it's mine." "That's a good deal." Li Wu smiled slightly. Jiufeng also smiled and said, "Since you said so, Auntie Feng naturally can't stand by and do nothing." Xianxia snorted. "You won't act until you see the incentive. Auntie Feng, you're so bad." Jiufeng chuckled and looked at her with interest. "It's not too late to back out now. At worst, your Uncle Li and I will take you back by force. It's the same." Xianxia was exasperated and stomped her feet. "I hate you." Jiufeng's smile faded as she looked at Xianxia and said, "If you don't mind, I will take the Phoenix egg back to Spirit Beast Island and cast the Phoenix clan's secret technique to protect her." "Take it back to Spirit Beast Island?" Xianxia was slightly absent-minded and couldn't help but glance at the place where the Phoenix egg was. Jiufeng said, "You can also go to Spirit Beast Island. Although Spirit Beast Island doesn't have many guests, since you're Xiaoqi's friend, you can stay on the island for a while. I believe Master won't refuse." Xiaoqi's eyes lit up, and she immediately shouted, "Yes, Big Brother Yang, come with me to Spirit Beast Island. Our Spirit Beast Island is very beautiful." She had an expectant look on her face, and her beautiful eyes were shining. Xianxia couldn't bear to look at her, so he looked at Jiufeng and said, "According to Senior's estimation, how long will it take for Lu Yin to refine the Phoenix True Fire?" Jiufeng said, "At least a year. Legend has it that the great emperors of Yin Wu took 5 months to refine the Phoenix True Fire. A year is the most conservative estimate, and this is under the premise that everything goes smoothly." "A year," Xianxia sighed and said, "Then Senior can take her away. As for Spirit Beast Island, Junior will go there when he has the chance. Right now, there's still some things to deal with." Hearing this, Xiaoqi looked disappointed. Jiufeng nodded and said, "Don't worry, since this queen has promised you to protect her, I naturally won't hide anything. This queen also wants to see what magical changes will happen when an artifact spirit refines the Phoenix True Fire." At the end of her words, She looked expectant and excited, her beautiful eyes exuding an extremely dangerous light. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand and directly pulled the phoenix egg in the distance over, wrapping it in her emperor chi. As if sensing something, the strange patterns on the phoenix egg began to squirm as if they were alive. Vaguely, a very faint cry came from the phoenix egg. Chapter 25:13. Purple Mountain City was an inconspicuous city among the tens of thousands of cities in the Eastern Territory. It was located near the Purple Mountain Desert. Due to the harsh environment and barren land, this city was not very prosperous. Its existence was just a transit point for many cultivator entering the Purple Mountain Desert. Many cultivator like to enter the Purple Mountain Desert for experience, so Purple Mountain City was naturally the best place for them to recuperate. The overall strength of the cultivator in the city was not too high, but it was not low either. It was stronger than Maplewood City in the past. Most of them were Saint Kings. Although there was no the Emperor realm, there were still many Dao Source realm cultivators. Xianxia and Zhongrua, she came all the way from the Purple Mountain Desert. They were travel-worn, so they casually found an inn to stay in. The phoenix egg that Lu Yin had turned in had been taken away by Jiufeng and Li Wu Yi. Xianxia was not worried about Lu Yan's safety. Jiufeng and Li Wu Yi were both famous masters in the Star Boundary, and they were also Martial Beast subordinates. Coupled with his relationship with Imo Xiaoqi, Xianxia believed that Jiufeng would definitely take good care of Lu Yan and would not harm her. Xianxia was only worried that Lu Yan's refining of the Phoenix True Fire would not go smoothly. However, he was now in a hurry to find Xiao Zhao's whereabouts, so he had no time to accompany Lu Yan. Otherwise, he would definitely go to Spirit Beast Island together and stay there for a year. This was the first time Zhongruo she had gone out to experience the world with Xianxia. In the past, no matter where Xianxia went, she had always been properly placed in the small sealed world and cultivated in seclusion. But now, Zhongruo she had a strong cultivation in the third order Dao Source realm, so she had enough strength to protect herself. Cultivation was not like building a cart behind closed doors. Xianxia, who had been through thorns all the way, had a deep understanding of this. So he weighed the pros and cons. So he brought Zhang Ruoxi with him. This way, the little girl of the Zhang family could see more of the local customs of the Star Boundary, which would definitely be beneficial for her future growth. Zhang Ruo, she was naturally overjoyed. She was in high spirits along the way, her little face blushing like a bird released from its cage. Look, everything is new. Over the past few days, Xianxia passed on all his cultivation experiences to Zhang Ruoxi. Although this little girl was usually quite silly, her talent in cultivation left Xianxia speechless. Zhang Ruo, she was often able to draw inferences about many key cultivation questions, and if it weren't for Xianxia's profound foundation, he wouldn't have been able to answer her questions. He racked his brains to confirm his own cultivation path. At least he didn't embarrass himself in front of her. While teaching Zhang Ruo, Xianxia didn't forget about his own cultivation. Now that he had just broken through to the Emperor realm, he was barely worthy of the title of master. Although the Emperor Qi in his body had been completely transformed due to various accidents, it had only been a short time since he had broken through. His understanding of the use of his own power in the Emperor realm. There was still a gap between them and the veteran forces of the Emperor realm. The more he cultivated, the more he felt that the martial Dao was limitless. Xianxia looked up to a high mountain and felt his blood boil, especially when he recalled the battle between the two great emperors. The monstrous power that was set off with every move they made, Xianxia couldn't stop. He was looking forward to the day when he could reach such a level or even surpass it. After arriving at Purple Mountain City, Xianxia found an inn at random and asked for 2 rooms to stay in. Then, he casually placed some restrictions in his room. There weren't many masters in Purple Mountain City. He was the only one in the Emperor realm, so he wasn't worried about being troubled by anyone. However, it was always unpleasant to be disturbed during cultivation, so restrictions were inevitable. After placing the restrictions, Xianxia reached out and took out something from his space ring. It was a blue stone about the size of a longan and had an extremely irregular shape. At first glance, there was nothing special about it. Apart from its strange color, its appearance was ordinary, and it didn't have strong energy fluctuations. It seemed to be an extremely cheap refining material. However, this blue stone was made by Li Wu Yi. Previously, Li Wu Yi stretched out his hand and sent a stream of light towards Xianxia. The thing that Xianxia grabbed was this blue stone. Along the way from the desert of Purple Mountain, Xianxia didn't have time to carefully examine the mystery contained in this stone. Only now did he have the opportunity to calm down and figure it out. Placing the stone on his palm, Xianxia released his divine sense to investigate it with a solemn look on his face. Soon, his expression became startled as his divine sense rushed out and wrapped around the stone like invisible threads. Xianxia's expression became one of extreme shock, amazement, excitement, and admiration. Under the investigation of his divine sense, although the surface of this blue stone was intact, its interior was fragmented. The reason for all of this was that the inside of this stone was filled with countless tiny hair-like void cracks. These void cracks were almost impossible to detect with the naked eye, and if it weren't for Xianxia's divine sense, he would have missed them. The void cracks in this stone were definitely not made by Li Wu Yi in advance. Most likely, when Xianxia asked him to teach him the divine technique, Li Wu Yi casually made them. Even so, it was enough to shock Xianxia. He was also proficient in the Tao of space, so he naturally knew how difficult it was to create so many tiny spatial cracks within a rock without damaging it. This required extremely precise control over the Tao of space, as well as an extremely deep understanding of the Tao of space. Xianxia had a lot of space secret techniques, including Moonblade, Exile, and Nihility. He could even use the principles of space to instantly freeze a certain area of space. This use of space force and the divine technique were all comprehended by him without any guidance from a good teacher. He thought that his attainments in the Tao of space were extremely deep. But at this moment, after observing this blue stone, Xianxia realized that he was a frog at the bottom of a well. A frog at the bottom of a well. At the very least, he couldn't do what Li Wu Yi did. He couldn't control the Tao of space so delicately, and he couldn't create so many void cracks inside the stone without damaging its surface and keep it intact. Admirable, truly admirable. Xianxia's heart was burning with passion. Although he had long heard that Li Wu Yi of the Eastern Territory Spirit Beast Island was the most proficient master in the Tao of space in the entire star boundary, Xianxia had always thought that he wasn't too far behind. But today, he had finally opened his eyes. If the Tao of space could be said to be a painting, then Li Wu Yi was the most outstanding painter. With just a splash of ink, a wonderful painting appeared in front of Xianxia. It was natural and unconstrained, giving people a sense of awe. As for Xianxia, although he could also paint, he was much worse than Li Wu Yi. He still had a long way to go. Every tiny void crack in this stone contained Li Wu Yi's understanding and application of the Tao of space, and from the outside to the inside, it was gradually becoming more and more profound. The void cracks on the outside were relatively rough and seemed to be extremely unstable, as if they could collapse at any time, but the deeper inside, the more exquisite and stable the void cracks became. Xianxia examined the void cracks layer by layer and discovered that Li Wu Yi seemed to have perfectly presented his growth in the Tao of space in front of him, without the slightest concealment. These void cracks were simply the crystallization of Li Wu Yi's life's work. He had unreservedly transformed it into a brand of void cracks in this stone and handed it over to Xianxia. This kind of thing was many times more valuable than learning the space divine technique from Li Wu Yi. This was equivalent to Li Wu Yi imparting his entire legacy to Xianxia, but how much Xianxia could comprehend would depend on his own talent and hard work. Suddenly, Xianxia's expression changed, and he used his divine sense to investigate the centermost position of the stone. The next moment, his breathing stagnated and his heart beat wildly. He discovered that at the centermost position of this stone, there was a very small black hole. It was just like the black hole he had formed using the banishing secret technique had shrunk countless times. Although this black hole was so small that it was imperceptible to the naked eye, it still gave off the impression that it could swallow all things. When Xianxia used his divine sense to probe it, it was completely swallowed up. This was simply divine skill, uncanny craftsmanship. If the previous void cracks had already shocked Xianxia enough, then the appearance of this last black hole made him feel deeply shocked and increasingly aware of the gap between himself and Li Wuyi. In terms of the Tao of space, Li Wuyi was indeed far ahead of him and was not someone he could compare with at the moment. Xianxia was filled with awe. It was simply beyond his imagination that such a small stone could contain so many mysteries. After recovering from his shock, Xianxia devoted all his attention to this stone as if he had gone mad. He wanted to peel off the mysteries contained in this stone layer by layer and absorb all of Li Wuyi's attainments in the Tao of space. In an instant, Xianxia forgot everything and was completely immersed in the mysteries of this stone, unable to extricate himself. He examined the spatial rifts one by one, feeling their stability and hidden mysteries, experiencing the process of their formation. It was as if he was going to break Li Wuyi apart and study him as he pleased. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, 10 days. As Xianxia studied the stone, Li Wuyi's growth in the Tao of space seemed to be vividly displayed in front of Xianxia, allowing him to experience the process of Li Wuyi's gradual growth in the Tao of space, as if he was a fish in water. In the beginning, Xianxia was still comprehending Li Wuyi's attainments in the Tao of space and learning his exquisite techniques, but as time passed, Xianxia was no longer satisfied with learning other people's things. He would first comprehend Li Wuyi's attainments and understanding of the void cracks, then overturn them and try to transform them into his own capital. Xianxia forgot to eat and sleep, completely forgetting himself. Although his strength did not increase, and his eyes became deeply sunken and bloodshot, making him look like a madman, his eyes were extremely bright and his spirit was extremely excited. During this period of time, his growth in the Tao of space was greater than what he had gained in the past 10 or even 20 years. He clearly felt that he had taken a big step forward on the road of the Tao of space. Chapter 25:14. A sense of unwillingness to admit defeat lingered in Xianxia's mind, making him study the blue stone day and night, completely forgetting everything else. At first, Zhang Ruoshi, who lived next door, would come to visit every now and then, wanting to ask when Xianxia would leave Purple Mountain City. But as time passed, she found that Xianxia had not appeared. She guessed that Xianxia should be in secluded cultivation, so she did not dare to disturb him. She stayed in the inn with nothing to do, so when she was bored, she would leave the inn and wander around the city. Now that she was in the third-order Tao Source realm, her cultivation was not low. Although there was some cultivator in Purple Mountain City whose strength was on par with hers, she was not afraid at all. During the stroll, she immediately found a novel thing. After plucking up the courage to try it once, she immediately fell in love with it. During the days when Xianxia was in seclusion to study the stone, she would go to a certain place every day and stay there for a long time before returning to the inn. Time flew by, and a month passed. At a certain moment, Xianxia took a deep breath, raised his head with a calm expression, and withdrew his divine sense from the stone. Both of his eyes were bloodshot, as if he had exhausted all his energy and overdrawn his mind. But Kai Yang's eyes were still as bright as the stars. After a month of nonstop study, Xianxia finally understood all the mysteries contained in the stone. He witnessed Li Wuyi's growth with his own eyes and gained a lot from it. In terms of his attainments in the Tao of space, he took a big step forward. It was not until now that he realized that the various space secret techniques he had comprehended before were not perfect. There was still a lot of room for improvement. This made Xianxia very happy. If he could improve it, It meant that the power of his space secret techniques could still be increased, which was exactly what he needed now. After advancing to the Emperor realm, the enemies he would face in the future would definitely be stronger. The Tao of Space had always been one of his trump cards, and it played a vital role in many situations. There was a loud crash. The blue stone in his hand suddenly shattered. It turned into powder and slid down Xianxia's fingers like a pool of quicksand. This stone was filled with countless void cracks and a black hole. Xianxia had been constantly releasing his divine sense to investigate it during his research, so it was already his limit to last until now. Fortunately, Xianxia had absorbed all the essence left in the stone by Li Wu Yi, so even if it broke at this moment, he did not have much regret. Suddenly, Xianxia slapped his forehead and whispered, "Oh no." It was only at this moment he remembered that he seemed to be too immersed in the Tao of Space. That was the reason why he came here in the first place. Yang and now, and then Yang to Earth and Day. He quickly released his divine sense, wanting to ask Zhang Ruo she to leave Purple Mountain City with him. But he did not expect that in the next room. There was still a cup of tea on the table. Steam was still rising from it. Xianxia's figure flickered, broke through the void, and came directly to the next room. He reached out to test the temperature of the tea and muttered to himself, "She should have left less than half a cup of tea. Where did this little girl go?" He had been in seclusion for a month, so it was normal for Zhang Ruo she to go out for a walk. But since he was sure that she was not in danger, Xianxia was not very worried. He released his divine sense and enveloped the entire Purple Mountain City in an instant. Soon, Xianxia found Zhang Ruo she's figure on a high platform in the city, and it was an extremely vigorous figure. Xianxia could not help but have a strange expression. Her entire body was suffused with a baleful aura that caused people to tremble in fear. Her opponent was a middle-aged man who also had the cultivation of the Third Order Tao Source Realm. He cultivated some kind of secret technique, but his whole body was covered in a blood-red light. His aura was also extraordinary. At this moment, the two people were fighting fiercely in the ring. When their source chi collided, it made a rumbling sound, and the barrier on the ring flashed wildly. This girl from the Zhang family actually came to the ring. If Xianxia had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. Where did she get the courage? She usually blushed when talking to strangers, so how could she have the courage to come to this place and be the center of attention? Moreover, her aura was completely different from usual, which made Xianxia very concerned. Xianxia knew that Zhang Ruo she's bloodline power was very strange. All her changes were related to her bloodline. However, her opponent seemed to be an extremely powerful figure. He must be very famous in Purple Mountain City. Otherwise, how could he attract so many people to watch the battle? Sure enough, just as Xianxia was secretly speculating, some people's voices came from all directions. Today's battle will be a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. I wonder who will emerge victorious in the end. What's the suspense? Of course, it's Bloody Hand Gushan. Although Gushan doesn't belong to any sect, he has been wandering around Purple Mountain City since 50 years ago. He has a very high reputation and strength here, especially in the arena battle. He has never met a worthy opponent. All the enemies who have fought with him have been defeated. He is the golden signboard of Purple Mountain City. He can cultivate to the Third Order Tao Source Realm without a sect. This Gushan is really amazing. If he joins a big sect, won't it be just around the corner for him to become an emperor? You don't know about this. I heard that Gushan found an ancient cave abode in the desolate Purple Mountain and obtained an extremely profound inheritance. That's why he doesn't need to join any sect. A few years ago, a cultivator from the Third Order Tao Source Realm from Ahan Temple passed by here. I don't know what conflict he had with Gushan, but the two fought in the ring. Guess what happened? What happened? What else? Of course, Gushan won. The cultivator from Ahan Temple was knocked out of the ring in less than 10 moves. Gushan is so strong that even a disciple from Ahan Temple was no match for him. Ahan Temple was one of the top sects in the Eastern Territory, second only to Serene Soul Palace in terms of status. So the cultivators who came from it were definitely quite strong, not to mention an elite disciple with a third-order Tao source realm cultivation. Of course, he was able to defeat an elite disciple from Ahan Temple a few years ago, and his strength seems to have improved again after a few years. It's not difficult for him to defeat a little girl. Otherwise, why do you think so many people came to watch today? Everyone is here because of Gu Shan's fame. Little girl? Another person snorted coldly. This friend is really interesting. Do you dare to call her little girl in front of that Rakshasa girl? If you do, I'll call you ancestor. Cough, cough. The cultivator who thought highly of Gu Shan coughed violently and almost coughed out tears. Rakshasa girl? The man looked at the speaker and asked in confusion, is this woman also a very famous person? The third person glanced at him and said, friend, you've only been in Purple Mountain City for a few days, right? The man chuckled and said, I've only been here for 3 days. I heard that there are many opportunities in the Purple Mountain Desert, so I came to try my luck. I just happened to be in time for this grand event, so I came to watch the fun. Chapter 25:15. It was a battle between two cultivators of the same level, but the winner was decided within 3 moves. It was indeed a one-sided battle. Every day after that, this girl would come to the Rising Dragon Arena to fight. None of her opponents could last more than a cup of tea's worth of time. Her aura was sharp and fierce, so everyone called her Rakshas's daughter. I didn't know this girl was so powerful. That person's eyes lit up as he exclaimed and looked at the arena with great interest. Rakshasi is indeed powerful, but Gu Shan isn't weak either. I still think Gu Shan will win. The person who spoke earlier was unconvinced. The third person sneered. Gu Shan is indeed powerful. He has a solid foundation and abundant origin power, but he's definitely no match for Rakshasi. What makes you say that? That's right. My friend, you're being too presumptuous. Look at the situation in the arena. It's clear that Luo Shan is being suppressed by Gu Shan. Gu Shan is no less ferocious than that girl. The third person glanced at the arena leisurely and said calmly, I have my reasons for saying that. What do you think, friend? Let's hear it. Gu Shan's strength has reached his limit. Unless he can break through the Emperor realm, he won't be able to improve his strength for the rest of his life. However, Lady Shura was different. She rarely fought with others before, and she had never used her powerful strength. She was growing with every battle on the Rising Dragon Arena. Compared to 20 days ago, she was more than just a little bit more powerful. I wonder if you guys have noticed the fight between her and Gu Shan. In the beginning, she was at a disadvantage. But now, she's looking for a chance to fight back. If I'm not mistaken, she's growing rapidly in this battle. I'm afraid it won't be long before she surpasses Gu Shan and knocks him out of the Rising Dragon Arena. After hearing what this person said, the other 2 people nodded. The other 2 thought about it carefully and found that this was indeed the case. They couldn't help but admire him and said in unison, Friend, you're right. It seems that Gu Shan may not be her opponent. But where did this girl come from? She looks like she's in her early 20s. Did she cultivate some secret technique to retain her youthful appearance? This girl has a fierce aura, but he still has a childish air about him. He's obviously still young. Friend, you seem to know Rakshasi very well. Have you studied her? The corner of that person's mouth twitched as he said slowly, Yes, because her first opponent was me. Huh. The other 2 people looked at him in surprise. They didn't expect him to be the cultivator who vomited blood and fainted after being beaten by Rakshasi in 3 moves. It was awkward for a moment. On the spectator stands, many people were talking about this Rakshasa girl and wanted to know which sect she came from. However, her moves were so strange and unpredictable that no one could guess what she was from. What's more, there was no trace of her using an artifact at all, so naturally it was impossible to infer her identity from it. Xianxia's expression was indifferent as he stared at the ring, his mood somewhat strange, and all the cultivators in Purple Mountain City were afraid of her. His impression of Zhang Ruo, she wasn't like this. She was a completely different person from the little girl in the arena. He suddenly had a feeling that he had raised a dormant, fierce beast for the past few years. It was usually very obedient in the cage, but once it was released, it would set off a bloody storm. The battle in the arena was in full swing. The cultivator who was beaten by Zhang Ruo, she in 3 moves in her first match, may not have a high cultivation base, but his eyesight was extremely good. He stood in place with a strange expression, staring blankly at the pieces of clothes on the ground, without the slightest joy of victory. He had an emperor artifact, the flowing water sword. Yang Kai still remembered the 3,000 sword principles. Yang Kai also occasionally used a sword. The myriad sword was a broadsword, but it was not his strength. The moves he used were all secret techniques of the myriad sword itself. They were not even 1,000th of Chun Wenhao's. However, Zhang Ruo Shi's sword intent was completely natural and extremely fierce. Right now, she was like a piece of unpolished jade. If she could unleash all her potential, the brilliance she could bloom with would be absolutely shocking. Suddenly, Yang Kai remembered something. When Zhang Ruo, she was breaking through to the Great Realm, a huge woman's figure appeared behind her more than once. He did not know who that woman was, but every time, she would open her mouth and suck in the heavenly vision caused by Zhang Ruo Shi's breakthrough, making Zhang Ruo Shi's breakthrough extremely easy. When that woman appeared, she was holding a huge long sword in both hands, which was extremely shocking. Perhaps the reason why Zhang Ruo Shi possessed sword intent and involuntarily used her finger sword was related to that phantom. Although this was just a guess, Yang Kai felt that it was very likely. Since Zhang Ruo Shi liked to use swords, Yang Kai felt that he could let her refine the myriad sword. The huge woman phantom was holding a wide long sword in both hands, and the myriad sword was also of the same type, so Zhang Ruo Shi should like it. However, the myriad sword was not Yang Kai's own, after all. It was an ancestral treasure of the Qin family in Maplewood City. When Old Man Qin gave the myriad's sword to Yang Kai, he made it very clear that one day, when Qin was able to break through to the Emperor realm, it would not be too late for Yang Kai to return it. Therefore, Yang Kai thought about it and decided to dispel the idea. It was not good to take someone else's things and give them away. It seemed that it was time to look for a broadsword-type Emperor artifact. Among his companions, Liu Yin obtained the Annihilation Thunder Bead, Hua Qingxi obtained the 5-colored spear, and even the embodiment obtained the demonic warhammer. Which one of them was not an Emperor artifact? Yang Kai naturally could not favor one and discriminate against the other. Sir, I'm sorry. Ruo, she shouldn't have made such a big mess without your permission. Zhang Ruo, she suddenly plucked up her courage, lowered her head, and admitted her mistake. Yang Kai chuckled and said, I'm not blaming you. What are you sorry for? Zhang Ruo, she raised her head and asked in surprise, Sir, you're not angry? Yang Kai smiled and said, You decide how to walk your own path. You don't have to care about what others think. As long as you have a clear conscience, it's fine. Let me ask you, were you happy fighting in that arena? Yes. Zhang Ruo, she nodded heavily without thinking. Did you kill anyone? Zhang Ruo, she shook her head and said, I beat them down every time. It was very common for disciples to travel together in groups. Most of them would have some elders with higher cultivations accompanying them. First, they would protect the disciples, and second, they would inspect the disciples' cultivation results. If it wasn't necessary, these elders wouldn't show up easily. There was already a torn corpse lying on the ground. The cultivator who was still alive looked nervous and frightened. They were more or less injured. Looking at the situation, it seemed that they weren't the monster beast's opponent. That token is the Azure Sun Temple's disciple token, in addition to representing the identity of Azure Sun Temple's disciple. This token can also be used as a communication artifact to allow disciples to communicate with each other. I just received a message from an Azure Sun Temple disciple asking for help. Yang Kai stood on the wooden boat and explained to Zhang Ruoxi. Since meeting Xiao Bai Yi and Murong Xiao in the Source Sea, Yang Kai had been keeping the Azure Sun Golden token in his arms. His original intention was to be able to perceive the messages of Xiao Bai Yi and Murong Xiao at any time, but he didn't expect that he wouldn't use it after that. However, Yang Kai didn't throw it back into his space ring. Anyway, it didn't matter if he kept it in his arms, and it wouldn't affect his movements. Who knew that in the distant Eastern Territory, Yang Kai would receive a message from an Azure Sun Temple disciple asking for help. The message was very short, only a line of words: Earth City, Azure Sun Pavilion, help. The other party was obviously an Azure Sun Temple disciple to be able to send this message to his golden token. But Yang Kai couldn't figure out how the other party came to the Eastern Territory and what kind of danger they encountered. After all, Azure Sun Temple was a sect in the Southern Territory, hundreds of millions of kilometers away from here. But since it was a message asking for help, Yang Kai naturally couldn't sit idly by, so he hurriedly found someone to inquire about the location of Earth City. It was his first time in the Eastern Territory, so he didn't know where Earth City was. Fortunately, there was a group of people nearby, so Yang Kai immediately teleported over. Although I don't know what happened over there, if there is a battle later, take care of yourself, Yang Kai exhorted. Earth City was definitely a city, and since it was a city, there might be a master guarding it. Although Yang Kai had been promoted to the Emperor realm, he wasn't so arrogant that he didn't put anyone in his eyes. If he really had to fight, he wouldn't be able to take care of Zhang Ruoxi. Now that he had warned her clearly, she could act according to circumstances later. I understand. Zhang Ruo nodded heavily. Sir, please feel free to do as you wish. Ruoxi won't be a burden to you. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Anxious, he sped up. Earth City, located in the hinterland of the Eastern Territory, was considered one of the most important cities in the entire Eastern Territory. Compared to Purple Mountain City, it was undoubtedly much more prosperous. Earth City was surrounded by abundant resources, attracting many cultivators to settle down here. Many cultivators came and went, bringing more and more prosperity to this place. The city lord of Earth City, Zhu Hong, was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master with many capable subordinates. Since he took charge of Earth City 50 years ago, he had been keeping the entire city in good order. The laws in the city were strict, and few people dared to break the law. Zhu Hong had even laid down 81 rules in Earth City. Anyone who dared to violate them would be punished equally, ranging from being whipped through the streets to being executed by dismemberment. His iron blood methods and fair attitude made the entire Earth City love and respect him. At this moment, in the city, in front of a shop called Azure Sun Pavilion, a group of cultivators wearing the uniform of the city guards blocked the entrance. A Dao Source Realm cultivator was sitting leisurely in a tea house not far away, sipping tea leisurely. His pair of hawk-like eyes were constantly sizing up everyone who passed by the shop, as if he was vigilant of something. Whispers could be heard from the surrounding crowd. They were all discussing what the Azure Sun Pavilion had done to attract people from the City Lord's mansion to come here and surround it. Azure Sun Pavilion was just a small shop, and the things it sold weren't anything special. Many spirit pills and artifacts were bought from others and then resold, so there wasn't much profit to be made, just barely managing to keep itself afloat. Anyone who had dealt with the Azure Sun Pavilion would know that apart from the shopkeeper, there were only 2 clerks left in the pavilion. These 2 clerks were also gluttonous and lazy fellows who didn't do their jobs properly. Often when guests came to visit, they would still be sleeping soundly at the table, not taking the initiative to entertain them. Over time, the cultivator who was familiar with Azure Sun Pavilion would not patronize this shop. If it weren't for the cultivator from the City Lord's mansion surrounding it, many people would not know that such a shop existed in the city. Although Yang Kai didn't know what the Azure Sun Pavilion had done, since it had attracted the attention of the Imperial Guard army. It definitely wasn't a good thing. All the cultivators who passed by the shop's entrance avoided it like snakes and scorpions, staying as far away as possible. It was as if they would be tainted with bad luck if they approached. At this moment, a man and a woman suddenly walked out of the crowd and went straight to Azure Sun Pavilion. This man and woman didn't look very old. The man had a tall figure and steady steps. Although he wasn't very handsome, he was extremely resolute and dressed like an ordinary young man. The woman, on the other hand, was a national beauty. She looked soft and weak as she followed behind the young man. She was even younger, seeming to be in her early 20s. Because the Azure Sun Pavilion was surrounded by the city guards, there was no one around it. At this moment, this man and woman walked straight over, attracting the attention of many people. The Dao Source Realm Master, who was sipping tea in a nearby tea house, narrowed his eyes as a bright light burst out from them, carefully sizing up the man and woman. He quietly released his divine sense, but strangely, he couldn't detect the cultivation of these two people. In an instant, the Dao Source Realm cultivator's face turned solemn. He was a master from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, so for him to be unable to detect their cultivation, they were either from the Emperor Realm or had some kind of artifact to hide their cultivation. Such a man and woman were definitely not from the Emperor Realm, so they must have some kind of strange artifact. To have such an artifact, the other party didn't seem to be simple. But who were these two people? Why did they come to Azure Sun Pavilion? While he was pondering, the man and woman had already arrived in front of the city guard cultivator. They looked at him in surprise and shouted, "What are you doing? Haven't you heard that a good dog doesn't block the way? Hurry up and make way." As soon as these words came out, the surrounding city cultivator was shocked. This person dared to insult the city guards. He must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall. How could he live? Everyone seemed to be able to foresee the scene of this person being thrown into the city's prison and being tortured. Everyone was shocked and moved further away. As expected, the guards blocking the entrance of the Azure Sun Pavilion were enraged. One after another, they cast burning gazes at the young man. The leader coldly snorted and said, "Friend, watch your words. Insulting us is not a small crime." The young man was amused when he heard this. He grinned and said, "Insulting people is a crime? You speak as if you haven't insulted people before." The city guard leader said, "According to the laws set by the city lord master, I can take you away at any time, put you in the prison, and whip you 80 times. So serious?" The young man was shocked, and his face turned pale. The city guard leader looked at him disdainfully and said coldly, "Now you know fear." Chapter 25:18. The young man chuckled and said, "Master, don't be so serious. I was just speaking casually just now. I didn't mean to scold you. Okay, I'm going to buy something in this shop now. Can I trouble you to make way?" It was unknown what kind of magic this casual sentence had, but after a moment of hesitation, the leader of the guards actually moved aside and allowed the man and woman to enter the store. The other guards of the city lord's mansion looked at their commander with strange expressions. They wanted to ask questions, but didn't dare to act rashly. They were all full of doubts. What the hell? In a tea house not far away, the Third Order Dao Source Realm, who was in charge of monitoring Azure Sun Pavilion, jumped 3 feet high and hurriedly released his divine sense to ask the guard leader, "What's wrong with you?" "Lord Jia." Hearing this person's voice transmission, the guard army commander's expression immediately turned solemn. "Didn't I tell you not to let anyone in? How dare you disobey this king's order? You must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. I'll let someone in." The guard leader was shocked when he heard this, but soon he remembered what he had just done. In an instant, his forehead was dripping with cold sweat and his face turned pale. How could I let someone in? He didn't know what happened just now. Although his mind was clear, he couldn't resist the young man's words and obediently made way for the young man to walk straight into Azure Sun Pavilion. If it weren't for Master Jia's voice, he probably wouldn't have remembered. A soul attack. When Master Jia saw the guard leader's face, he knew that he must have been hit by a soul secret technique, causing him to lose control. Master Jia, what should we do now? Do you want me to bring people in and capture that person? The guard commander asked in a low voice. No hurry. This person seems to be very powerful, and I don't know what he's doing here. Maybe he really is just here to buy something. Let's take a look first, Master Jia replied. Yes. In the shop, Yang Kai and Zhang Ruo, she looked around and found that the shop was really small and there weren't many goods in it. They were placed in a mess, and their value was not high. Near the counter, there were 2 shop assistants with low cultivation. At this moment, both of them were frowning as if their parents had died. From time to time, they would glance at the guards outside and unconsciously murmur, "It's over, it's over, it's over." I don't know what the shopkeeper did, but he's done for. The nerves of these 2 men seemed to be extremely tense, as they didn't even notice when Yang Kai and Zhang Ruo she walked in. Yang Kai glanced at them and ignored them. Instead, he looked at the back of the shop and walked straight to the backyard. Through a corridor, they came to a place that looked like a small garden. In front of the inner room, Yang Kai stood still and gently knocked on the door. Who is it? A woman's voice suddenly came from inside. She sounded extremely tired and haggard, as if she hadn't rested for many days. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, "I'm here to buy something." The woman inside was silent for a moment, and then said, "My shop has been in some trouble recently and is temporarily closed. Please go back." Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "This young master came all the way from the Southern Territory just to buy something. How dare you ask me to go back?" Southern Territory. A low voice suddenly came from inside, followed by a gust of wind. The door creaked open and a haggard young woman suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. This young woman looked to be around 27 to 28 years old. She was well-dressed, and although her beauty wasn't outstanding, it was still very pleasing to the eye. In the following period, Gao Shueting had been studying the secrets hidden in the animal skin and would leave Earth City for a while from time to time. Lua did not know what she was doing. Chapter 2519. Until a month and a half ago, Gao Shueting suddenly told her that she had some clues, but she needed to work with others to crack it. That day, she left some cultivation resources behind and left Earth City, disappearing without a trace. 7 days ago, the Azure Sun Pavilion was suddenly surrounded by the city Lord's Mansion's guards. Those guards didn't say what the Azure Sun Pavilion had done and just surrounded it, not allowing anyone to enter. Speaking of this, Luwen was suddenly shocked and asked, "Brother Yang, how did you come in? Those City Lord's Mansion people should still be outside." Yang Kai grinned and said, "If I want to come in, how can those scum stop me?" After a pause, he frowned and said, "Elder Gao left here a month and a half ago, saying that she wanted to work with others to crack the secret of the animal skin. But 7 days ago, this place was surrounded by the City Lord's Mansion people for no reason," Lu Wen said anxiously. "So Junior Sister suspects that Elder Gao may have encountered some danger. The reason why they surrounded the Azure Sun Pavilion is because they are afraid that I will pass some information to the outside. After all, Elder Gao did not hide her whereabouts when she went in and out of the Azure Sun Pavilion a few days ago. So, it is easy to find out that she is related to the Azure Sun Pavilion." Yang Kai nodded and said, "You are right. If this is the case, then Earth City must be involved." Lu Wen said sadly, "Junior Sister really had no other choice but to use her own token to send a message. Even in a desperate situation, she really did not expect Senior Brother Yang to come." Yang Kai said, "I also passed by because I have something to do." If Yang Kai hadn't passed by Earth City by chance, Lu Wen wouldn't have been able to summon anyone. After all, this was the Eastern Territory. It was very far away from the Azure Sun Temple. The people of the temple would not come here for no reason. Although Gao Shueting had a cold temperament, she had always been good to Yang Kai. She personally handed the Azure Sun Golden Token to Yang Kai and even had the idea of accepting Yang Kai as a disciple and teaching him cultivation. Now that Gao Shueting might be in trouble, Yang Kai certainly couldn't stand idly by. Of course, this was just a guess. It could also be a misunderstanding, but the fact that the City Lord's mansion's people had surrounded the Azure Sun Pavilion was more or less a blatant lie. If it weren't for Gao Shueting, why would they surround this place for no reason? In that case, the City Lord's mansion must be closely related to this matter. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, his thoughts gradually smoothing out. Lu Wen said, Junior sister also guessed the same. Elder Gao said before that she wanted to find someone to work together to crack the secret on the animal skin. Only City Lord Zhu Hong is a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. If Elder Gao is looking for someone to join forces with, Zhu Hong is the best choice. Oh, Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and grinned. Since we have a suspect, it will be much easier. Brother Yang, what do you plan to do? Lu Wen looked at him with an evil smile. Suddenly, he had a bad feeling. What else can we do? Naturally, we have to ask him face to face. Yang Kai snorted softly. Lu Wen was shocked and said, Brother, don't be impulsive. Zhu Hong is a First-Order Emperor Realm Master who has been in this realm for more than 40 years. He is extremely powerful and has an Emperor artifact. Although Brother is an elite disciple of the temple, I'm afraid that if he goes up against the Emperor realm, She didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was very obvious. She felt that Yang Kai was no match for Zhu Hong. Yang Kai smiled and said, Junior sister Lu, don't worry. Zhu Hong is nothing to Brother. Chapter 25:20. Jiaxi observed Yang Kai's expression and faintly realized something. He gulped and said, Young master, there is something this Jia doesn't know if he should say. If it's nonsense, then don't bother. Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Jiaxi said, 1.5 months ago, Elder Zhu Tianqing came to see the City Lord's master, and the next day, the City Lord's master left Earth City. Zhu Tianqing? Yang Kai raised his brow and asked, Who is that? Jiaxi replied, He is one of the 10 great elders of the Emperor realm of Brahma Holy Land. He has always had a close personal relationship with the City Lord's master. Brahma Holy Land? Yang Kai couldn't help but be surprised. He naturally knew about Brahma Holy Land. It was one of the top sects in the Eastern Territory. In terms of status, it was similar to Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory. The 2 holy sons he met in the Shattered Star Sea, Xianxia and Zhanghao, were from Brahma Holy Land. Their cultivation aptitude was really good. If it weren't for their bad luck of meeting him, they would have most likely broken through to the Emperor realm in this trip to the Shattered Star Sea. Zhu Tianqing was just one of the 10 great emperors of Brahma Holy Land. It seemed that Brahma Holy Land lived up to its reputation as a top sect. Its comprehensive strength was above Azure Sun Temple. What is Zhu Tianqing's cultivation? Yang Kai had a vague feeling that Zhu Tianqing should have a great relationship with Gao Shueting. He is also a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Jiaxi had already said so much, so naturally, he wouldn't hide anything. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Judging from the strength Yang Kai displayed when he crushed the Dao Source Grade High-Rank artifact, he could kill him with just a flick of his finger. Jiaxi didn't think his body could be as strong as that shield. Yang Kai nodded. He raised a finger. Last question. Do you know where Zhu Tianqing or Zhu Hong is now? Jiaxi wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said uneasily, I really don't know. The cold light in Yang Kai's eyes suddenly became dangerous. Jiaxi turned pale with fright and said with a long face, City Lord Master didn't tell me anything before he left. I really don't know. He paused for a moment and then said in fear, But if this young master really wants to know, I can tell you. This lowly one can help you look into it. Investigate? Yang Kai snorted. Didn't you say that Zhu Hong didn't tell you anything before he left? How did you find out? Jiaxi trembled as he replied. This humble one can ask the young city lord or the city lord's wife. The 2 of them may know something. If it doesn't work, This humble one can ask Elder Ju's disciples. To be honest, this humble one has a good personal relationship with Elder Ju's disciples. Perhaps they know where Elder Ju is now. How long? Xianxia asked coldly. For hours. No. 2 hours should be enough. Xianxia suddenly smiled and said, Then I'll have to trouble Master Jia. Go and come back quickly. I'll wait for you here. Jiasi suddenly jumped up and rushed out without stopping, as if something was chasing him from behind. But he had just moved his feet. Xianxia casually made a mark on his body. Jiasi's face changed wildly. He looked at Xianxia in horror, feeling as if the place where he was hit was burning and the pain was unbearable. Don't be nervous. This is just a secret technique of this young master. It's called the wrong bone and tendon separation seal. It won't have any effect on you in a short time. Xianxia smiled innocently. How long will it take? Jiasi asked in a trembling voice. It would be best if he could escape the Eastern Territory and hide in another large territory. Outside the city, Xianxia easily found Zhang Ruo, Shi, and Lu Wen. After inviting them to board his wooden boat, Xianxia asked Lu Wen for information. Where is the Dragonbone Wilderness? Lu Wen pointed in a direction and said, This way about 2 days' journey. After a pause, she asked in surprise, Elder Gao is in the Dragonbone Wilderness. It's very likely, Xianxia responded in a deep voice, but I don't know the specific location. Is that damn place big? Big, very big. Lu Wen nodded. Rumor has it that it is an ancient battlefield where many people died. The Yin there is extremely rich. Many cultivators like to experience and explore there. Occasionally, a lucky person can find some extremely ancient treasures and make a fortune. Especially in the center, where the Yin is so dense that even the Emperor realm doesn't dare to approach it easily. Rumor has it that there are bones of the dragon race there, so everyone calls it the Dragonbone Wilderness. Oh, Xianxia couldn't help but raise his brow and grin. Then let's go to the center and see the situation there first. The wooden boat was extremely fast. It was a Dao Source grade high-rank flight artifact, and with the help of Xianxia's space divine technique, it was as if it was shuttling and jumping through space. In the blink of an eye, it had crossed hundreds of kilometers. Lu Wen didn't notice this anomaly at first, but after she calmed down, she realized that there was something wrong with this speed. She couldn't help but be shocked, and her confidence in Xianxia grew. In just half a day, Xianxia had arrived at the Dragonbone Wilderness. He saw a desolate death chi below him that stretched for an unknown distance. Some strange Yin Shi was swirling around like a whirlwind, and when it sensed the aura of living beings approaching, it actually gathered around them. This was only the periphery of the Dragonbone Wilderness, so the Yin Shi was extremely weak. It couldn't even get close to Xianxia and the others before it was left far behind. Xianxia had no intention of getting entangled with the Yin Shi. While going deeper, he spread out his divine sense like a sea, penetrating every corner that he could detect. He didn't know whether Gao Shueting was in the Dragonbone Wilderness or not, but this was the only clue he could find so far, so he could only follow it to the end. Half a day later, Xianxia had already entered the hinterland of the Dragonbone Wilderness. Along the way, Xianxia found that this was indeed a good place for a cultivator to gain experience and cultivate. If he was still in the Dao Source realm, this would be a good place for him to gain experience, but now that he had broken through to the Emperor realm, there was no point in cultivating here. Suddenly, Xianxia seemed to have discovered something, and his eyes focused in a certain direction. He saw a few strong cultivators standing there, looking around vigilantly, as if they didn't want anyone to come close. Not only that, there seemed to be something wrong somewhere in the space over there. This made Xianxia suspicious, and he controlled the wooden boat to rush over there. Who goes there? Before Xianxia could get close, a loud shout came from that direction. Halt! If you dare to come any closer, don't blame us for being impolite. Another person's voice came, containing a strong threat. Xianxia didn't care about this. The wooden boat rushed forward and arrived in front of those people in an instant. Impudent! You're courting death. Several loud shouts rang out, followed by the radiance of several secret techniques. A ferocious power bombarded the wooden boat. Luwen was so scared that her face turned pale, and she almost couldn't stand still. Zhang Ruo, she, on the other hand, stood behind Yang Kai indifferently, turning a blind eye to the attacks. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk a few explosions rang out, but the impact that everyone had expected did not come. Instead, on the other side of the wooden boat, the people who had attacked let out loud cries, as if they had been attacked. Then there were muffled groans, and some people directly fell to the ground. Lu Wen's eyes widened, but she couldn't see what Yang Kai had done. Chapter 25-21. The few cultivators who had attacked Yang Kai were even more horrified, their faces ashen. They were all quite strong, otherwise they wouldn't have come so deep into the Dragonbone Wilderness, but even though they had made the first move, they were still beaten senseless. Who the hell is this guy? Horrified, all of them stared at the wooden boat with wide eyes. You are Yang Kai. One of the short and stout men immediately exclaimed after seeing Yang Kai's face. The others also stared at Yang Kai in surprise, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Huh? Yang Kai was stunned, retracting his gaze from the anomaly in space and glancing down, frowning. Do you know me? The few cultivators below looked extremely unfamiliar. He was sure he had never seen them before, but how did they know him? Although he was now an Emperor Realm Master, he was not so arrogant that his name had spread to the Eastern Territory. The short and stout cultivator knew he had misspoken and immediately closed his mouth, unwilling to say another word. But his eyes were full of hatred and anger as he stared at Yang Kai, as if he had a great hatred for him. Brother Yang, these people are Zhu Tianqing's legacy disciples of Brahma Holy Land. Lu Wen suddenly whispered from behind Yang Kai. In the eastern region, she was mainly responsible for collecting all kinds of information, so she was not unfamiliar with the background of these people. She immediately recognized their origins. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he nodded. Zhu Tianqing's legacy disciples, good. Very good. Zhu Tianqing's legacy disciples were here. This meant that Zhu Tianqing should also be nearby, and according to the information revealed by Jiasi, Zhu Tianqing was very likely to be with Zhu Hong. After finding these two people, Yang Kai felt that he would be able to find Gao Shueting, and couldn't help but feel excited. Suddenly, as if he had figured out something, he grinned at those people. Did Yin Lusheng tell you about my identity? Although Yin Lusheng had suffered a great loss in the Shattered Star Sea, he had not died. He had made a deal with Yang Kai, and after signing a soul contract, he had been taken out of the void by Yang Kai in exchange for revealing some information. With the soul contract, even if Yang Kai wanted to kill Yin Lusheng, he was powerless and could only watch him leave. They were experts from the Eastern Territory that Yang Kai met in the Shattered Star Sea. There were only a few of them. Hyoji, Qi Gui, and the others would not be so bored as to spread his image and identity everywhere. Only Yin Lusheng could do such a thing. He probably guessed that he would come to the Eastern Territory to look for Xiao, so he notified the people of Brahma Holy Land in advance. As a result, he was recognized by several Brahma Holy Land cultivator as soon as he showed up. This brat was truly despicable. He actually wanted to use someone else to do his dirty work. However, he would never have imagined that Yang Kai had already broken through to the Emperor Realm. It was exposed by Yang Kai. The short and fat cultivator no longer denied it. He gritted his teeth and snorted. Yes, it was Netherworld Sect's brother Ian who told us about you. What else did he say? Yang Kai asked with a smile. The short and fat cultivator shouted. He also said that the two holy sons, Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian, died tragically at your hands. Yang Kai nodded and said, So, it seems that your Brahma Holy Land is looking for my whereabouts everywhere, right? The short and fat cultivator snorted. The two holy sons were the future hope of my Brahma Holy Land, yet they were cruelly killed by you. Do you think this holy land will let you off easily? If you know what's good for you, you will obediently follow us back to the Holy Land to meet the elders and Holy Master. Perhaps you will be dealt with lightly, but if you are stubborn, my Brahma Holy Land will chase you to the ends of the earth. No matter where you hide, you will not escape death. Xianxia said lightly, "You probably won't be able to see whether I die or not. But whether you die or not is up to this young master to decide." As soon as these words came out, the faces of the short and fat cultivator and the others changed drastically, and they all stared at Xianxia vigilantly. Xianxia's gaze swept past them and looked at the void not far behind them, and asked in a deep voice, "Is Zhu Tianqing there?" The short and fat cultivator was shocked and shouted, "What are you talking about?" His face was full of panic, as if he was trying to hide something. Xianxia snorted coldly, stepped out, and stood directly above the heads of these people. Immediately, he formed a seal with both hands, and the space principles around him surged. The short and fat cultivator and the others suddenly turned pale. Everyone felt as if a mountain was pressing down on their heads, making it difficult for them to breathe, and the blood in their bodies stopped flowing, let alone resist. The Emperor Realm. It was not until this moment that they realized that Xianxia was actually a powerhouse from the Emperor Realm. The short and fat cultivator trembled violently, recalling how he had boasted shamelessly in front of a powerhouse from the Emperor Realm just now. He suddenly felt a chill from head to toe, and his whole body trembled. No wonder Xianxia had easily resolved their joint attack just now. It turned out that this guy had already advanced to the Emperor Realm. The gap between their strength was huge. How could they be a match for him? But how could a newly advanced Emperor Realm Master have such power? The short and fat cultivator did not even feel such a powerful aura from their master, Zhu Tianqing. Was he more powerful than Master? But how was this possible? Master had advanced to the Emperor Realm many years ago. His foundation was solid, and his realm was stable. How could a newly advanced cultivator compare to him? What was going on? Just as the short and fat cultivator was confused, a layer of ripples suddenly appeared somewhere in the void, under the erosion and interference of Xianxia's space principles. As the ripples spread, a pitch-black passageway suddenly appeared. The passageway was long, and it was dark inside. It was unknown where it led to. In front of the passageway's entrance, there was an extremely simple beast skin imprinted in the void, exuding a strange power. It seemed that the existence of this beast skin was the only thing that could completely open the passageway. It was like a key. That's... Lu Wen's beautiful eyes lit up, and she pointed to the animal skin. "It's the animal skin I found before." Xianxia raised his eyebrows, knowing that he had found the right place. But he did not expect that there was a small world hidden here, and the way to open this small world was on the animal skin. After giving the order, Xianxia stepped forward and directly came to the front of the void. He stretched out his hand and pressed slightly on the animal skin. Under the surge of space force, his entire hand disappeared into the darkness, and then his whole body was gradually swallowed up. If it were someone else, they might not be able to enter this void corridor. However, this place had been opened and was previously hidden by some unknown method. In addition, Xianxia was extremely proficient in the Tao of space, so entering it was as easy as entering his own courtyard. Gao Shui Ting said angrily, "This consort is an elder of the Azure Sun Temple. If I die here today, you will be hunted down by my Azure Sun Temple in the future." Zhu Tianqing smiled coldly and snorted. Azure Sun Temple is indeed amazing. This king also admires the strength of Temple Master Wen Zishan. But so what? Your Azure Sun Temple is just a tyrant in the Southern Territory. This is the Eastern Territory. No matter how strong Temple Master Wen's divine technique is, how can he run wild in the Eastern Territory? A strong dragon cannot suppress a snake in its own territory. Haven't you heard of this saying, Elder Gao? This king is not afraid of being tracked down and retaliated by your Azure Sun Temple. Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes flashed with despair when she heard this. Now that she was seriously injured, she could only hide in this medicine garden. Fortunately, there was a barrier left by an ancient almighty here that she had successfully activated. However, she was not sure how long this barrier would last after so many years. Once Zhu Tianqing really broke the barrier, she would have absolutely no power to fight back. She secretly made up her mind that if the barrier was really broken, she would immediately self-destruct. Even if she died, she would not destroy her innocence. In her beautiful eyes, that cynical smile, that lazy tone, and that infuriating attitude could not help but appear. The fierceness in Gao Shueting's eyes was gradually replaced by a touch of gentleness. What does it matter if I was raised by you? Since the age of 18, I am no longer a child. Hateful that even if I cultivate to the Emperor realm, I am still just a little girl in your eyes. I have never been treated like a woman. If there is an afterlife, I will never be raised by you. I will definitely grow up healthily and then stand in front of you again as a woman. Brother Zhu, have you rested enough? If you have, why don't you come and help? Zhu Tianqing could not help but feel a little anxious after attacking for a long time. He turned his head and said to another person sitting cross-legged not far away, recuperating and healing from the Emperor realm. This person was the City Lord of Earth City, Zhu Hong. The cultivation of the three people here was almost the same. They were all First-Order Emperor realm masters. If they really fought, their strength would be on par with each other. The reason why Gao Shueting was so seriously injured was not that she was weaker than Zhu Tianqing, but because Zhu Tianqing and Zhu Hong outnumbered her. A fight between cultivators of the same level was extremely dangerous. Gao Shueting was able to injure one of the opponents in a 1 versus 2 situation, which was a sign of her strength. At this moment, Zhu Hong's face was pale as well. A large seal engraved with countless ferocious beasts was placed beside him. His aura fluctuated unsteadily, and as he breathed in and out, the flesh on his body squirmed and wriggled. The wounds on his body were gradually healing. Chapter 25-23 4060, absolutely no more. Zhu Qingtian said coldly. Zhu Tianqing said with a cold face, although this Jew will most likely break through to the Second-Order Emperor realm after this matter is settled. Brother Zhu's breakthrough will be just around the corner if we obtain so many spirit grasses and medicines here. You definitely won't lose out in this distribution. Zhu Hong pondered for a moment before a flash of determination flashed across his eyes. He nodded and said, "All right, we'll do as Brother Zhu says." 4060, Zhu Tianqing definitely had a slight advantage, but he was an elder of Brahma Holy Land after all. If he could break through to the Second-Order Emperor realm, his strength would definitely skyrocket. If Zhu Hong gave him face now, it would be easier to get along with him in the future. On the other side, Gao Shueting could not help but tremble with anger when she heard the two start to divide the benefits in front of her. But she did not even have the strength to protect herself now, so there was nothing she could do even if she was angry. 4060? I'm afraid that's a little inappropriate. An abrupt voice suddenly rang out. Both Zhu Hong and Zhu Tianqing trembled violently as they looked towards the source of the voice in horror. Zhu Hong, who was healing his injuries, stood up directly as the Emperor artifact 10,000 BCO beside him flashed slightly, exuding a dangerous aura. This place was a small world hidden in a crack in the void. If it were not for the two halves of the animal skin to activate the barrier, it would be impossible for anyone to come here. They could only come in because they had activated the barrier on the two halves of the animal skin. But now, there was one more person here. Even though Zhu Hong and Zhu Tianqing were masters of the Emperor realm, They could not help but feel their scalps tingle at this moment. Did we run into a ghost? The two of them muttered in their hearts. On the other side, Gao Shueting, who had a look of despair on her face, suddenly trembled after hearing this voice. A strange brilliance bloomed in her gray eyes. She focused her vision and looked to the side. At some point, a young man had appeared a few dozen meters away from the three of them, like a ghost with a smile on his face. If he had not taken the initiative to speak, none of the three would have noticed him. "Who is it?" Zhu Hong shouted. Zhu Tianqing also frowned as he scanned Yang Kai with his divine sense without concealing it. After discovering that he was just a first-order Emperor Realm Master, he was slightly relieved. No matter how this man came in and what his purpose was, as long as his cultivation was not higher than Zhu Tianqing's, Zhu Tianqing was not too afraid. "City Lord Zhu, Elder Zhu." Yang Kai smiled and cupped his hands at the two of them, as if they were very familiar with each other. "It's been a long time." Zhu Hong's expression was one of surprise as he stared at Yang Kai seriously. However, he discovered that this person's face was extremely unfamiliar. He had never seen him before. He couldn't help but ask in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "It's just a lowly name, not worth mentioning." Zhu Hong was so angry that he felt dizzy, but he knew that the other party was unwilling to reveal his name. There was no point in continuing to ask. His expression changed, and he growled, "How did you get in?" When Zhu Tianqing and Gao Shueting joined forces to enter this place, Zhu Tianqing had quietly left a secret door behind. It was this secret door that allowed him to enter this place. But how did Yang Kai come in? Did he also use that secret door? No. Only Zhu Tianqing and I know how to break the secret door. No one else can know about it. Not to mention that Zhu Tianqing's legacy disciples are guarding outside. If this person had appeared here without a sound, then the people outside would most likely be in trouble. The death of the two holy sons was a great blow to Brahma Holy Land's Yuan Qi. These two holy sons were cultivation geniuses that only appeared once in 100 years and were highly valued by many elders of Brahma Holy Land. They were the future of Brahma Holy Land. However, something happened in the Shattered Star Sea that caused them to fail to return safely. It wasn't until now that Zhu Hong knew that the two holy sons had died at the hands of this young man named Yang Kai. But soon, Zhu Hong realized one thing and asked with a strange expression, "Since this boy has entered the Shattered Star Sea before, doesn't that mean he has just advanced to the Emperor Realm?" "Yes, that should be the case." Zhu Tianqing nodded lightly. Zhu Hong laughed and looked at Yang Kai mockingly. "Boy, your courage is admirable. You have just advanced to the Emperor Realm, and yet you dare to yell in front of this city lord and elder Zhu. Unfortunately, your IQ is limited. Having just advanced, one should enter secluded retreat to consolidate one's cultivation. If one's cultivation is unstable, it is very likely that one will fall from the Emperor Realm." Yet, this boy not only didn't enter secluded retreat, he even ran around. Zhu Hong didn't know what his elders had taught him. In an instant, in Zhu Hong's eyes, Yang Kai had become an arrogant and ignorant junior. His previous surprise was swept away, and he didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to Zhu Hong's words and looked at Zhu Tianqing. "Elder Zhu, there is something I want to clarify with you." "What is it?" Zhu Tianqing asked with a cold face. Yang Kai said with a smile, "You said that Zhang Hao died at my hands, and I have no objection. I did kill him, but Zhang Xian's death has nothing to do with me. Moreover, before Zhang Xian died, he begged me to kill Zhang Hao to avenge him. Alas, I don't know what kind of conflict there was between these two holy sons that made them want to fight each other to the death. I'm a very soft-hearted person, so of course I have to satisfy a dying man's wish. So I killed Zhang Hao for Zhang Xian so that he could die in peace." "Bullshit." Zhu Tianqing was furious. Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian were very close. Although they were not biological brothers, they were closer than real brothers. "How could Zhang Xian let you kill Zhang Hao?" Yang Kai snorted coldly. "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Zhu Tianqing took a deep breath to calm the anger in his heart and said coldly, "Since you have entered this place, then what about those good-for-nothing disciples of this king outside?" "I don't know. I'm afraid they're all dead," Yang Kai grinned. He was very confident in Zhang Ruoxi. Even if she couldn't beat him, with the help of the Pink Cloud's phoenix robe, Zhang Ruo, she wouldn't be injured. But if the terrifying power hidden in her bloodline was forced out, then Zhu Tianqing's disciples would suffer. In short, Zhu Tianqing's disciples were most likely doomed. Good. 2 holy sons died at your hands, and so did several of this king's disciples. Since you've delivered yourself to me today, then don't even think about leaving this place." Zhu Tianqing was furious, and murderous intent surged from his body. As he spoke, he circulated his emperor qi, and a strong emperor intent spread out. The broken world principles in this small world buzzed, and the burning sea of star saber in his hand trembled slightly, releasing a dazzling saber light. Zhu Hong was even more direct. Seeing that Yang Kai and Zhu Tianqing were at odds, he knew that this battle was inevitable. Relying on his alliance with Zhu Tianqing, he didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all. What's more, Yang Kai looked so young, and he had just advanced to the Emperor realm. So what was there to be afraid of? During this period of time, many rising stars had obtained opportunities in the Shattered Star Sea, breaking through to the Emperor realm and reaching the Emperor realm. But how could these newcomers from the Emperor realm be compared with a veteran master like himself? It would be more likely for them to go back and cultivate for another 30 or 50 years. As Zhu Hong's Emperor Qi surged, roars came from the 10,000 B seal, filling the small world. Then, streams of light rushed out of the 10,000 B seal, turning into one strange monster beast after another in midair. The auras of these monster beasts were strong, and they were at least at the early stage of the 11th order. With the infusion of Emperor Qi, the monster beast shot out of the 10,000 B seal in a continuous stream, rumbling towards Yang Kai. Zhu Tianqing alone could easily crush him, wasting the strength he had painstakingly recovered. Young people nowadays are too arrogant. They are blindly arrogant after making a little achievement, but they don't know that there is always someone better than them in this world. Brother Zhu is right. Such a person should be taught a lesson. Zhu Hong nodded in agreement. You two are right. Why don't you tell this young master how high the sky is and how deep the earth is? Yang Kai's voice suddenly rang out again, and this time it came directly from behind Zhu Hong. Brother Zhu, watch out. Zhu Tianqing's face changed drastically as he hurriedly exclaimed, the corners of his eyes almost tearing. He saw that Yang Kai, who should have been smashed to pieces under his and Zhu Hong's joint attack, was standing behind Zhu Hong unscathed. The broadsword in his hand, which was exuding the fluctuations of an emperor artifact, was emitting an extremely dangerous aura as it stabbed towards Zhu Hong's back. Zhu Hong did not notice it at all. Zhu Hong was scared out of his wits. Even with his powerful cultivation in the Emperor realm, he did not even notice how Yang Kai appeared behind him. He looked in disbelief at the place where Yang Kai had been, only to find that the torn Yang Kai was just an afterimage. Oh no! Zhu Hong's heart sank. He had no time to escape or turn around. As he shouted, he pushed his Emperor Qi, and a layer of dazzling light appeared around his body. The light on his back was especially dazzling. It was obvious that he had pushed his Emperor Qi to the limit. The next moment, a violent impact came. Zhu Hong only felt his 5 viscera and 6 bowels trembling, which made him extremely uncomfortable. An indestructible aura directly blasted a hole in his Emperor Qi and hit his back. With a cry, Zhu Hong spat out a mouthful of blood. Borrowing the force of the attack, his figure flickered, and he quickly rushed forward, putting some distance between him and Yang Kai. Artifact armor? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and stared at the place where he had attacked Zhu Hong. From the torn clothes, he saw a light blue scale armor. The grade of this artifact armor was not low. Coupled with Zhu Hong's powerful cultivation, Yang Kai's sneak attack had failed to achieve the desired effect. "Junior, how dare you attack this city lord?" Zhu Hong turned around and roared at Yang Kai, his face pale. If he hadn't been wearing an artifact armor, even if he hadn't died, he would have been seriously injured. What's wrong with this little brat? He has only just broken through to the Emperor realm, so how can he be so strong? That secret technique of his had actually deceived both me and Zhu Tianqing. "Brother Zhu, you stay on the side. This king will teach him a lesson." Zhu Tianqing saw that Zhu Hong was injured again and his aura was a little unstable, so he did not force him to join forces with him. Instead, he just let him stay on the side. As he shouted, the burning sea of stars saber rolled up layers of blade qi and attacked Yang Kai like a wave. Zhu Hong nodded heavily, the anger in his heart erupting like a volcano. He silently urged the power of the 10,000 bee seal and controlled the monster bee soul to rush towards Yang Kai again. Being attacked by a newly promoted Emperor Realm Master was simply a great humiliation. How could he be a man if he did not avenge this? The two great emperors joined forces, and their power was monstrous, like the wrath of gods. Gao Shueting, who had just been relieved, became nervous again. She was pleasantly surprised when Yang Kai suddenly came back to life. She knew that she, like Zhu Tianqing and Zhu Hong, had underestimated Yang Kai. But now, he was going to fight two people at once. How could he compete? Gao Shueting gritted her teeth, flipped her hand, and took out a jade bottle from her space ring. She opened the bottle cap and poured out a dark red spirit pill that reeked of blood. She hesitated for a moment, then raised her hand and was about to put the spirit pill into her mouth. "Elder Gao, don't." At this moment, Yang Kai's anxious cry rang out. Gao Shueting was taken aback and looked up at Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes full of suspicion. "You're already injured. If you take this mad blood pill and forcefully stimulate your potential, I'm afraid it will damage your foundation. Don't take it. Moreover, the quality of this mad blood pill is so low that there will be great hidden dangers after taking it. Which bastard alchemist refined this for you? It's simply irresponsible." As far as the eye could see, Yang Kai seemed to be in a difficult situation under the joint forces of the two great emperors, but his clear voice still reached Gao Shueting's ears, surprising her. She did not know how he could still spare some attention to care about her. Chapter 25:25. The Mad Blood Pill was a Dao Source grade high-rank spirit pill. It wasn't difficult to refine it, but it was difficult to find the materials. The materials needed to refine this kind of spirit pill were all priceless Emperor-grade spirit herbs. Gao Shueting had collected enough materials by chance and was able to ask someone to refine one for her. She carried it with her in case of an accident. Once she took this spirit pill, her potential would be fully stimulated, and her first-order Emperor Realm cultivation might be able to exert the strength of a second-order Emperor Realm Master. This was her last trump card. When she was attacked by Zhu Hong and Zhu Tianqing together and was in a desperate situation, she endured and did not take it. But now, seeing that Yang Kai was in danger, she couldn't hold back anymore. But as soon as she took out the spirit pill, she was stopped by Yang Kai. A wisp of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of her mouth. How could she not know that consuming this mad blood pill would bring great harm to her? Perhaps it would cause her foundation to become unstable, perhaps it would cause her cultivation to drop, or even cause her meridians to break and her dantian to explode. But at this moment, she had no other hope except for the mad blood pill. "Little brat, you still have the mood to care about others? Take care of yourself first." Zhu Tianqing roared as the burning sea of star saber in his hand slashed out a series of saber waves, as if he wanted to cleave a star field in this place. He attacked mercilessly, forcing Yang Kai to dodge without being able to fight back. Although the situation was in his favor, Zhu Tianqing had a very strange feeling for some reason. It made him feel like something bad could happen at any time. Elder Gao, disciple is fine. Don't take the mad blood pill. Yang Kai's erratic voice came from all directions. Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes lit up. Seemingly influenced by Yang Kai's confident words, she nodded slightly and said, "Okay, I won't take it. Be careful and don't try to be brave. If you can't beat them, retreat to my side immediately." Yang Kai laughed and said, "Disciple is no longer the same as before. Two trivial first-order Emperor Realm Masters are nothing in my eyes. Junior, you are too arrogant. Today, this king will teach you how to behave." Zhu Tianqing flew into a rage, his aura rising again. Zhu Hong's face was also livid. Although he did not say a word, he worked harder to stimulate the power of the 10,000 B seal. All of a sudden, Yang Kai's figure came to a halt and suddenly froze at a certain spot. A pair of bone-chilling eyes stared at Zhu Tianqing. Zhu Tianqing could not help but shudder under Yang Kai's gaze. He did not know why, but he could not help but want to run away immediately. Suppressing the palpitations in his heart, Zhu Tianqing pushed his saber wave towards Yang Kai. Thousands of rays of light blossomed, and the sky shattered. Yang Kai said coldly, "I'm afraid you are not qualified to teach this young master how to behave." As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his fingers, and a series of long and narrow moon blades flew out leisurely. There were dozens of these moon blades, and they crisscrossed in midair, directly forming a large net, as if to envelop the heaven and earth, and moving forward in a net. Li Wu Yi had given him a stone that contained the mysteries of space. During that 1 month, Yang Kai had absorbed all the mysteries of the Space Force contained in this stone like a leech. Now, his attainments in the Tao of Space had taken a step forward, and he was much more proficient in using Space Force than before. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk the dark moon blades flew out like a shroud of darkness that could devour all things, annihilating the thousands of lights in an instant. From the cut, he could even see Zhu Tianqing's heart beating violently. Asterisk hiss. Asterisk Zhu Hong sucked in a breath of cold air. He couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell was going on? He clearly saw that Yang Kai was suppressed by Zhu Tianqing. So how could Zhu Tianqing be seriously injured in the blink of an eye? He couldn't help feeling a little dizzy. The monster bee souls that flew out of the 10,000 bee seal were also disturbed and began to scurry around like headless flies. Yang Kai, we'll meet again someday. This king will remember you. One day, this king will tear you to pieces to avenge my severed arm. Zhu Tianqing roared with a ferocious face, then turned around and flew toward the entrance. He wanted to escape from here, but it had to be said that this was a wise choice. Now that his arm had been cut off by Yang Kai and he was seriously injured, his strength had been somewhat affected. It would be extremely unfavorable for him to continue fighting. Moreover, Yang Kai was a cultivator who was proficient in the Tao of Space, so there was no chance for him to kill him. Naturally, he could only escape first, return to the Holy Land first, and gather all the masters in the Holy Land. As long as Yang Kai is still in the Eastern Territory, even if the entire Eastern Territory is turned upside down, we must find him, set up a barrier, and tear him to pieces. Zhu Tianqing secretly swore in his heart, his whole body erupting like a volcano, raging with anger. Looking at his fleeing back, Yang Kai showed a strange look on his face, but instead of chasing after him, he stood in place and looked at him playfully. Zhu Hong was stunned for a moment, but he also knew that things were not going well. He quickly put away the 10,000 B seal and followed after Zhu Tianqing. He was already seriously injured, and now that Zhu Tianqing had run away, wouldn't he be courting death if he stayed here? He cursed in his heart. His hundreds of years of friendship with Zhu Tianqing had gone to waste. This guy didn't even say goodbye to him when he was running away. That was too unkind of him. These days, the only person you can trust when you go out is yourself. The two, one in front and one behind, were extremely fast. This pocket world was not big, so they arrived at the entrance in the blink of an eye. Zhu Tianqing had one of his arms cut off, but he could only endure the excruciating pain. He made a hand seal with one hand and constantly struck out seals toward the entrance. He had already left a secret door before coming in, so that it would be convenient for Zhu Hong to follow him in and for him to leave this pocket world later. But now, even after striking out seals one after another, the entrance did not open. Zhu Tianqing's face changed and suddenly turned pale. He seemed to have realized something and could not help swallowing his saliva. Zhu Hong did not understand and urged vigorously, "Brother Zhu, hurry up and open the entrance. What are you waiting for?" Zhu Tianqing said sadly, "It can't be opened." "How can that be?" Zhu Hong was shocked, wishing he could slap Zhu Tianqing to death. It was intolerable for him to drop the ball at such a critical moment. Yang Kai suddenly appeared behind the two, looking at them with a smile, and said indifferently, "After this young master came in, I completely sealed the entrance. Without this young master's unique technique, no one can open this place again." "What?" Zhu Hong was horrified. "You? How do you have such a divine technique? How could an ordinary person be able to seal the entrance to a pocket world just like that?" Zhu Tianqing's face was ugly, and his heart kept sinking as if it had fallen into an abyss. He said bitterly, "Brother Zhu, this kid is proficient in the law of space." Zhu Hong was dumbfounded, as if he had been struck by lightning. Yang Kai snorted coldly. "We'll meet again? Elder Zhu, this young master likes to finish things today." Having the flesh incarnation fruit meant that he could refine the flesh incarnation pill, and having the flesh incarnation pill meant that he could fulfill his promise to Tian Yin. In the Divine Ascension Mirror, Senior Tian Yin, whose strength was comparable to the great emperor's, had been a soul avatar ever since he was born. He had never had his own physical body. When Yang Kai was training in the Divine Ascension Mirror, he told Tian Yin that one day he would find a flesh incarnation pill for him and refine a flesh incarnation fruit so that he could experience what it was like to have a physical body. He would be able to break free from the shackles of the Divine Ascension Mirror and see the outside world. Tian Yin seemed to be very interested in this matter, but how could the flesh incarnation fruit be so easy to find? And now, one of them had appeared in Yang Kai's vision. Chapter 25-27. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he wrapped his hands with Emperor Qi and carefully grabbed the flesh incarnation fruit. After a short while, he gently plucked it, and the flesh incarnation fruit immediately fell into his palm. Yang Kai hurriedly threw it into the jade box he had prepared beforehand and set up several barriers before putting it into his space ring. Phew! Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. With his flesh incarnation fruit, he had great hope of refining the flesh incarnation pill, but before that, he had to improve his alchemy skills first. Although he was now an Emperor-grade alchemist, he had not refined many Emperor-grade spirit medicines. Refining the flesh incarnation fruit in a hurry was not likely to succeed. In this world, there might only be one flesh incarnation fruit. If the refining failed and the raw materials were destroyed, Yang Kai would definitely be traumatized, and it might even affect his future alchemy skills. Fortunately, there were so many Emperor-grade spirit medicines here that he could choose some relatively low-value spirit medicines to practice on. He believed that in the future, his attainments in alchemy would be higher, and at that time, he would be confident in refining the flesh incarnation pill. After observing for a while, Yang Kai found that all the spirit medicines in this medicine garden were priceless, but there was nothing like the flesh incarnation fruit that amazed him. He immediately began to collect them. There were 2 whole medicine gardens and hundreds of spirit medicines. It took Yang Kai more than an hour to collect all of them. There were about 20 left in place, including the flesh incarnation fruit tree. There were 3 white flowers on this fruit tree. If it lived for hundreds or thousands of years, it might bear new fruit. However, Yang Kai had some concerns. He did not dare to touch these 20 spirit medicines. After doing this, Yang Kai glanced at Gao Shueting and found that she was still recuperating, and it seemed that it would be a long time before she woke up. Yang Kai was not in a hurry. He used his divine sense to explore the small sealed world bead and took out Zhu Hong and Zhu Tianqing space. Unsurprisingly, inside the 2 space rings, there were a large number of Emperor-grade spirit medicines that had just been collected, which should be the products of this ancient medicine garden. In addition, there were many valuable treasures in their space rings, allowing Yang Kai to make a fortune. Their Emperor artifacts, the Burning Sea of Star Saber and 10,000 B Seal, also fell into Yang Kai's hands. As for the Burning Sea of Stars blade, although it looked powerful, Yang Kai didn't like using blades, so he didn't have any thoughts of refining it. What's more, even if he refined this Emperor artifact, it didn't increase his strength by much. The 10,000 B Seal, on the other hand, piqued Yang Kai's interest. This thing was not like an ordinary Emperor artifact. It seemed to be able to seal the soul of a monster beast. When fighting, one only needed to release their soul to defeat the enemy. It didn't consume much of his energy. This could be given to Zhang Ruo Shi. Although Zhang Ruo Shi seemed to prefer swords. However, the power of the 10,000 B Seal wasn't small, so it was definitely a good treasure for her. As long as Zhang Ruo Shi could refine it, her strength would definitely improve significantly. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's divine sense surged and erased Zhu Hong's soul brand from the 10,000 B Seal. Not long after, a brilliant light flashed, and the 10,000 B Seal became gray and dull. He casually threw it into his space ring, planning to give it to Zhang Ruo Shi after he left. After waiting for a while, he saw that Gao Shueting still showed no signs of waking up. Yang Kai simply took out his alchemy furnace and found some Emperor-grade spirit herbs to refine pills on the spot. One day later, Yang Kai, who was concentrating on alchemy, suddenly noticed that someone was looking at him. His expression couldn't help but change, and he glanced to the side while his hands continued to refine pills. Sure enough, he saw Gao Shueting looking at him with her beautiful eyes. Gao Shueting seemed to understand that she had disturbed Yang Kai's alchemy, and a look of guilt appeared on her face. She didn't dare to say anything and just motioned for him to continue. When an alchemist was refining pills, it was taboo to be disturbed. Gao Shueting had long known that Yang Kai was an alchemist. Otherwise, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to refine the extraordinary treasure pill back in the Four Seasons realm. Therefore, when she saw Yang Kai glance at her, she knew that her gaze must have disturbed Yang Kai's concentration. She couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. On the other hand, Yang Kai wore an indifferent expression and said with a grin, "Elder Gao, please wait a moment. Disciple is about to finish refining the pills. I'll come back to talk to you after that." While speaking, Yang Kai's expression turned solemn, and he immediately immersed himself in alchemy again, surprising Gao Shueting. A series of mysterious pill condensing seals appeared from Yang Kai's hands. These seals seemed to be extremely profound and actually contain a trace of the heavenly way. Gao Shueting's heart shook violently as a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. She stared at Yang Kai's movements, unwilling to miss a single detail. She found that Yang Kai's alchemy technique could actually cause her to ponder deeply about the martial Tao heavenly way, allowing her to integrate everything she had learned on the path of martial Tao. This was simply incredible. As one of the top sects in the Southern Territory, Azure Sun Temple naturally had its own Emperor-grade alchemist. Although there was only one, it was still an Emperor-grade alchemist. Gao Shueting had once been fortunate enough to watch the Emperor-grade alchemist refine pills from a distance. But compared with Yang Kai's alchemy technique, the alchemist in the temple was simply unbearable and clumsy. If that alchemist was like a child waving a hoe in the field, then Yang Kai's alchemy was like dancing under the moonlight with a long sword. There was simply no comparison between the two. Who did he learn alchemy from? How did he achieve so much at such a young age? Not only that, but he had also advanced to the emperor realm. Gao Shueting's heart shook. She suddenly found that those so-called genius disciples were all overshadowed by Yang Kai's current achievements. Perhaps even the children of the great emperors could not compare with him. Time seemed to pass very quickly, but also very slowly. Just as Gao Shueting was immersed in this strange enlightenment, the feeling that caused her to resonate with the heavenly way and martial Tao suddenly disappeared. She was slightly surprised and fixed her eyes again, only to see Yang Kai forming a seal and shouting, "Condense! Asterisk ding ling ling." Asterisk suddenly, a crisp and pleasant sound came from the small alchemy furnace. Yang Kai listened carefully and frowned slightly, seemingly a little dissatisfied with the result of this alchemy. Gao Shueting was surprised. Although she was not an alchemist, she knew that this furnace of spirit pills should have been successfully refined. From the fragrance wafting from the alchemy furnace, it could be inferred that this furnace of spirit pills was an emperor-grade spirit pill, and their quality should not be low. Even so, he was still not satisfied. To what extent did he have to be satisfied? Yang Kai stretched out his hand and patted the alchemy furnace. Under the vibration, 3 round rolling fragrant spirit pills flew out from the alchemy furnace and were drawn into a jade bottle by Yang Kai. After taking a look, Yang Kai curled his lips and casually threw them into a space ring. He then turned his head and looked at Gao Shueting with a smile. "I've kept Elder Gao waiting. How are you feeling?" "I've mostly recovered," Gao Shueting replied. "It wasn't a fatal injury to begin with." After a pause, she asked curiously, "How did you know I was here? You even came to find me directly." Yang Kai said, "It was Junior Sister Lu who sent me a message." He briefly explained what happened after he passed by Earth City and received Lu Wen's message. After Gao Shueting heard this, she smiled and said, "It seems that I'm not destined to die yet. I didn't expect you to pass by Earth City at this time." As soon as she smiled, thousands of pear trees bloomed and the whole world dimmed. She was a cold woman who rarely smiled. At least, Yang Kai had never seen her smile since he had known her for so long. So, Yang Kai couldn't help but be stunned. Gao Shueting noticed his strange look and quickly restrained her smile. Her expression was a little unnatural. Yang Kai said, "Elder Gao, you should smile more. It's so beautiful." Impudent and glib-tongued, Gao Shueting coldly snorted. Yang Kai grinned and said, "I can guarantee that if you smile at Temple Master One like this, he will definitely be bewitched by you." Gao Shueting snorted, "He won't be bewitched. The first thing he will do is ask me if I've become the demon race while cultivating. Then he will stuff a heart-guarding demon-expelling pill into my mouth, and I will spit it in his face." Yang Kai opened his mouth wide and said absent-mindedly, "Temple Master One is so unromantic." Thinking of this scene, Yang Kai was speechless, but judging from Gao Shueting's tone, it seemed that this had really happened. His forehead suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and he quickly changed the topic. "By the way, Elder Gao, this disciple has prepared a small thing for you." "A small thing?" Gao Shueting was surprised and asked suspiciously, "What is it?" Yang Kai took out a jade bottle and handed it to her. "This." Gao Shueting took it and opened the bottle cap to take a look inside. She immediately saw a round, dark red spirit pill in the jade bottle, exuding a strong, bloody smell. A blood frenzy pill. Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes lit up. She had a blood frenzy pill. When she saw Yang Kai being besieged earlier, she wanted to take a blood frenzy pill to stimulate her potential to help him, but Yang Kai stopped her in time. Therefore, she recognized it at a glance. This is a high-rank blood frenzy pill, and its effect is 30% better than the one you had before. Moreover, after taking it, as long as you stop circulating your secret art within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, there won't be many sequelae. You'll be able to recover after a lot of rest in the future, and it won't damage your foundation. This disciple can only refine a high-rank blood frenzy pill for now. You can keep it for now and don't use it unless necessary. When I refine a better one in the future, I'll exchange it for this one. A better one. Gao Shueting was speechless. This was already a high-rank blood frenzy pill, so what could be better? After that, it would be a supreme-rank blood frenzy pill, followed by a blood frenzy pill with pill veins and pill clouds. It wasn't something that could be refined at will. Xianxia said that her blood frenzy pill was of inferior quality, so she didn't know which trash alchemist refined it. He was obviously afraid that her foundation would be damaged after taking that blood frenzy pill, so he refined another one for her. Thinking of this, Gao Shueting's heart warmed. Now that it was in front of him, Xianxia felt like a cat was scratching at his heart. However, he had the sealed world bead, so if he handled it well, there was still a great chance that he could take this medicine garden. But now, Gao Shueting was still here, so Xianxia had to send her away first. If Elder feels that it's fine, then let's go. Then let's go out. Junior sister Lu is still waiting outside. Xianxia suggested. Okay. Immediately, the two came to the entrance. Xianxia waved his hand and released a few strands of Emperor Qi to unlock the barrier. He then left with Gao Shueting. When they arrived outside, a strong smell of blood assaulted their nostrils. As far as the eye could see, there were several corpses lying haphazardly in the wilderness. All of them were incomplete and had died miserably. Gao Shueting was startled, thinking that there was an ambush outside. But when she looked carefully, she only saw two women standing there quietly. One of them was about 20 years old and looked extremely unfamiliar. Although she wasn't very old, she had a powerful third-order Dao source realm cultivation. The other person was Lu Wan, a disciple of the temple. However, Lu Wan seemed to be a little frightened as her pretty face was a little pale. Seeing Gao Shueting and Xianxia appear, the two women's beautiful eyes lit up and they came forward to greet them. Elder Gao, Lu Wan's eyes were full of joy, as if she had seen a family member. Her face was rosy. Zhang Ruo, she smiled slightly and said, Elder Sister Lu, you can rest assured now. There will be no problem with Sir's help. Lu Wan smiled a little unnaturally and said, Thank you, Brother Yang, for your help. Xianxia said, Junior Sister Lu is too polite. I am also a temple disciple. When an elder is in trouble, I am duty-bound. Gao Shueting said, In any case, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, speaking of this, she couldn't help but shudder. Thinking back to the previous crisis, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. Shaking her head, she said softly, Now that this matter is over, I plan to return to the temple. Lu Wan, come with me. Lu Wan's face lit up and she quickly said, Yes. Although she was in the Eastern Territory on the orders of the temple, she was still wandering alone. She often missed her familiar brothers and sisters and the familiar scenery. Now that Gao Shueting wanted to take her back to the temple, she was naturally overjoyed. Xianxia, what about you? Gao Shueting turned to look at Xianxia. Since Xianxia appeared in the Eastern Territory, he must have something to deal with, so she didn't ask him rashly if he wanted to return to the Southern Territory with her. Sure enough, Xianxia shook his head and said, I have to go somewhere to find a friend. Gao Shueting nodded lightly and said, Then you must be careful. Although you are now an Emperor Realm Master and your strength isn't weak, there are many capable people in this world. Many of them aren't as simple as they seem. Disciple will remember, Xianxia said respectfully. If you have time, go back to the temple and take a look. After all, you are still an in-name disciple of the temple. I will. He definitely had to go back to Azure Sun Temple because he still had to go to the Divine Ascension Mirror and fulfill his promise to Tianyan. The fragrance was still there, but the person was no longer there. 100 kilometers away, Lu Wan looked at Gao Shueting in surprise and asked, Elder, that Brother Yang is so strong, So why is he only an unnamed disciple of the temple? With the strength Yang Kai displayed, he was more than qualified to be an elder of the sect. She originally thought that Yang Kai was a top disciple like Xiaxia and Xiaobai Yi, but she didn't expect him to only be an unnamed disciple. Gao Shuiting thought for a moment and said, because he didn't join the temple willingly. His azure, sun golden token was forced on him by this queen. Luwen was stunned. In the wilderness, in front of the entrance to the small world, Yang Kai watched Gao Shuiting and Lu Wenli before taking out the 10,000 B seal and tossing it to Zhang Ruo. She refined this and used it for the time being. Zhang Ruo, she took it and looked at it carefully. She was immediately filled with joy and said crisply, "Thank you, sir, for giving me this treasure." Yang Kai had never given her any treasures, but Lu Yin, Hua Qingxi, and the embodiment all had emperor artifacts, all of which were given to them by Yang Kai. Although Zhang Ruo, she didn't say it out loud. She was looking forward to it. Moreover, she knew that Yang Kai wouldn't discriminate. He just didn't have anything suitable for her for the time being. But she didn't expect Yang Kai to give her one so quickly. Not to mention a strange seal, even if it was a weight, as long as it was given by Kai Yang, it would still be a treasure. Zhang Ruo, she turned the 10,000 B seal over and over in her hand, and a smile bloomed on her small face. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. Yang Kai glanced at her and said, "Your hostility seems to be very strong. Next time when you fight with someone, control it a little." Zhang Ruo, she heard this and stuck out her tongue. "I don't know what's going on. As long as I fight with someone, it's like I become another person." Sister Lu Wen seemed to be frightened just now. Lu Wen's pale face was probably not because she couldn't stand the blood here. She had also fought and killed people before, so this kind of scene shouldn't have frightened her. Her reaction was definitely because of Zhang Ruo. Yang Kai also didn't know why. Zhang Ruo, she was so young. So how could she have such hostility? It wouldn't be strange if this kind of aura appeared on a villain who killed people like flies, but it was very concerning when it appeared on Zhang Ruo. The only explanation he could think of was Zhang Ruo's bloodline. If he had a chance to see Duan Hongchen again, he had to ask clearly. Otherwise, the brutal hostility might affect Zhang Ruo's future temperament. It would be terrible if she turned into a murderous monster. "Sir, where are we going now?" Zhang Ruo asked. "Nowhere. Wait for me to deal with things here first." Yang Kai opened the entrance to the small world again as he spoke, reached out, and brought Zhang Ruo in. In this ancient medicine garden, there was nothing else except for the 20 or so spirit herbs left behind by Yang Kai, so the world energy here was extremely rich. After entering, Yang Kai asked Zhang Ruo to find a place to rest while he went straight to the 2 innermost medicine gardens. After looking around for a while, Yang Kai had a plan in his mind. Next, he formed a seal with his hands, and Emperor Qi surged all over his body. With a wave of his hand, he sent a stream of energy into the ground and disappeared. Although Yang Kai's movements were swift, he was extremely careful, as if he was afraid of destroying something. After working for an hour, even though Yang Kai had already broken through to the Emperor realm, he was sweating profusely. Obviously, he had consumed a lot of energy. However, since the initial steps were taken care of properly, the rest was easy. Yang Kai sat cross-legged for a while, recovering a little bit of his strength, and then stood up again. His divine sense rushed out like a tide, directly enveloping the 2 medicine gardens in front of him. Then, Yang Kai stomped his foot and shouted, "Rise!" With a rumble, the entire small world shook, and the 2 medicine gardens slowly rose under the support of a huge force. There is a 12th order monster beast guarding it. A 12th order monster beast guarding it. Yang Kai was speechless. With his vision as an emperor-grade alchemist, he could naturally tell at a glance that the Nine Heavens Heaven fruit was a fake. The real Nine Heavens Heaven fruit was indeed an emperor-grade spirit medicine, and it was extremely rare. Its world energy was restrained, and it definitely wouldn't emit such a strong world energy fluctuation. There was only one monster beast guarding the Nine Heavens Heaven fruit, and that was the Nine Heavens Thunder Python. It was indeed a 12th order monster beast, but this person in front of him had the cultivation of the first order Tao source realm. If he really encountered the Nine Heavens Thunder Python, there was no chance of him returning alive. He felt that this tavern was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Although a third-order Saint King was nothing in his eyes, it was a bit overkill to use a waiter to greet guests. The man named Pai San was furious when he heard this. The veins on his forehead bulged as he shouted, "Brother waiter, don't look down on me. I brought this master here to eat today. If you have anything good to eat or drink, hurry up and serve it. Don't worry about not having enough source crystals to pay." He acted like he was relying on Yang Kai's majesty to show off, which made him look very funny. "Master," the waiter glanced at Yang Kai and Zhang Ruo, and frowned slightly. Zhang Ruo, she looked to be in her 20s. No matter how good her aptitude was, it was impossible for her to be from the Emperor realm. On the other hand, Yang Kai seemed to be more reserved and didn't seem weak. The waiter served here all year round, so naturally, he had developed a very good eyesight. With just a glance, he felt that Yang Kai was most likely from the Emperor realm. Otherwise, Pai San wouldn't have called him master. Since they were here to eat, there was no reason for him to stop them. He quickly bowed and said respectfully, "Honored guest, please come in." Pai San also had a flattering look on his face. He nodded and bowed as he led the way. "Master, please come with me. I'll take you to a private room. It will be convenient to talk there." Yang Kai nodded and followed Pai San inside. As they passed by the waiter suddenly said, "Master, this Pai San is very good at swindling people, especially those who are new to this place. Many people have been deceived by him. Master, you must keep your eyes open. Don't fall for his tricks." Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him, smiling. "Many thanks for the reminder. If he dares to deceive me, I'll make sure he won't see the sun tomorrow." The waiter smiled and said, "Master is wise." When Pai San heard this, his face paled and he hurriedly said, "Master, don't worry. Pai San, am very good at swindling people. Master is so wise. How could I dare play tricks in front of you? Wouldn't that be the same as courting death?" Yang Kai didn't comment and continued to wear a mysterious look, causing Pai San to feel even more anxious. Not long after, under Pai San's lead, the three of them entered a private room. Pai San seemed to know that he smelled a little bad, so after Yang Kai and Zhang Ruo he sat down far away from them and said with a smile, "Master, since this is your first time here, you must taste the wild wine here." Yang Kai snorted and said, "You can order whatever you want to eat and drink. Just consider it my reward for asking you questions." Pai San was overjoyed and quickly said, "Many thanks, master." As he spoke, he seemed to be drooling. He slammed the table and called the waiter over. Then he listed more than 10 dishes in one breath, as if he was very familiar with them. When Yang Kai heard the names of the dishes, he couldn't help but be a little surprised because the dishes here seemed to be cooked with monster beast body materials and some spirit herbs. The ingredients used to make these dishes were all 11th order monster beast and Tao source grade spirit herbs. Whether these dishes were delicious or not, they were great supplements for any cultivator. If taken over a long period of time, they could definitely enhance one's strength. The waitress was a young maidservant, and after Pai San finished ordering, she looked at Yang Kai awkwardly and said, "Honored guest, this table of food and wine costs a total of 530,000 low-rank source crystals. Would this humble one be so bold as to ask honored guest to settle the bill first?" She seemed to know that Pai San definitely didn't have source crystals to pay, so she looked directly at Yang Kai. Pai San was furious when he heard this and slammed the table. What's wrong? Are you afraid we'll dine and dash? At such a young age, your eyes are as big as the waiter at the door. What did your master teach you? Everyone here is a guest. Is this how you treat guests? The waiter was so frightened that her beautiful face turned pale and she quickly waved her hands. No, no. Pai San seemed to want to teach her a lesson, but Yang Kai coldly snorted, causing him to shrink back in fear and immediately shut up. Yang Kai took out a cloth bag from a space ring and handed it to the waiter. Count it. The waiter took it and scanned it with his divine sense. After confirming the number was correct, he smiled and nodded. Guests, please wait a moment. The dishes will be ready soon. Saying so, he turned around and walked away. The efficiency of this restaurant seemed to be very high. It didn't take long for a table full of delicious dishes and wine to be served. The table was filled to the brim with food. Suddenly, a rich aroma wafted out of the private room, causing one's appetite to be aroused. When the dishes were served, they smelled good and tasted good. Pai San picked up a wine jug and respectfully came to Yang Kai and Zhang Ruo Shi, pouring wine for them. This wild wine is a treasure here. You too must taste it. Zhang Ruo Shi frowned. Hurry up and finish it. My sir wants to ask you something. She didn't have a good impression of this Pai San, so she didn't mince her words. Pai San said, Young lady, it's not that Pai San wants to force you, but if you're going to enter the ancient lands, it's best to drink a glass of this wild wine. Why? Zhang Ruo, she looked at him with a puzzled look. Pai San smiled slightly, because all the ingredients of this wild wine are from the ancient lands, so it has a trace of wild aura. Drinking this wine will allow you to adapt a little to the wild force, so you won't be at a loss when you enter the ancient lands. Wild force. Zhang Ruo, she still didn't quite understand. Yang Kai, on the other hand, showed a thoughtful look and nodded. Ruo Shi, you should drink more and feel the wonders of this wild force. Since Yang Kai had spoken, Zhang Ruo, she naturally didn't refuse and nodded. Yes. She picked up the wine cup and took a sip, savoring it carefully. Not long after, her brow furrowed, as if she was a little surprised. She hurriedly urged her source qi, silently resisting something. Pai San had expected this and smiled. This wild wine is rich and continuous. Even the masters of the Emperor realm can't bear drinking a jug at a time. Young lady, you must drink it slowly and carefully. As he spoke, Yang Kai also took a sip and felt that there was a mysterious power hidden in this wine. After the wine entered his stomach, it invaded his physique, meridians, and dantian, affecting the circulation of his emperor qi. This power felt very familiar to him. Yang Kai raised his brow and immediately reacted. Wasn't this so-called wild force the aura released by the mountains and rivers bell? Master, you are too polite. Pai San couldn't help feeling a little flattered. No one from the Emperor realm had ever been so polite to him. Most people, no matter how strong they were, would show a look of disgust when they saw his face and stay as far away as possible. Yang Kai brought him to the best restaurant in Desolation City and ate a table full of good food and wine. Master, there is one more thing this little one wants to tell you. Speak, Pai San said seriously. If Master insists on entering the ancient lands, it is best to find Old Ban. Who is that? Yang Kai raised his brow. Pai San said, this person's surname is Ban, but no one knows his name. He has lived in Desolation City longer than I have, and is very familiar with the passage to the ancient lands. If you can ask him to lead the way, Master will be able to safely pass through the entrance to the ancient lands. Chapter 25:32. A guide. Yang Kai was surprised. It was quite novel to have someone to lead the way into the ancient lands. But when he thought of the many dangers in the ancient lands passageway, he quickly understood. Master, don't underestimate Old Ban. He's only a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, and he's quite old, but he's the one who has entered the ancient lands and returned safely the most. I've lived here for 30 years and have heard of him more than 100 times. It's already a great achievement for others to return safely 3 or 5 times, let alone 100 times. He's the best guide in the entire desolate city. No one can compare to him. Xianxia couldn't help but be shocked. How can he enter and exit so many times? Pai San smiled bitterly. I also want to know, but Old Ban has never told anyone his secret. But according to my speculation, he should have a safe way in and out. Xianxia nodded. I'll have to meet him. I wonder if Old Ban is in Desolate City now? It was better to be safe than sorry. Although he was bold and skilled, it was still a good choice to have someone to lead him safely into the ancient lands. Yes, I saw him yesterday, but it'll cost at least 300,000 source crystals if you ask him to lead the way. Source crystals are not a problem. Xianxia smiled slightly. 300,000 source crystals was just a drop in the bucket for him. Pai San's feast had cost him 500,000. Then shall I lead the way, master? Pai San asked politely. Xianxia nodded and thought for a while. Then, he called the restaurant's waitress. He asked her to bring 10 jars of wild wine and pack them up. He didn't need to drink it, but it wouldn't hurt Zhang Ruo she to drink more. Not long after, the waitress brought 10 jars of wild wine, but to Xianxia's surprise, before he could pay the source crystals, the waitress smiled and said, You don't have to pay for these wines. My shopkeeper said these are for master. Please accept them, master. Shopkeeper? Xianxia couldn't help but frown. On the other hand, Senpai looked at Xianxia in shock, his eyes full of surprise. Why is your shopkeeper giving me these? Xianxia looked at the waiter and asked. The attendant shook his head and said, I don't know either. Xianxia frowned and waved his hand, taking out some source crystals from a space ring and placing them on the table. Only then did he put the wild wine into a space ring and beckoned to Zhang Ruo, Shi, and Pai San. Let's go. The attendant was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that someone would reject a free gift. By the time she reacted, Xianxia had already left the restaurant. After leaving the restaurant, Senpai wanted to say something but stopped several times. In the end, he couldn't hold it in and said, Master, you know that shopkeeper? I don't know him. This is my first time here. Xianxia replied indifferently. That's strange. Since you don't know him, why did he give you 10 jars of wild wine? Xianxia chuckled and said, One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Who cares what his purpose is? After a pause, he asked, What's the background of this restaurant? Senpai said, I don't know. It seems to have been here for a long time. The shopkeeper has always been mysterious and never shows up. So no one in the desolate city knows the origin of this restaurant. However, everyone speculates that it has the shadow of a great force behind it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to establish itself in the desolate city and open such a luxurious restaurant. Even a local snake like Senpai didn't know the origin of this restaurant. It seemed that it really had the shadow of a great force behind it. Kaiyang had refused the free wine because he didn't want to have anything to do with this restaurant. He didn't want to be soft-hearted in the future. If you dare to say no again, this young lady will whip you to death. From the looks of it, the wound on the shoulder of the old man who was curled up on the ground was obviously caused by the young girl. The little girl was also scared to tears by her. I'll ask you one more time. Will you lead the way or not? The young girl glared at the old man fiercely. The old man lowered his head and gritted his teeth. Young lady, can you give me a few more days? Little Ling, is sick and needs someone to take care of her. If I leave, what will happen to her? Gritting her teeth, she flashed a few times like a ghost and instantly rushed in front of the red-clothed girl. Her pair of jade palms turned into countless afterimages as source chi surged, quickly greeting the red-clothed girl. Chapter 25:34. This red-clothed girl was obviously a spoiled young lady from a large force. Although her strength was not bad, her actual combat experience was pitifully little. At this moment, in her anger, her attacks were even more disorganized. She only knew how to wave her soft whip carelessly, not displaying her full strength at all. Although Zhang Ruo, she had not participated in many battles. During the 20 days in Purple Mountain City, she had fought life and death battles in the arena every day. Naturally, she had much more experience than the girl in red. Therefore, when the two fought, the situation was one-sided, and the girl in red was completely suppressed. Asterisk pung pung pung. Asterisk the sound of explosions continued to ring out as Zhang Ruo, she's two hands turned into afterimages, constantly attacking the girl in red. Every blow forced the girl to stagger back, while her attacks were easily dodged by Zhang Ruo Shi. However, even after taking dozens of blows in an instant, the girl in red was not injured at all. Her fierce aura did not diminish in the slightest, but this kind of fighting style made her extremely angry. She screamed, and her pretty face twisted, as if she wanted to eat someone. A defensive Emperor artifact. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and finally understood why the girl in red was not injured. Because every time Zhang Ruo she struck, a faint light would flash from the girl in red's body, completely neutralizing Zhang Ruo she's attack. She was not injured at all. With such a powerful defensive ability, it was definitely a defensive Emperor artifact. This girl in red is definitely wearing an artifact armor. Emperor artifacts were rare, and defensive Emperor artifacts were even more precious. To be able to have a defensive Emperor artifact, this girl in red must have a great background. Kill you, kill you, kill you. Although the girl in red was not injured, she was battered and exhausted by Zhang Ruo Shi. He kept retreating while yelling fiercely. But after a while, she found that she was no match for Zhang Ruo Shi at all and immediately shouted, "Old Fu, why haven't you killed her yet?" Old Fu was also suffering at this moment. He had just been controlled by Yang Kai's soul. Although he was not seriously injured, under the watchful eyes of Yang Kai, he did not dare to act rashly. At this moment, when he heard his young lady's call, he could only grit his teeth and rush towards Zhang Ruo Shi. Just as he was about to move, Yang Kai flashed in front of him like a ghost and lightly pushed his palm towards him, saying indifferently, "Old man, these little girls are fighting. You shouldn't interfere. It's not fun to bully the weak." "See?" Old Fu gasped and retreated. His figure explosively retreated. Kai Yang's palm seemed extremely ordinary, without any special effects, but he felt a fatal danger from it. If he was really hit, he would probably lose half his life immediately. Who is this brat? How can he be so strong? His eyes were filled with bewilderment, even though he wanted to save his master. But there was nothing he could do at this moment. On the other side, Old Ban was protecting a little girl called Lil Ling, had already retreated to the corner of the house, holding little Ling tightly in his arms as he watched the fight in the house in horror. Although he had lived in Desolated City all his life, he was only a cultivator in the First Order Dao Source realm. Now that he had little Ling to take care of, he was naturally afraid of getting into trouble. But now, in his own house, two girls were fighting fiercely. Two Emperor Masters were confronting each other head-on, making him feel a little dizzy. These two groups of people, they seemed to have great backgrounds, and he could not afford to provoke any of them. Although he was grateful to Yang Kai and Zhang Ruo Shi for helping him, he did not dare to say anything at this moment. He could only secretly pray that no one would die. The soft whip in her hand had long been thrown to the ground. Old Fu was also shocked. Listening to Yang Kai's words, it seemed that the girl was going to slap his young lady's face. If she was really slapped in the face, what would happen with his young lady's temper? The whole Eastern Territory would be shaken. He shouted, "Boy, listen carefully, my young lady is from. I won't listen, I won't listen, I won't listen." Yang Kai shook his head like a rattle drum. Old Fu's words came to an abrupt end. There was no way for him to explain what happened next. He immediately understood that Yang Kai must have seen that their origins were extraordinary, so he didn't want to know the details at all. He didn't want to have any scruples after knowing. This was simply too despicable and shameless. Usually, he only needed to report his identity and origin, and no matter how strong the enemy was, they would retreat in fear. But when it came to Yang Kai, he couldn't even complete a sentence. So how could he report his identity? Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, "Ruo Shi, if anyone here dares to say a word except for me, slap this girl's face with all your strength." Yes, Zhang Ruo Shi naturally obeyed. This was Yang Kai's order, so even if the person standing in front of her was the emperor, she would still slap him. "You dare!" The girl in red couldn't help but shout. Asterisk slap. Asterisk with a crisp sound. The girl in red's head was slapped to the side, and a red palm print immediately appeared on her left cheek. The red-clothed girl was stunned by the slap. She covered her cheek with her hand and stared at Zhang Ruo Shi in a daze. The burning pain on her cheek made her feel extremely terrified and comical. After a while, she muttered, "You really dare!" Asterisk slap. Asterisk this time. A palm print also appeared on the girl in red's right cheek. Wah! The girl in red burst into tears. Her tears fell like a broken string of pearls, and she looked heartbroken. Seeing this, Zhang Ruo Shi frowned and shouted, "Shut up! If you cry again, I'll slap you again." These words seemed to have infinite magic. The girl in red stopped crying at once, but her shoulders were trembling and she was choking with sobs. She was really scared of being beaten. Zhang Ruo Shi snorted coldly. "You're crying so hard after being slapped twice? Why didn't you think about whether you were doing the right thing when you slapped him just now? It's not like he didn't want to show you the way. He just wanted you to give him 2 days' grace. Why did you treat him like that? Do you know how painful it is when you whip him? How dare you, little girl?" Old Fu shouted when he saw that Zhang Ruo Shi not only slapped his young lady, but also scolded her seriously. How could he bear it anymore? Zhang Ruo Shi raised her hand and slapped him again. Sir said that whoever dares to speak will be beaten. If you want to blame someone, blame the person who spoke just now. The girl in red turned her head and glared at Old Fu fiercely with her beautiful eyes, as if she wanted to kill him. Old Fu shrank his neck under her glare. He knew that the young lady was holding a grudge against him, and his mouth was full of bitterness. Yang Kai chuckled and looked at Old Fu. "Old sir, do you have anything else to say? This young master is all ears." Old Fu's face was gloomy. He looked at Yang Kai coldly, but he didn't dare to say a word. What a joke. If he said a word, the young lady would be slapped. He had already made the young lady hate him. If he said anything more, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to live past tomorrow. But as the young lady's guard, he had failed to protect her. He had failed in his duty to protect her, and he didn't know what kind of punishment he would receive when he returned. Old Fu was in a dilemma. The grievance in his heart was like a 1,000-year-old wine that kept churning, making him see stars. He wished he could just faint here and now. Old Man asked, "Little brother, you want this old man to lead you to the ancient lands, right?" People who came here to find him were all here to ask him to lead the way to the ancient lands. The red-clothed girl was like this, and so were Yang Kai and Zhang Ruo Shi. He had no relatives or friends, so it was impossible for anyone to come here to visit him. There was nothing to hide, so Yang Kai nodded, "Yes." Old Man continued, "Then, can you two wait for this old man outside the ancient land's passageway for a day?" After a day, This old man will definitely find you and lead you into the ancient lands. Yangkai raised his eyebrows and smiled. This one appreciates Old Sir's kindness, but Old Sir should take care of Ling Er first. Old Man stroked Ling Er's head. This is Ling Er's wish. I can't let her down. Yangkai frowned. But if you follow me into the ancient lands, what will happen to Ling Er? Old Man said, I have lived here for so many years, so I have some connections. Naturally, Ling will be placed in a safe place. After a pause, he continued, This old man has nothing to thank the two of you, so this is a small gift from this old man. I hope little brother won't refuse. Since the old man had put it this way, Yangkai naturally couldn't say anything else, so he could only nod. All right, then I will thank old man first. Ruashi and I will wait for you at the entrance of the ancient lands passageway tomorrow. Then it's settled. Take care. Old man cupped his hand slightly. Ling suddenly said, Big brother, big sister, be careful. I heard Grandpa say that it's very dangerous inside. You must come back alive. Zhang Ruo, she smiled. All right, Linger also needs to take care of her body and grow up quickly. Ling nodded heavily. Her pale face, due to illness now, seemed to have a bit of a blush. After reaching an agreement with Old Ban, Yangkai took Zhang Ruo and left Desolation City straight for the ancient lands. It took them an hour to find the entrance to the ancient lands. After finding a quiet place nearby, the two sat down cross-legged. Yangkai took out the jade slip given to him by Pai San and carefully studied the map of the ancient lands. There were many dangers in the ancient lands. There was no lack of powerful monster beasts and natural traps. Even the masters of the Emperor Realm might not be able to escape unscathed if they entered. Although Yangkai's strength was extraordinary, he wasn't arrogant, so it was always necessary to make more preparations. Moreover, he also wanted to see if there was a place where Xiao could possibly be hiding on this map. It would be best if he could find Xiao in the periphery of the ancient lands, but if he couldn't, Yangkai would have to venture into the ancient lands. It was even more dangerous than the periphery. Kill them all. 100 miles away from Barren City, on a desolate hillside, the girl in red clenched her teeth. As a result, she had been captured by her father the next day and had been confined for 3 years. 3 years, 3 whole years. Every day, she stayed in a small house with a radius of less than 20 feet, far away from the noise and prosperity of the outside world. That was simply inhumane. It was not easy for her to finally be able to go out freely. If she was caught by her father again, she was afraid that it wouldn't be just 3 years. Zhang Ruo, she was looking in the depths of the ancient lands, so what could be calling her from there? Moreover, this happened after she obtained the Space Spirit Jade. Could it be related to the Space Spirit Jade? Are you sure? Yangkai asked again. Zhang Ruo, she furrowed her brow and was silent for a long time before she shook her head and said, I'm not sure. That feeling only lasted for a moment, and it's gone now. Yangkai's expression became dignified as he pondered for a moment before saying, This Space Spirit Jade is quite strange. Perhaps it really is related to the ancient wildlands. Perhaps the Space Spirit Jade was passed down from the ancient wildlands. Once we enter the ancient wildlands, you can examine it carefully. Perhaps you'll be able to gain something. Chapter 25:37. One day later, Yang Kai, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes and whispered, He's here. Hearing this, Zhang Ruo, she quickly put away the Space Spirit Jade in her hand, stood up, and looked ahead. In front of them, A figure was rushing towards them, constantly looking around as if he was looking for something. Yang Kai released a bit of his divine sense to guide him, and the person immediately sensed it and rushed over. After a short while, Old Ban appeared in front of Yang Kai and cupped his fists. "Sorry to keep you waiting, little brother." Old Ban is too polite. Yang Kai returned the courtesy. "Thank you for your help this time." Old Ban smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry. With me leading the way, I can guarantee that you will enter the ancient land safely." When he said this, his face was full of confidence, completely different from the submissive look he had when he was being beaten by the red-clothed girl yesterday. Yang Kai nodded secretly, feeling that Pai San's introduction was right. Although this old band's cultivation wasn't high, he definitely knew a safe passage to enter and exit the ancient lands, or perhaps he knew some rules. Otherwise, with his cultivation, how could he be so confident? "Before entering the ancient lands, you two should refine this thing first," Old Ban said, handing something to Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi. Yang Kai took it and found that it was something similar to a sound bead, but it was different from an ordinary sound bead. The refining method was very rough, and it didn't look like it was made by a professional artifact refiner. It looked more like someone had casually refined it with some random material. "What is this?" Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Old Ban explained, "The ancient land's passageway is filled with strange fog. The strange fog blocks the vision of one's divine sense. If you enter without a guide, it's easy to get lost and lose your way. This is a communication bead that this old man refined from the ancient land's passageway's special material, the jade armor stone. It can sense each other's location without being affected by the strange fog. After you refine it, you'll be able to detect my movements in the strange fog, but the range is only 300 feet. You just need to follow me closely." Yang Kai understood and nodded. "All right." Immediately, he and Zhang Ruo, she began to refine the jade beads. This thing wasn't difficult to refine, and in less than a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai and Zhang Ruo, she finished refining it. Holding it in their palms, they could sense the location of the other two jade jewels. It was extremely convenient. Yang Kai knew that Old Ban was right. With this thing, it would be difficult for him and Zhang Ruo, she, to get separated from Old Ban. "Since the two of you are ready, then let's set off. Before we leave, this old man must remind you again. You must stay close to this little old man. Otherwise, once you get lost, it will be very difficult for you to get out." Old Ban solemnly warned. He was afraid that Yang Kai wouldn't take it seriously because of his high cultivation, so he gave an example. More than 30 years ago, a master from the Emperor realm was lost in this strange fog for 10 years. 10 years? Yang Kai was shocked. Old Ban nodded solemnly. "That's right." Zhang Ruo, she asked curiously, "How does Old Ban know such details?" "A master from the Emperor realm was lost in the strange fog for 10 years. How could others know? Even if Old Ban knew the ancient land's passageway like the back of his hand, with his low cultivation, he couldn't have observed a person for 10 years under the interference of the strange fog." Zhang Ruo, she didn't ask because she doubted him, but because she was curious. Old Ban said seriously, "Because during those 10 years, I've encountered this master many times. I have met this person many times in the passageway." Old Ban's face changed as he shouted, "In souls." His strength was the lowest, so even if he released his divine sense, it was suppressed to the side. He couldn't detect the situation on Zhang Ruoxi's side, so he could only ask, Not only did his power not decrease, but it also increased, as if he wanted to take advantage of the situation and crush Yang Kai into dust. For a moment, Yang Kai's mind was in chaos. He felt as if he had fallen into the nine-nether purgatory, surrounded by little ghosts that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They let out strange cries as they pounced on him, wanting to grab him and feast on his flesh and blood. Those little ghosts all had hateful expressions on their faces. They were savage, terrifying, and extremely shocking. Demon Eye of Annihilation. Kaiyang no longer dared to hide anything. In a flash, his right eye turned into a golden color, and a dignified vertical line appeared. From that golden pupil, a peculiar power diffused out, dispelling the illusions in his mind and stabilizing his mind. Not only that, a strange attraction force came from his right eye, as if it had turned into a bottomless abyss that wanted to suck in the Ghost King's line of sight, making it impossible to break free. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, the soul-warming lotus released a brilliant seven-colored radiance as a cool and refreshing feeling filled his knowledge sea. Oomph! A cold snort came from the depths of the strange fog. The Ghost King seemed to be a little angry at Yang Kai's counterattack. In an instant, a cold wind blew and the surrounding temperature increased sharply, freezing the earth in an instant. Amidst the whimpering, translucent ghost claws emerged from the depths of the ground and grabbed at the three people's ankles. This happened very quickly. Old Ban and Zhang Ruo, she weren't strong enough. So after the Ghost King snorted, the two of them fell into a state of confusion, as if they had lost consciousness. They just stared forward with wide eyes, not showing the slightest reaction. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and lifted the two people from the ground, shouting, "Ghost King, we were just escaping from the Thunder Tide and accidentally passed by this place. We didn't mean to disturb you, so please do us a favor." Kikik. An ear-piercing laughter rang out, reverberating in all directions, making it impossible to tell where the sound came from. At the same time, the two red lights in the depths of the strange fog were annihilated. The Ghost King directly disappeared. The Yin wind grew stronger, and the strange fog even began to flow. The ghosts that had disappeared because of the Thunder Tide had reappeared at some point, hiding in the strange fog. They roamed around Yang Kai's group, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The ghost claws that reached out from the ground gradually solidified, constantly grabbing at Yang Kai, but they were all blocked by his protective Emperor Qi, causing a sizzling sound. Yang Kai's eyes wandered as he stared in a certain direction in the strange fog and coldly snorted. "Ghost King, you can do whatever you want, but don't make a mistake." As soon as these words came out, the Ghost King seemed to be completely enraged. A huge ghost claw suddenly stretched out from the depths of the strange fog, like a mountain descending, and slammed toward Yang Kai. The claw was so sharp that it seemed to be able to tear space apart. "You dare to open a dye house just because I gave you some face?" Yang Kai's divine sense surged, and a stream of light suddenly shot out from his mind. Instead of meeting the ghost claw, it blasted in another direction. The stream of light transformed into a long saber in midair, and its momentum was like a rainbow as it tore through the sky. Soul-splitting saber, heaven-severing slash. The attack disappeared in a flash, and from the depths of the strange fog, a mournful cry suddenly rang out. At the same time, the huge ghost claw that had almost hit Yang Kai's head disappeared, and the countless ghost claws that had emerged from the ground also disappeared. The ghosts that had gathered around were stunned for a moment before they screamed and scattered like birds. In the blink of an eye, everything returned to normal. Silence reigned, as if there had been no battle at all. Yang Kai knew that if he had not displayed his extraordinary strength at the last moment, this Ghost King would not have retreated so easily. Moreover, he had activated his secret technique, Heaven-Severing Slash, and used a Soul-type Emperor artifact to attack, but he had not injured the Ghost King much, which was a little unbelievable. This Ghost King hidden in the depths of the strange fog was not so easy to deal with. If it were not for Yang Kai's misgivings, he would not have wasted so much time talking to it. However, In this strange environment, Yang Kai really did not want to fight with it. As soon as the Ghost King left, Zhang Ruo, Shi, and Old Ban woke up together. Both of them clearly remembered what had just happened, and their hearts couldn't help palpitating, their faces pale. There's not much time left. Let's hurry up. Old Ban did not ask why the Ghost King had retreated, but instead hurriedly led the way. The howling wind was approaching, and if they could not find shelter before it arrived, no matter how hard they struggled, they would not be able to escape death. Old Ban observed the surrounding terrain from time to time, occasionally changing direction. At first, he seemed to be a little hesitant, not sure if he was going in the right direction, but after a while, he suddenly sped up a lot, no longer needing to think too much. Seeing this, Yang Kai knew that he had found the right path. After all, he was extremely familiar with this place, so even if he occasionally got lost, he would always be able to return to the right track. Soon, an incense stick worth of time passed, and a gentle breeze began to blow through the tunnel. The breeze was not strong, but when it blew on their bodies, it made their skin hurt, as if it was being cut by a knife. If it was just a breeze, what would it be like if the howling wind came? Whether it was Yang Kai or Zhang Ruo Shi, they both knew that Old Ban was right. The howling wind was definitely more terrifying than the falling thunder. Although the falling thunder was irregular, there was always a safe place to hide during the thunder tide, but when the howling wind came, the entire tunnel would be dangerous. There was no safe place. The wind gradually whistled, and the strength of the wind slowly increased. Yang Kai's skin was thick, and his cultivation was high, so he was fine, but Zhang Ruo, Shi, and Old Ban had to circulate their source chi to resist the power of the astral wind. Over there, Old Ban suddenly seemed to have discovered something. He pointed in a certain direction and shouted with joy. He couldn't help but speed up a lot as he ran. I hope there's still room over there. Before Yang Kai could understand what he meant by room, Old Ban's figure suddenly flashed and rushed into a certain place. He followed closely with Zhang Ruo Shi, only to discover that the place Old Ban had taken them to was actually a cave. Strangely enough, after entering the cave, everything returned to normal. Their vision was clear, and there wasn't even any strange fog. Only a faint whistling sound could be heard from the cave behind them. As far as the eye could see, this cave was about 50 to 60 feet in radius and could fit about 10 people. Before Yang Kai and the others arrived, 5 or 6 cultivators had already taken refuge here. These people obviously knew about the howling wind, so they had found a safe haven early on, waiting for the howling wind to pass. There are many ghosts in the ancient land's passageway. What's so strange about that? Who knows how many people die here all year round? It's normal for some ghosts to breed. Of course, I know that there are many ghosts in the ancient land's passageway, but don't you feel that these ghosts are approaching us? The cultivator who spoke first asked in surprise. Haha, this friend must be joking. When the astral wind howls, not only do we need to find a place to hide, but the ghosts also generally don't come out. They are all dormant in secret places, so why would they approach us? Yes, this king has been here for several years, but he hasn't encountered any ghosts when the astral wind howls. Isn't this friend thinking too much? That's true. The man thought about it and felt that it was true, so he stopped thinking about it. One by one, they squeezed the entrance of the cave and stuck their heads out to look outside. They wanted to make sure that it was really safe. As far as they could see, the astral wind outside was about to disappear. The weak wind was not enough to cause great damage, and there was not a single ghost shadow in the depths of the strange fog. The calamity had really passed just like that. "Master, be careful," Chi Feng suddenly shouted. At the same time, a turbid light suddenly burst out from somewhere in the cave and attacked Yang Kai's mind. In a flash, Yang Kai's body shook violently, as if he could fall at any time. In the next moment, a figure appeared behind Kai Yang and slammed a palm towards his forehead. "You dare!" Chi Feng's eyes were bloodshot as he chased after the figure, but it happened so suddenly that he was one step too late. He could only watch as the unguarded Yang Kai was hit by the palm. The others were also shocked and hurriedly scattered, alert to the surroundings, not knowing what had happened. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk, a muffled sound rang out as a palm slammed into Kai Yang's head. The person who had slapped him had a ferocious grin on his face. After successfully slapping Kai Yang, he quickly fled, not wanting to stay here for even a moment longer. He knew that if he continued to stay, he would only be attacked by the crowd. After all, Yang Kai had saved everyone's lives and could be considered their benefactor. When their benefactor was attacked, whether they liked it or not, they had to put on an act to capture the culprit. Before this person left, he turned his head and glanced at Zhang Ruo Shi with a smug look on his face. However, instead of panicking, Zhang Ruo Shi was staring at him coldly, showing no intention of stopping him. "What's going on?" The man's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly felt a little uneasy. "You want to leave after hitting someone?" Suddenly, a voice that made his hair stand on end came from behind. The man quickly turned his head and saw Yang Kai looking at him with a playful expression. Yang Kai's originally pale face was no longer pale and was instead filled with a ruddy glow. His previously weak aura had also become extremely vigorous at this moment. He doesn't show the slightest sign of weakness. How is this possible? Even if Yang Kai is the Emperor Realm, how can he not consume any energy after standing guard at the cave entrance for an entire day? Or could it be that he had been hiding his strength from the beginning, and what he had displayed was not his full strength at all? Thinking of this, the man's clothes were soaked in cold sweat. On the other side, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed the man's ankle. With a little force, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. "Ah!" The man screamed and tried to circulate his strength to resist, but was shocked to find that under Yang Kai's grip, his cultivation had been sealed and he couldn't use any strength at all. Yang Kai casually threw the man back in a cave, where he hit the cave wall and bled profusely. "What's going on? What's going on? What's going on?" It wasn't until now that the other cultivator gradually reacted, but the scene in front of them confused them. They had no idea what was going on and why Yang Kai was fighting with the cultivator. Chi Feng said with a cold face, "This person has ulterior motives." He actually took advantage of the master's weakness to launch a sneak attack. This is insane and unforgivable. Everyone was shocked and looked at the cultivator who had fallen to the ground. This person was none other than the man with the sour face that Chi Feng had chatted with before. Perhaps because of the unbearable pain, the sour face looked even more like a bitter gourd, and his forehead was full of sweat. Truly detestable. If it wasn't for this lord, all of us would have lost our lives here.